Yeah, I'm gonna say thousands. Thousands.
We're good.
It's funny because I wore a skirt
Good afternoon.
the last class.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the second public hearing of the Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee. My name is Sandy McKee, and I serve as the chair of this committee. By law, the committee consists of members appointed by specific elected officials who represent the proposed project site. I'm trying. Okay. Other committee members joining me today include Celeste Royo, appointed by Borough President Levine, Jasmine Narula, appointed by Councilmember Powers, Reshma Patel, appointed by Assemblymember Epstein, Nichols Silbersack, appointed by Governor Hochul, Jennifer Santa Inez, appointed by Mayor Adams. This committee is made up of members who represent our elected officials, as well as those who live and work in this community and district. We are here to listen to your feedback. Thank you for attending today. This committee is statutorily charged with reviewing the Freedom Plaza application. To achieve this, each member of the committee has been reviewing the application, and today we are receiving public comments regarding the application. Not only are we tasked with reviewing the Freedom Plaza application, but we are also responsible for gauging, understanding, and hearing community input about the proposed project. To help achieve this, the committee has requested that the Freedom Plaza team provide a 30-minute presentation on traffic and transportation, one of the biggest concerns of the community. This will be followed by a 15-minute question and answer period between the committee and the Freedom Plaza team. There is no public participation during the question and answer period. On Monday, September 8th, the committee put out an updated message through the Gaming Commission listserv to reiterate how today's meeting is going to proceed. Through our consultant representative, we have been working with the Freedom Plaza team on rules and decisions around security and appropriate behavior. Collectively, we decided that signs and flyers, both in support and opposition of the Freedom Plaza project, will not be allowed inside the auditorium. Disruptions, rude behavior, heckling, etc. will not be tolerated. We ask attendees to be respectful of your fellow New Yorkers, community members, and the Scandinavia House staff, Scandinavia House venue and their staff. Before we begin the Freedom Plaza presentation, we would like to extend our sincere thanks to Scandinavia House for hosting this hearing and for their hospitality. Please come back at another time. With that, we would like to invite Freedom Plaza to present.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Nelson Parker. I'm Chief Strategy Officer for Mohegan. We're pleased to be here this afternoon. We want to share some time talking about transportation. We have a few other subjects we'd like to try to cover in our 30 minutes as well. So getting into this, I think we're going to hear a lot of different viewpoints today, certainly similar to our last hearing a couple weeks ago, which is all very positive, I think very productive also from our perspective. We thought it'd be interesting to just share some information as we're seeing it. We've been working on this project for almost 2.5 years, and we do a lot of polling throughout the community and understanding what kind of awareness is out there on the project and how that translates into support. And for us, we've done a recent poll within the last couple of weeks, and we've shown that we're seeing nearly actually two-thirds of our supporters coming from those voters that we've polled throughout Manhattan, which is very encouraging. Similar in the Midtown East area as well, it's maintained a very solid kind of rapport there in terms of the overall support from people as well that we've also polled. And I think that comes from a lot of the very positive aspects of the project that we have tried to infuse with respect to affordable housing, the public space, of course, a lot of the community benefits and jobs and so forth. But getting into that, we also wanted to address a lot of different comments that we heard from last time related to the 2008 entitlements, which is really the benchmark for traffic. We think about traffic for this new project, and we're thinking about what the impacts would be related there too. It really should be measured against the 2008 project, which we have entitlements for nearly almost 3 million square feet of improvements on the site. On the left side are the residential towers. So these were to be luxury condominiums, no affordable housing whatsoever. And on the right side, a 1 million square foot massive commercial structure with thousands and thousands of employees that would come in every day, overlapping with critical peak periods of traffic, whether it be morning rush hour or the evening, and people coming out throughout the entirety of the day as well. So we wanted to compare and contrast that to what we're proposing with our project, which is significantly more green space. We believe our traffic improvements will be much more impactful as well, given the nature of our guests. Whenever they come to our facilities, it's not overlapping with peak period times like you would see during the typical commuter traffic. It's typically in the evenings and on the weekends as well, and people coming in and checking in for 11 a.m. for the hotel and leaving at 4 p.m. So it's much less impactful, as well as being a 24/7 operation. As well as a couple other things I think were important from 2008. Most importantly, with our current design, is we really put a priority on the community facing elements of the project, particularly around First Avenue. And we heard a lot of comments about increasing traffic along First Avenue, concerns with that, particularly around hospitals and so forth. And that was absolutely from the onset, one of our priorities as well, is how do we shield the local community from traffic and other elements of the gaming facility. And that's why we've put very methodically and mindfully the main entrance along the FDR service drive, as well as the hotel porte cochere along the 41st Street as well, which is a non-residential street. So focusing traffic in those areas as opposed to what would have been, I think, significant congestion along First Avenue with the 2008 plan. The other things of importance as well, we're loading. We've taken that in consideration for services at the facility. Ours will be subject to along the 41st, again, non-residential as opposed to 2008 plan, which would have been on the FDR service drive, which I think would have been quite disruptive. And then lastly, in terms of this subject, we just wanted to highlight, those elements of our project and why we believe there is support for this throughout our polling. And that's the incredible community benefits that come with a project of this nature. $11 billion investment with nearly $1.3 billion of investment related to community facing elements. Quite important because you can really harness the strength of the gaming facility as the economic engine to provide these kind of benefits, such as affordable housing, more housing overall, this huge community investment fund, which will generate $250 million over 20 years. You've got the 5-acre park, all the other community based elements as well, not to mention increased dining elements here. We've got retail, we've got wellness, daycare, et cetera, et cetera. All these things, for the most part, are lost leaders who would not be enabled had there not be for the gaming facility licenses, which is what we're debating here today. So all that is obviously before the CAC, an incredible topic of importance here. But in doing a project like this right, you can really harness that power with the economics to really create some good for the local community. And those are the types of things we've tried to emphasize. So with that, we have a quick video.
Hello everyone, my name is Hans and I own Sparrow Dry Cleaning just a few blocks from where Freedom Plaza will be built. I've been here for years and like a lot of small business owners, I've seen the ups and downs. What excites me about Freedom Plaza is the chance to see our neighborhood booming again, especially post-COVID. More people working here, living here, spending time here, that means more customers walking through our doors and more stability for my family and the families of my employees and my fellow neighborhood business owners. Now, I know some folks worry about traffic, but here's how I see it. If I had to spend 1 extra minute in traffic, that's a small price to pay for what this project will do for businesses around the area. That extra minute is made up 10 times over when new customers come in, when sales grow, and when local businesses like mine finally get the chance to thrive. This project is about strengthening the character of our community. Property values will rise, local businesses will grow, and our neighborhood will finally get the investment we deserve. As someone who has put my blood, sweat, and tears into this community, I can say Freedom Plaza is the kind of opportunity we can't afford to pass up.
So as we get into traffic, more detail, I'll be turning this over to our colleagues here with Langen Engineering, who we've been working with for the duration of the project, who are experts in traffic. just to set the stage, I think a little bit, I mean, it's important to note that we're completely aligned when it comes to traffic, because traffic for us is not good for business. If people cannot conveniently access our facilities, they're going to go somewhere else. It's just common sense. So we start off a project, no matter where we're doing a project like this, anywhere in the world, from a design perspective and a planning perspective, with traffic in mind first and foremost. And that's the God's honest truth. We think about that. We think about how people are coming to the project, where they're coming from, what times of day they're coming, what day a week, what time of month. Literally, it's that critical to our business to have the traffic mapped out so it's sincerely efficient and convenient for people to access our facilities. So what we've done here, again, compared to 2008, I think is very important that we've tried to shield the local community area away from the traffic impacts and focus those on the FDR drive, which we understand also is, heavy with traffic during the day, no matter what. However, we feel like, there's least amount of impacts by doing so from a planning perspective. We work very closely with the NYC DOT and the MTA throughout this process. We've gone through an environmental impact study that we've been working on for the last year or so, in conjunction with those departments. And in fact, our estimates were quite less conservative than what the DOT had put forth. So we've actually adhered to their standards in terms of planning when we've thought through any and all impacts and ways to mitigate those impacts related to our traffic. So it's a far more conservative estimate than what we've planned to do, or what we believe will be the case in most respects. The other aspect I'll just point out here is that our traffic studies show about 3% increase in traffic along First Avenue. Again, going to some of those concerns about the hospitals in the area, we wanted to make sure that we were able to convey that we think it will be fairly de minimis in that perspective. So with that, I'll turn this over to Erica with Langen.
You guys hear me? All right. Hi, my name is Erica Finan. I am an engineer at Langen, and I'm here with my colleague Brian today to discuss about the traffic on Freedom Plaza. So here we have a rendering of the site. Like Nelson was saying, the traffic was analyzed to help both pedestrians and vehicles in mind. It was thoughtfully considered. So looking at it from the pedestrian's point of view, we are protecting First Avenue. There'll be no curb cuts, so there'll be uninterrupted access for members of the community and those visiting to go up and down First Avenue with nothing interrupted. They can be able to enter the park and go all the way around. It should be noted that they'll be able to go around the perimeter of the site as well here. So now looking at it from a vehicular standpoint, we have 3 access points. So starting to the north, which is to the right here, we have East 41st Street. So this is where the hotel Portcasher will be, where guests will pull in and be dropped off. Again, pulling traffic off the road here. Next to it below, we have the loading dock as well. And then continuing on to FDR. Oh, sorry. Continuing to the south, continuing to the east, sorry, the FDR service road. This is where the Portcasher for the gaming facility will be. And then moving south on East 38th, we have the residential drop-off points. So the overlay you see here has both the pedestrian and vehicular access points. So this is again shielding people on First Avenue and then keeping in mind for the traffic along the other sides of the park. It should be noted that the sidewalks are continuous all the way around and the Portcashers will have pedestrian access. So pedestrians come first when crossing these. So next we move on to our site design that we have for this project. So as Nelson said, we consulted with various agencies and took these analysis into the design. So to create these, we have these Portcashers that are on the 3 sides of the project. Oh, all good. So again, just amplifying that there's plenty of room here for vehicles to be pulled off the streets. We do not want to interrupt traffic as much as possible. So unlike the 2008 plan, there was no traffic management plan for this. They were going to put in their project as is. But our design here considers everything, and we took multiple viewpoints to help the community. So the one thing we have is incentivizing public transit. We believe that 50% of trips to Freedom Plaza will come via public transit. It's also worth to noting that 500 million of the licensing fee will go directly to the MTA in this area. So again, talking about the traffic management plan, this is broken into 2 parts. So the first is incentivizing alternate traffic management. So this could be incentivizing those taking the ferry, taking the subway with shuttles. There will also be for those working at the site, shuttles that they are doing off-site parking. So those working on the site will not be parking and congesting the community. We also will be controlling vehicle demand with having drop-offs, so that loading dock there. Large vehicles will go to Long Island City, where they will be broken down into smaller box trucks and then delivered via the 38th Street and delivered on off-peak hours. The other portion of the traffic management plan includes the operations and day-to-day. So while we keep things in from day one, there'll be a 24/7 traffic manager who will work with the community to ensure that traffic is moving and flowing. There'll be a person dedicated to each of the portrictures on there, and there'll be live feed updates to apps like Uber, Waze, etc., to alert the public if transit and traffic needs to be updated.
Finally, on traffic, we just wanted to mention as well, UN week, obviously, we all know is chaotic at best. Certainly, again, this is an area where our interests are completely aligned from an operations perspective. So it's in our best interest to try to maintain and do our best we can from a traffic flow perspective during this crazy week. There's certain things we can do operationally to help that along, particularly from a marketing perspective. We can, do promotions to, advise people not to come during that week, or events we would advise not doing that week for, due to the increase in guest frequency and so forth. Certainly with the on-site substation with the NYPD, we'll have more traffic controllers on site as well. And a number of different things we can do, particularly from a promotional standpoint, shuttle service and ride share and so forth. But we also believe that it will actually help the area in some ways, having a 1,250 room luxury resort next door within walking distance, as opposed to having people get in their car and move into some more central places along Midtown. So with that, we'll conclude our traffic with a couple of videos, and I'll move this over to Mr. Hirschman.
My name is LJ Fazaro, and I'm the Chief of Police for the town of Groton, Connecticut, and I also currently serve as the President of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I'm pleased to join you today to offer my support and perspective on the Mohegan Tribe on behalf of both my department as well as that of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I might also add that I'm very familiar with the tribe personally, going back to my youth, literally growing up within walking distance of what is now the Mohegan Sun, as well as visiting tribal lands to include Fort Shantok and other surrounding areas that I knew in my youth. I can represent to you in my professional capacity that the Mohegan Tribe has consistently proven to be a trusted partner within our law enforcement community, both regionally and statewide. The department and its officers have strong bonds with fellow police officers across Connecticut and provide assistance to Connecticut's law enforcement enterprise through mutual aid, investigative assistance, and this partnership extends to the communities we collectively serve. Their officers and leadership team understand their obligations to visitors, their employees, and their neighbors. They continue to invest in the community and make certain that the interests of the surrounding municipalities are taken. My name is LJ Fazaro, and I'm the Chief of Police for the town of Groton, Connecticut, and I also currently serve as the President of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I'm pleased to join you today to offer my support and perspective on the Mohegan Tribe on behalf of both my department as well as that of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I might also add that I'm very familiar with the tribe personally, going back to my youth, literally growing up within walking distance of what is now the Mohegan Sun, as well as visiting tribal lands to include Fort Shantok and other surrounding areas that I knew in my youth. I can represent to you in my professional capacity that the Mohegan Tribe has consistently proven to be a trusted partner within our law enforcement community, both regionally and statewide. The department and its officers have strong bonds with fellow police officers across Connecticut and provide assistance to Connecticut's law enforcement enterprise through mutual aid, investigative assistance, and this partnership extends to the communities we collectively serve. Their officers and leadership team understand their obligations to visitors, their employees, and their neighbors. They continue to invest in the community and make certain that the interests of the surrounding municipalities are taken into account in their planning and in how they mitigate any impact within the region. In fact, they take it upon themselves to boost connectivity within the neighboring law enforcement agencies by providing additional capacity, and they take the steps necessary to make our community safer and stronger. Our shared efforts with the Mohegan Tribal Police Department reflect a high level of professionalism, regional cooperation, and mission alignment. Their officers bring expertise, cultural understanding, and a spirit of collaboration that exemplifies the best of community-based policing. The tribe's proactive role in regional public safety, whether during special events, mutual aid requests, or broader criminal investigations, underscores their deep commitment to Connecticut residents beyond their reservation. As president of the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association, I've witnessed how the Mohegan Tribe is an engaged participant within our organization, and they contribute to our overall law enforcement priorities statewide, offering through partnership, training collaboration, and valuable intelligence support. They are a respected and dependable presence in our collective effort to ensure equity, safety, and service for all of Connecticut's communities. I strongly support the Mohegan Tribe's continued involvement in regional and statewide initiatives, and I encourage others to view them as a model for cooperation. These are values they clearly hold dear in how they operate, and I believe they would similarly guide their activities in the jurisdiction in which they were to operate. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to offer these thoughts, and I wish you the best in your deliberations.
My name is Bob Gargiulo. I'm the Regional Executive Director for Mothers Against Drunk Driving New England. I'm here today in support of the Mohegan Tribe's endeavors in New York. You may think it's not often to see MAD stand with a casino operator, but I'm here because of the long history working with Mohegan. From when they opened their doors, they recognized they had a responsibility to the community, to their visitors, to their team members, and to their neighbors. They didn't wait for an issue to arise. They truly wanted to be partners to create a safer community. It is not just the relationship they have with us that counts, it's the training and safety measures they take on their property. They have also created a safer environment for the surrounding communities, and also the resources they have provided to better our work statewide. Over the years, Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the Mohegan Tribe have collaborated to raise awareness and funds in support of MAD's mission to end drunk driving, support victims of this violent crime, and prevent underage drinking. The tribe has generally hosted benefit concert and events, including the impactful Mad About series. The financial and community support provided by the Mohegan Tribe has been instrumental in advancing our mission and expanding our reach to those who need it most. The Mohegan Tribe's commitment to public safety and the well-being of the community extends far beyond their own borders. The partnership with MAD is a reflection of their broader dedication to making a meaningful difference in the lives of individuals and families across the region. I believe this commitment will expand into New York, benefiting not only the communities they serve, but also the causes they champion.
Thank you. You might know me by now. I'm Michael Hirschman, the CEO of the Soloviev Group. And I have to apologize to you because one of the things we haven't offered in our presentation is air conditioning for this facility. In a moment, I'm going to share a brief video comment from Mark Morial, who is the president of the National Urban League. It's a nonprofit which will oversee the administration of the Community Reinvestment Fund. But first, I want to talk to you about how this program came about and how it will be a terrific new resource for both the East Side and all of Manhattan. In other locations where casinos are open, there's often a requirement to give back to the community. However, that requirement didn't occur in this particular process, but we recognized that if we're fortunate enough to receive a license, it's because our community sees the value that Freedom Plaza can bring. So we decided to create a robust community investment fund. And we're prepared to launch our community investment fund immediately upon receipt of a license to the tune of $5 million a year. After that, once we're open, it will be 2% of net profits, and we believe that will aggregate into $250 million over the next 20 years. It will be independently managed by community leaders on a nonprofit board, and as I said earlier, administered by the National Urban League. And I'd like to introduce you to Mark Morial. Would have liked to have been here today, but he is in Europe today.
Good afternoon, CAC members and friends. I'm Mark Morial, president of the National Urban League and former mayor of New Orleans. As you know, the National Urban League is based right here in New York City and has been so since 1910. When I served as mayor of New Orleans, I had the privilege of overseeing the construction of a world-class gaming and entertainment center. I saw firsthand how a single development could spark economic growth, attract new businesses, and create good-paying jobs for thousands of families. It was transformative for our city. But I can tell you this with confidence. What's being proposed here on the east side of Manhattan with Freedom Plaza is on even a grander scale. Not in my city of New Orleans' wildest dreams could we imagine the scale of opportunity that Freedom Plaza promises for New York City. I heard the critics years ago in New Orleans who raised the same concerns you're hearing here. They said that the development will decrease home values. They said it will increase crime and will take advantage of low-income communities. They said that it will generate more traffic than the neighborhood can handle. And of course, folks say it will change the character of the community. But let me be clear, those critics were wrong. I lived through it as mayor, and I saw the opposite. The development brought investment, not decline. It strengthened the neighborhoods, created safe and vibrant spaces, raised property values as businesses wanted to be part of the growth, and the investments in local infrastructure made life better for those who live and work near the development. The fears that are always raised do not match the reality of what happens when a well-planned project is done right. And you've seen the plans. Freedom Plaza will do right. It means tens of thousands of new union jobs, providing economic stability for working families across New York City. It means new public green space, which is something this neighborhood desperately needs and wants, where children can play, families can gather, and the community can come together. And it means housing that families can actually afford at a moment when, yes, the rent and the mortgages are too damn high. Freedom Plaza is not just another development. It is a vision for shared prosperity that will lift up the east side and ripple benefits across the 5 boroughs. This project goes beyond rhetoric. Think ahead for 20 years. Freedom Plaza is committing to more than $250 million in contributions to a community reinvestment fund dedicated to civic, educational, environmental, and justice-oriented program. If it moves forward, the National Urban League will be pleased to administer that fund, bringing our experience and decades of community involvement in sustainable investments to the table. It's about building the institutional capacity to support families, entrepreneurs, and civic life long after the ribbon cutting. I've seen what projects like this can do. I've seen them change the trajectory of a city. And I believe, with all my experience, that Freedom Plaza will far exceed many of the most optimistic expectations. So that's why I urge members of the CAC to study and consider, and then join us in supporting this project. Don't let this opportunity pass by. Seize it for jobs, for housing, for community, and for the future of New York City. We can stand together and get this done right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do we have any time left? I don't want to exceed our.
I believe
This is not the Emmy Awards, but I want to be careful about.
you have 4.5.
Thank you very, very much. Look, it bears repeating that while this project has been conceived over the course of the last 2.5 years, it's been refined and improved largely because of the many meetings we've had with community leaders, with elected officials, We've taken advice, we've made changes. Again, I want to remind you all of the original renderings that had this big Ferris wheel, which simply didn't work out from the community standpoint, and which we removed. We had 75 public presentations, and it won't stop there. We are committed for whether it's the Community Investment Board and how to work with those to decide how those funds are dispersed, but not make the decision. Community leaders making decision as to what it's to be used for. Our open space task force will work with the community to ensure that our park is used to the best ability within the community for whatever events they want. And we will have quarterly meetings on traffic management with the community to get their input and to make any changes if they're necessary. We also are going to today make a few announcements of further community investment. We have committed $1 million toward the organization called the Settlement Housing Fund, a well-known nonprofit that has preserved over 8,000 units of housing for low and moderate income families since 1969. Tanya Towers, a project they support at 620 East 13th Street, is home to 138 permanently affordable units, many occupied by residents that are living with disabilities, seniors, and veterans. While these increases incur significant additional costs, some even before we are before we know if we'll get the license, we believe that these types of benefits are precisely what the gaming license is designed to encourage and make possible. In listening also to the concerns of the local citizenry and the members of the CAC, we are now announcing that we're going to increase the number of affordable homes by almost 100 in our project to 600. And we will, as one of the community advisory committee members asked about 3 bedrooms, and we will include 3-bedroom apartments in that. I'd also like to announce today that we are lucky enough to have secured the services of Mickey Brown. Mickey Brown has been the longtime Director of Security, Global Director of Security for the United Nations. He is retiring and he has agreed to join us to oversee security at Freedom Plaza. Thanks for the opportunity to present today, and we look forward to questions here, and our team stands ready to, at a moment's notice, whether it's today, tomorrow, or the next day, to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. The full, sorry, I hear myself. We asked a full series of questions that the applicant has answered and is in their presentation, and they're also available online at the gaming website. I think we do have a few follow-up questions, though. Would anyone on the committee like to ask? I did have one question. Will the Soloviev Foundation continue to generously fund the community groups that they have been, or will they need to reapply to your fund?
So look, we have been committed to charitable investment in and around this community long before the New York State Legislature had announced that they were considering granting 3 downstate licenses. The foundation is there for the purpose of helping those that need help, and we'll continue that regardless of whether we secure a license or not.
It's good to hear. Thank you. Do we have other questions?
I was curious about the $1 million that are giving to the settlement housing fund. Is that a one-time investment, or is it going to be continuous?
It's at this moment, it's a one-time investment. Part of the money will be given before the end of the year. The remainder will be given next year. And we'll work with them to see if they need further investment as we go along. And through the foundation, we'll certainly consider that.
I also had a question on, I appreciate that you're keeping First Avenue free for the M15 buses. You had mentioned shuttle service. So how frequent do you imagine the shuttle service to be? And will it be in the same lane as the buses, or will it be in the same lanes as the cars?
So the shuttle buses could operate as frequently as every 7 to 8 minutes between the ferry terminal, the Grand Central, and the off-site parking areas. In the peak periods, at peak times. The buses, I believe that the bus lanes are open to all buses. So the shuttle, if allowed, would take advantage of the dedicated bus lanes.
I know one of the questions we had also asked was that there seems to be a large increase in parking for this proposal versus the 2008. And I know you did answer it, and that will be on the website, but it might be interesting for people to hear the response to that question.
Right. So overall, we believe that the amount of parking that's been proposed, based on our experience, would be required for this site. But the part of the operational basis for it, is to be able to pull those cars off the street, not have them circling around the neighborhood looking for parking either on street, or in other facilities that they can quickly, get to the site and park and then reduce, any potential for further, traffic congestion in the area.
Right, and I encourage everyone to take a look at the responses that are on the gaming website. It's very informative. I think if there are no further questions, we're going to have a brief break to rearrange the stage here. And then we will start, I think, in about 5 minutes with the public hearing. Thank you. Just before we do that, I'd like to reiterate that there's going to be a no tolerance policy for heckling. We really don't appreciate it. And please try and be respectful of whoever's speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
we're
with
gonna do-
speakers. What are we losing?
Stay within the 30 minutes. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. If you find it. good. I guess even though we meet, they were not fine. Not
Before we begin the public meeting, we would like to reiterate our ground rules. This hearing is an opportunity for members of the public to offer comments. If everyone is quiet, I think you'll hear me. This is the opportunity for members of the community to offer comments on Freedom Plaza and not a venue for the public to ask questions of either the committee members or the applicant. If you wish to speak, you must sign up at the table outside this room. We are signing speakers up on a first come, first served basis and calling speakers to the mic in chronological order. Understandably, there may be a wait before your number is called. If the auditorium is already at capacity, re-entry is not guaranteed. Please be patient. Each speaker has 2 minutes to speak. A timer will be visible. Especially if the room is at capacity, we ask that you please exit after you have spoken to allow more people to enter. You may also provide your comments via email or mail. Please stop by the sign-in desk for more information. And finally, we'd like to reiterate that disruptions of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who is loud, heckling, and disturbing the proceedings will be removed from the event. The event team is in communication with the committee members and in control of entry into the auditorium and decisions around attendees. We also request that people do not clap. That takes time away from those who wish to give their comments and just extends this whole hearing. With that, we look forward towards your important participation and your comments as part of this process.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandy. Before we begin, a reminder for cell phones. Please silence them or put them on vibrate. And with that, I'd like to call speakers numbers 1 through 5 to the mic, which is on this side this time.
To members of the committee, good afternoon to all assembled. I am the Reverend Dr. Susan Johnson Cook, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm a minister, an entrepreneur, and a diplomat. I had the privilege of serving this country as the U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, and I had the privilege of serving our city as the first female chaplain for the New York City Police Department. So I've served every area of the city, and so Judeo-Christian scripture reminds us in Micah to do justice and walk humbly and love mercy. And I believe that that call extends far beyond the sanctuaries, but extends to our cities and to the projects that we're working on. And that's why I was attracted to the Freedom Plaza project. I believe that with its commitment to 40% minority and women-owned businesses, to all the affordable housing and the others that have been offered, the other opportunities, I believe it affords our city a great opportunity. It incentivizes us to do well. My family business is the longest running Black family-owned security guard agency. And so as an entrepreneur, we are looking for opportunities for people who want to work, who want to have affordable housing, and who want to participate in this city and the American dream. I wholeheartedly support the Freedom Plaza project. I believe that it has all the values that I live by, the moral compasses we live by. I believe it empowers women and minorities. I believe it lifts as we climb. And I believe it's just a great opportunity for the city of New York. So I want to repeat my support as number one today, that I am in support of the Freedom Plaza project. I am the Reverend Dr. Susan Johnson Cook, and I approve of this message. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Harris. I'm a resident of Tudor City, zip code 10017. I've been a resident for the last almost 50 years. I have a master's degree in urban planning, and I served the state of New York as an administrative law judge for 30 plus years. And I want to speak to the idea of placing a gambling casino in a residential neighborhood like ours. almost 45 years ago, we fought in our neighborhood to preserve the two parks, Tudor City parks, that were threatened by a developer. They wanted to put up high rise. And we fought a long legal battle and we preserved those parks. The Robert Moses Playground was also threatened years later, and we managed to preserve that. At this time, our neighborhood is being threatened again, and those very parks and that very playground are being threatened by an overwhelming casino development. Let's not let them say that it's just other things. They plan to put in a casino which will change the neighborhood in many ways. And very few people would want a casino brought to their neighborhood or right across the street. We look at 41st Street every day and we see, and First Avenue, and we see the added traffic and the added problems. And we also note that they chose to put the casino on the north end of their development and try and claim that it's in a certain way, it's away from the main area that they're developing.
Sir, thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Excuse me, please, reminder to please hold your applause.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Harris, zip code 10017, lifetime Tudor City resident, and I'm here to express our sincere opposition to this entire plan. No member of our community that we have ever spoken to is in any way in favor of this community having a casino put right in front of our face. We don't want it. We know this is David and Goliath, but we're fighting and we don't want it. And we urge every one of you here not to believe the fantasy world proposed by the Soleillet Corporation. The only purpose of this casino is to put millions and billions of dollars into the Soleillet Corporation pocketbook and the Mohican Indians as well. Has nothing to do with the community, and the casino is not a social service organization. And I urge you not to believe the fantasy proposed by these people and the utopia of saying there won't be traffic jam, there won't be change to the community, there won't be crime, there won't be every negative thing that this will bring to our community. This community was declared a historical landmark May 18th, 1988, and it is a historic, beautiful community where thousands of people live. We live here. It's not a commercial zone. It's not an entertainment zone. People live here and they try to have their families, raise their families here and have a life, which does not include the cheapness and the tawdiness of a casino and all the element that it brings into the neighborhood. This is totally unacceptable. And we are David and Goliath, but we're fighting, and we want you to know very clearly, we do not want this casino in our area. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. The next speaker, please.
Can we also please get speakers 6 to 10 to line up?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elder Anita Sims Rainford. I'm here through a filter of three things: skepticism, sense, and soul. When I decide whether I'm going to speak out on an issue, I use those three filters. When I hear development, I'm like, oh, skeptical. But I am in favor of this project because, from a sensible standpoint, job creation, affordable housing, grocery store, medical center, daycare, all of these are things that make a community what it is. There is going to be a casino, but I think some of us are thinking of the old seedy casinos of old time Las Vegas or something. If you've been to Mohegan Sun, it's a family friendly environment. It's not a bunch of shady characters.
Excuse me, reminder to please be respectful while others are speaking. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Lingering in the shadows. It's an entertainment center, yes, but also we're missing the point of the nonprofit benefit. the open space benefit, the size of Bryant Park, I'm hearing in the prospectus. So I think we need to consider those things as well and not only focus on what our preconceived notions are about what a casino might bring. Um, I'm I'm a former union steward, and so from the soul part of it, I'm thinking unions, excellent. We need, and I'm looking at 8,000 permanent. It's not just, oh, the construction boom and then all these people lose their jobs. These are 8,000 permanent jobs. These are sustainable housing. This is not a food desert. There's grocery stores available. We see local shopkeepers having an opportunity. So I would like for us to focus on the total picture and not perspective on one piece that we may not like. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bring this up. Hi, my name is Dennis Surratt. I'm Executive Vice President for the National Urban League. So whereas Mark was unable to attend because he had to go across the ocean, you can't hear? Can you hear me now? All right. So once again, my name is Dennis Surratt. I'm Executive Vice President for the National Urban League. And so whereas Mark was not able to attend, because he had to go across the ocean, I wanted to make sure that I was present. On behalf of the National Urban League, we do want to express our support and reinforce a couple of things. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what you already heard, but it really was meeting with the Freedom team, and they had to really convince us that this was a sound project, that they were thoughtful about jobs, that they were thoughtful about traffic, that they were thoughtful about the community benefits plan, and that it was trackable and traceable and in collaboration with the community. If it was not going to be in collaboration with the community, the National Urban League would not be in. But because of that, and because of our experience in doing these kinds of things in communities across the country, then we said, okay, we'll do that. And the first test for that is as we go into 2026 to deal with the first layers of funds that need to go out into the community. But first, it's meeting with the community leaders here to make sure that their voices are heard and understood. So our role in this is not only for the jobs that it can create, it is to enforce community health. I'm not here as somebody from New Orleans, let me just say. I'm a born and bred New Yorker, born and raised here in Manhattan with 5 daughters. I said 5. All right, that go to school here in Manhattan and live around here. So this to me is personal. So this is making sure that as we develop this, it's done mindfully, thoughtfully, and in collaboration. If we do this, we have to do it right. That's the message I want to present here from the National Urban. Thank you very much.
Can I hold this? 6. I don't need that. Thank you. My name's Jason. I've been involved in the gaming industry for 29 years, and I've been involved in multiple gaming organizations from Mississippi and to the Mohegan Sun, which brought me to Connecticut. I've been associated with Mohegan Sun now for 4 years, and I must tell you that I've never been associated with a company who cares about their employees and the community the way that this company does. They truly take it to the next level by always having some sort of drive going on for the United Way and the community, even having food drives during the holidays, and also lots of support for myself and my fellow veterans. I know that there's concerns about traffic. Um, the best thing that I could tell you is what I tell people all the time. In all my years in the gaming industry, the Mohegan Sun truly gets it. They get it and they will do it right. They will take care of those concerns that you guys may have. If you were to approve the Mohegan Sun's proposal, I think you would be making a great decision for your community. Thank you.
Reminder for cell phones, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen, and I'm speaking more on a personal level. I know that many of you out there are either opposed or are in. When I was asked to do this event, by my peers at Mohegan Sun, I thought, why me? Why'd you ask me to do it? There's 5,000 employees. Why do you want me to? And after thinking about it for a while, I thought, why not? Mohegan Sun has been a big part of my life for, gosh, the last 25 years. I was a day one employee, and I got that job as I was going through a divorce, trying to raise a baby by myself. I got a job and worked in the Cove, which was a restaurant in Mohegan Sun. And I got remarried. My husband's job took us to the other side of Connecticut, and I had to leave after 13 years. And it was very sad for me because I had made many friends. I had built a career there, and we left. After 12 years, my husband retired, and we decided to move back to the area. And because of those relationships that I had at Mohegan Sun, I returned, and I've been there for the last 4 years. My husband had retired, and all these years I've been talking about Mohegan Sun and the loyalty that I have to it. And he took a job there after many years of being in the corporate world, loves being an employee at Mohegan Sun, gets to work in the arena, gets to interact with people on such a different level. And it has given my family a great opportunity over the years. And that's just my personal opinion.
Hello, my name is Sandra Olick. I truly feel we cannot pass up this opportunity to build Freedom Plaza. How exciting it will be to see this project rising up from an empty area that will improve the surroundings in so many ways. Additional police presence, increased business opportunities for new and existing ones. For the tenants living in affordable housing, a playground, a park, a museum will bring such a wonderful new area to live in and enjoy. When this project is complete, it will be an integral part of this city. I am not opposed to the casino as it will bring much needed revenue to this area. Plus, additional police presence will add safety to all living and working here. In conclusion, this new and needed project, when established, will truly add so much for so many. Let us all band together and show enthusiasm for this forward thinking and new exciting project. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shakil. Uh, I'm in support of the Freedom Plaza, and Mohegan Sun is a family-oriented workplace. Multiple generations work side by side, not often seen in any other companies today. The younger generation actually want to work at Mohegan to follow in their parents' footsteps. Example, my son been working in Mohegan Sun from 2011. Growing up, he saw how the casino treated his dad and was happy to make a career out of working there also. And my daughter worked in a various position in Mohegan Sun while she completed her studies in University of Connecticut. Mohegan Sun is not just a face um, that corporation does not care about their employees. When tough time comes, the leadership, management, they're always willing to help you. Like one of my friends, Zach, he came back after 18 months to come back to work when he has a health problem, and then Mohegan took it back and then gave him the same position as he's working right now. And Mohegan Sun also about the community. We have employees from every corner of the globe. Every employee's background and ethnicity is put in a spotlight and celebrated as a team. Mohegan takes pride in our diversity. Management team always open and they have a full open door policy for us. If we have any problem, we can go to our supervisor and director level, and even our gaming general manager, Jeff Hamilton. He will take care of things right away. We have a real culture at Mohegan Sun. Each individual has a voice. and is treated with respect. So being here in Mohegan Sun 22 years, and my personal observation, this is the big best for our life.
Thank you very much, sir. You're out time. Thank you. Can we also get speakers numbers 11 through 15 to sign up, to line up?
Hi, my name is Dr. Nargis Schmidt, and I had business in this area on the 40th Street for 20 years. I became a part of a community, and all my patients, usually from the area, but actually from all over the city, but they became friends. I remember that during COVID pandemic, which wasn't that long ago, I was coming to work as an essential worker every day, and I saw this empty streets, and it was scary. And I told myself that ever in my life, if I see traffic, I will never complain. I'm in support of this project. I think it's a wonderful project. I understand the issues that may come with it, but I think to get something good, we have to go through something. And I think it's really good for the neighborhood. I think it's really good for the community. And I think it's good for the city.
Good afternoon. I would like to start off with a word from the Mohegan language.
Excuse me. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Akwe. While there is no literal translation, the closest that I can say is that it means welcome, but not welcome in the way that you're used to hearing that word used. It's it's more of a promise. I promise you that I am going to work hard to help you to feel welcome with me and around me. And I also trust you. I trust that you're going to work hard to do the same for me. And I can tell you that in the 24 years that I have worked at Mohegan Sun, the spirit of Akwe has been there every day. And I I want I want to try to help you to understand that the version of me that walked into Mohegan Sun 24 years ago was struggling. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I didn't know who I was, and I certainly didn't know where I was going. And what I found was an organization that cared about helping me to be the best version of myself. I was given an opportunity to learn and to grow and to occasionally make some mistakes along the way, uh, and always to learn from them. And it has made me a better team member, a better husband and father, a better man, and a better member of my community. And I cannot wait to see what this project will do for your community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Lozon, and I'd like to speak in support of this project. I've been visiting Mohegan Sun since I was little, and over the last 2.5 years, I've been fortunate enough to be a Mohegan Sun team member. Through my experience, both as a guest and a team member, I've come to know that people choose Mohegan Sun because they know they'll receive a world-class experience and feel that we truly invest in them. The only way we are able to invest in our guests is by first investing in our team members. Mohegan Sun is a beautiful property, but it's nothing without the people inside it. Our team members are empowered to shape the Mohegan experience and make it even better. Through our Tangible Improvement Program and the Team Member Involvement Committee, of which I have the pleasure of overseeing, we give employees a platform to share concerns and propose ideas to make their work experience better. When their ideas are implemented, they can earn $250, $500, or even $1,000. Not only do we empower our team members to make Mohegan Sun better, we want them to have fun and celebrate the great work that they do. In my role, I get the privilege of helping our team members have fun, whether that be through our team member talent show, team member summer kickoff party, our culture week where we celebrate our diversity, and so much more. Growing up, I was always told to work hard and play hard, and I never thought I'd work somewhere where that would be true, but Mohegan Sun does just that. By allowing our team members to play hard, it motivates them to put their best foot forward each and every day for our guests. Team members are truly the heart of our business, and their contributions are deeply valued. Although I've only been in the working world for a few years, I can personally attest to this. Many of my colleagues have invested in me and helped me grow over the last 2.5 years. I've never experienced another company that cares more about its employees. I hope that my experience will be shared with several future team members through this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cassandra, and I'm currently the meeting service concierge. So basically, the liaison between the client and our team. Growing across Mohegan Sun, I remember the excitement of going to the arcade and going out to eat with my family on the weekend as a kid. Mohegan Sun is the reason why I wanted to enter in the event management slash entertainment industry. It was the first time I ever saw my culture close to home without having to drive 2 hours. I started my career off as an intern and was privileged enough to get a job in my major right after college. I was an intern in HR where I got to see firsthand how all the great things that Mohegan Sun offers their employees, like free tickets to Six Flags and movies. But it's not also just a workplace, but it's a community. I've seen people stay long after work just to play pool with their coworker, but I truly believe that I wouldn't be in this position right now if it wasn't for my manager. During my internship, he helped me network and learn the ins and outs of Mohegan Sun, but he was not only just a manager, he also was the person I called when I almost crashed my car, because that's the type of people that Mohegan Sun hire. Now I get the privilege to make other people happy when they choose us as their vendor, and I can't wait to see where my career takes me and where Mohegan goes in the future. Thank you.
Excuse me, before the next speaker, the rules insist that we conduct this meeting with a sense of decency towards each other and respect. I would say, particularly those in the front row, we are hearing comments made on microphone, and it is both distracting from the speaker at the time, and it's distracting to our process. We would just ask that everybody, please be mindful of a process that can afford everybody the right and the opportunity to speak and be respected. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan McDermott. I'm speaking in support of this project. I've been a team member at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut for 7 years. My perspective is a little different than a lot of employees in that I'm not a Mohegan lifer. Many others have been with Mohegan for over a decade, starting in entry-level roles and working their way up over the years. Lots of team members have family and friends that work for the organization. It's a company most of us would recommend in a heartbeat. From a community perspective, Mohegan has donated millions to the surrounding area. Team members are constantly offered opportunities to volunteer, to donate, to participate in community events, from cultural events to heart walks to food drives, toy drives around the holidays, and so much more. For property guests, free events are hosted throughout the year that draw in tens of thousands. Concerts, family fun days, holiday events, hiring fairs for veterans, and blood drives. The culture and benefits they offer to employees in the surrounding area are unlike anything I've seen in the other organizations I've worked for. They provide free lunch to all employees, a free gym on site, an employee gas station, and a convenience store that provide goods at cost to all team members. They also offer free and low cost access to training, education, degrees, and graduate programs for some of the best schools in the country. Mohegan offers countless benefits for employees' families as well. A daycare that provides childcare for employees and community members, healthcare facilities to provide access to primary and specialty care, a discount program that includes services at dozens of area businesses. All of this wouldn't be the case if Mohegan didn't genuinely care about their team and the surrounding community. It's an organization that consistently steers their resources towards causes that matter. I have no doubt that if New York does decide to move forward, that they would see immediate impact and countless benefits from this relationship for decades to come. There truly is a culture that exists with Mohegan that shines through in everything they do.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you. Can I also have speakers 16 through 20 line up?
Hello, my name is Linda Kovics, and I'm a resident of the East Side where my husband and I grew our
businesses, and raised our children. I am in favor of Freedom Plaza for many reasons. I'm excited about the proposal because it offers so many new and exciting opportunities for myself and my friends. Having a new park in the area will give us a chance to enjoy some green space, which is desperately needed. A museum is also a great addition to the area. A plan for a new supermarket is always welcomed. Having an entertainment facility will definitely help fill up the many empty stores that are all over the east side. We really need something that will bring new businesses and help the local businesses that are struggling to survive. I especially like the idea that there will be affordable housing. We truly need apartments that people could actually afford. A casino that will be underground shows that the builders have respect for their neighbors and gave this a great amount of thought. I also think that new police presence will be a welcome in the area. We need new places to go and enjoy our lives. The city has gotten stale, and there's nothing to encourage new projects that will revitalize the areas. If we want to keep our neighbors in New York, we need Freedom Plaza.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Derek Williams. I am in favor of this project. I am from Mohegan Sun, Connecticut. I've worked at Mohegan Sun for 29 years. I've been a day one team member. Not 29 long years, but 29 years that have really truly moved along for me. It's been a blessing in my life. I have three kids that I'm responsible for and their education, and I've been able to successfully take care of them over time. I have one daughter that's finishing up her studies as to be a doctor for the future. So I'm praying that that happens. One thing I love about Mohegan Sun is simply the opportunities that it has provided for me as well as many of our team members. I came in marketing in the marketing area. From there, went into hotel operations, to transportation, and now in human resources. All opportunities to serve our team members as well as our guests that come to visit us. It truly is an honor to be there and to be in a place where our team members are very passionate. We have a culture where we are willing and ready to serve all of our guests and to serve each other. So we take great pride in that. We are a diverse workforce, and we are committed to creating an environment that is equitable and inclusive for all of our team members. We celebrate our differences. We really enjoy having special activities that really support our cultures and really show off our differences and what we all bring to the table. So that uniqueness that we have really contributes to our positive success that we enjoy at all times. Our CEO and president was on the stage, Ray Pino. I remember actually having a situation occur where I needed to talk to him. So I gave him a call at 11 o'clock at night to say I needed assistance with a guest. He picked up his phone, was readily available to serve. We have servant leaders at Mohegan Sun, and we're really, really happy to be here to serve in New York as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Arthur Jerry Kremer. I'm a 30 plus year resident of the East Side. I'm a consultant on this project. I'm a 23-year veteran of the New York State Assembly, and I was chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. 30 years have gone by, and the city has done nothing to give this community green space, workforce housing, retail stores, increased job opportunities. The tall buildings have been built and built and built, and the builders walk away and give you nothing. This is the only proposal that contains written commitments for affordable housing, written commitments for the East Side community, $250 million over 20 years, and the promise of new jobs. It provides 18,000 square feet of green space, a museum, daycare facilities, and the introduction of modern and state local safety measures. The Freedom Plaza team has had over 75 minutes with the local community, which is a rarity in most projects, if ever at all. The Soloviev family has been a good neighbor here for over 25 years, philanthropically contributing to so many various projects, and the community is well aware of it. They've been a good neighbor. They're going to continue to be a good neighbor. This proposal, in my opinion, will uplift the community, increase real estate values, create new green space to help the community here, and a lot of other things that do nothing compared to all the other pending proposals. Last week, a mother of a 3-year-old spoke at the Westside Casino hearing. She asked why the casino could not be underground. She got no answer. And then she stated, I'm trying to raise a family here. We need green space, supermarkets, and affordable housing. We need places where my 3-year-old can live, play, and thrive. I believe that Freedom Plaza fits the bill for all of these needs. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not gonna lie, I'm terrified to speak right now, but I've worked at, oh, sorry. I've worked at Mohegan Sun. October 1st will be my 18th year there, and they have turned into my family. I started when I was 19 years old as a restaurant host, working the grave shift. And if any of you have ever worked a grave shift at a restaurant or entertainment place, it's could be a fun place to work, but it can also be very long hours. I moved my way up, and I think the most part of my story was in 2016, um, when I was put into a medically induced coma, and Mohegan Sun was right by my side. They helped my mother and my husband navigate through any HR paperwork that needed to be done. Um, my boss would call to check in on me, and I had to be out of work for 6 months, and they stood by me and saved my job when they didn't have to. Um, I will forever be grateful for that. Now I can raise my 3-year-old son in an environment that I feel comfortable bringing him into to visit my coworkers. And it's really just been a wonderful opportunity for me and my family to work there. So thank you for your afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Chuck. I work for Mohegan Sun. Like I said, I've been doing marketing for 20 something years. I worked for big casino before. Like I said, most casinos always said that they commitment to the team, commitment to the community. But like I said, a lot of people talk the talk, but Mohegan Sun, what I I feel they really walk the walk. Like I said, happened to me personally because I just joined the company recently, but uh, I was hired on February, but for personal reason, I have to ask to unhire, and then we hired 6 months ago again. So like I said, the company really trusts you and really hold. How many company hold your spot for you for 6 months and then welcome you with open arms? Okay, and then also last 2 days I've been running around doing a lot of community service. Yesterday I went to Lower Manhattan to attend a meeting with the Chinese Business Association and also Better Chinatown Society. I went in because I'm not asked to do it, because I volunteered to do it, because I believe Mohegan Sun want to give back to the community. I travel 6 hours back and forth one trip, and then I'm going to go to another event tonight because I believe that the company with heart and soul and really give back to the community is doing something right. I'm a New Yorker. My family live here. My mother-in-law, my kid live here, and then I believe that they try to do the right thing. There's a lot of pros and cons having a casino in the New York City, but you have to really understand is the pros outweigh the cons. We are smart. New York people are smart. We can figure out what is good and what is not good for you. Trust me, we need to change. Like I said, if ink break, don't fix it. But we post COVID, we need a change. We need a company with heart and soul and with commitment to make us better again. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Can I have speakers 21 through 25 line up, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeffrey Sayedge. I work with Black Pearl Investments, one of the many financiers for this project. As I addressed you the last time that we were meeting here today, I'd like to recommit our firm's position on this project that we are willing to help with and ease the current traffic congestion issues that are being raised here today. What was said earlier by Mr. Hirschman and by his team, how we're looking to increase busing and transit and issues, etc. We're here to commit upwards to an additional $9.5 billion on top of the $500 million that you're going to get. So a grand total of $10 billion in order to complete the Second Avenue subway station. That's something that's desperately needed in this community. As someone who used to work with the United Nations, I used to walk from the UN all the way to Grand Central. Not that far of a walk, but when you're walking in rain, sleet, and snow, you really destroy a couple of shoes here and there. And this is something that could absolutely help a lot of the diplomats and a lot of the people that work in the area get to and from Grand Central, and especially for the residents to get up and downtown. So once again, we're here in support of this project. We're here ready and willing to help and commit. And I want to thank everybody here today for their time. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Stiefel. So, at one point in my life, I, like many others, came to New York looking for opportunity. I went to school at John Jay, go Bloodhounds. I went to City College, go Beavers. And I moved and lived in a lot of different boroughs. I think something you should know about me. I'm Filipino, half Filipino. So, there's three things that we cherish above all: food, karaoke, and family. By extension, family also meaning the community, right? We give back, we do what we can because we know that when you take care of you, you take care of me. We look out for each other. Now, full disclosure, I actually grew up in Uncasville, Connecticut, right next to Mohegan Sun. I did. I'm Filipino. I mean, there's a huge community there, but I also know there's a community here. And I know that something important to me when I lived here in New York, worked a lot of jobs, there's one thing that was always missing, and that it was that sense of family. I always learned from my mom, look for people who look for you or look out for you. And I moved around, worked a lot of places, and I still couldn't quite find the one place that looked out for me. A friend called me up and said, "Hey, they're hiring." I gave it a shot. Come next month, it's gonna be my 8th year actually. And the craziest thing is that I'm probably the least senior there. There's people 15 day oneers, and there's one reason why. It's that sense of community that I found, and the reason why I'm still there to this day. It's because they give back. Food drives, Habitat for Humanity, all the things that they do to give back to the people, not just at Mohegan, but the surrounding areas. I can be my true authentic self. And outside of all the promises that they've made and they've written down, I know that every single day I'm able to do what I can to give back to my community. And that's why I support this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliet. I'm in support of this project. I'm an employee at Mohegan Sun, but at one time I was also a resident here in Manhattan. I attended university here. I worked many jobs here. I worked in nonprofits. I worked and volunteered in children's hospitals, elderly care, many different roles, special needs. I saw many different walks of life. I am fully in support of this project because I saw the way community is important here, and that directly translates to my job and my community at Mohegan. I went home to Uncasville during the pandemic from here, obviously heartbroken to leave this beautiful city, but I found a community at Mohegan Sun. Was promoted within months, and they really provide a community not only for their employees internally, but externally. They offer fundraising projects, different volunteer opportunities. I was able to further my education, and that directly impacts the community around us. Like many others have said, we do toy drives, we do volunteer programs, we do so much for the community, and I wholeheartedly believe that that will directly translate into here in New York City. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen here how the community is impacted, how we come together, and how we unite. And Mohegan Sun directly promotes the exact same benefits and quality of life that I think they should bring to this community here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Paul, and I serviced in Mohegan Sun for 18 years. My day one to here, and I thank you because it's like after my first year, John Mohegan Sun, this is a financial crisis, 2008, and through the help from the HR and the Mohegan Sun, I also have my family right through the pandemic. Here's why we are here as a living proof to tell everybody. A promise keep, a promise made, a promise keep. Mohegan Sun offer me an opportunity to work and also contribute back to the community. Through the employment, and I'm able to like raise my family. I'm able to put my wife and my two boys through the college, and she's a test pro. And also, my both my son is a art designer. They contribute back to the community. And also, one thing that I can like share with everybody, when Mohegan Sun help a big party called Jackson and Barrett is a like auto sale. All of a sudden has thousands of people like pour into the local community with the heavy load of traffic, but we are able to manage it with the help and with a like good coordination with the community. We work it out. So I don't think there's any like trouble for the traffic for any area with Mohegan Sun their management team. And also we can tell without the Mohegan their help, and we really cannot ride through the hardship of like 2008, the financial crisis and the pandemic. And also Mohegan Sun is built with this New York area. We constantly have the last 20 years, I constantly have the exposure and also like support this area. That's what I can share with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're with the Point Community Development Corporation, and we're here to support the Freedom Plaza project. The Point is a nonprofit community center located in the Hunts Point section of the South Bronx. Our focus is on arts and culture, youth empowerment, and environmental justice. For the past decade, the Point has operated Blank Plate, a wellness and culinary arts training program serving teens in our community. This program offers participants the basics of food safety, food prep, cooking and baking, early cultivation for those interested in roles in the industry. Today, our graduates serve as corporate caterers, pastry chefs, and leaders in kitchens across the region. For many of these grads, a family-sustaining job in the industry is an extremely rare commodity. Kitchen jobs in this city are typically low-paying with few benefits and few opportunities for advancement. And union jobs in the industry are, as we've been told, a thing of the past. So we are thrilled to learn about Mohegan's plan to bring 8,000 union jobs to New York City, including 1,200 unionized culinary positions. We've met with the Mohegan leadership team and toured the culinary spaces at the Mohegan Sun, and we're proud to be a part of their planned workforce development ecosystem, which will provide on-campus, which will provide on-ramps to these jobs in the communities that need them. A meaningful family-sustaining union job can change lives, raise families, pay mortgages, and send children to college. The children at the Point and in other underserved neighborhoods around our city deserve no less. Thank you.
Can I get speakers 26 to 30 to line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda, and I am not an employee of Mohegan Sun, but instead I am a resident of First Avenue. I'm here today in strong support of the Freedom Plaza because this isn't just another development. It's an opportunity to finally turn First Avenue into a destination, one that benefits our residents, eases pressures during UN week, and protects the values of the homes people have worked so hard to afford. First, let's talk about United Nations Week. After all, it is right around the corner. Every year, the same thing happens. Traffic snarls, motorcades clog Midtown, and First Avenue is treated like a pass through. But Freedom Plaza changes that. With a world class hotel, casino, restaurants, and conference space, we create a hub where dignitaries can stay and gather, keeping activity centralized and relieving surrounding neighborhoods. Instead of adding to the congestion, we become part of the solution. Second, this project brings amenities First Avenue has never had. Right now, people don't want to live here, not because of the location, but because there's nothing here. No parks, no restaurants, minimal nightlife, no destination. That hurts home values and disincentivizes families from staying. Freedom Plaza brings life, retail, green space, and jobs. Things that raise property values and make the neighborhood truly livable. Third, this plan is smart about traffic. It includes real transportation management, on site parking, dedicated shuttles, and active coordination with the city. This is not a burden, it's an upgrade to our local infrastructure. In closing, Freedom Plaza is a chance to lift up First Avenue, to protect property values, attract world attention, and give residents a neighborhood they can be proud of. Let's stop being overlooked. Let's become a destination. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Willard, and I started at Mohegan Sun just about 12 years ago. Through my journey with Mohegan Sun, I was able to work closely with our president and general manager, Jeff Hamilton, who set an incredible example to give back to my local community. He started the affinity group called Young Leaders as part of United Way in Southeastern Connecticut, which contributes volunteers and fundraises for our community. With his support, I became more involved and after a few years was nominated to become the chair of the Young Leaders. I served the group in that role for 3 years, and with the support of the Mohegan tribe, we were able to raise over $30,000 to benefit all of our impact areas, which I feel are, common good, healthy community, youth opportunity, financial security, and community resiliency. Consistent with our culture in Connecticut, the Freedom Plaza plan includes a commitment to the creation of a community reinvestment fund, which I know you guys are very familiar with. Every year, $5 million derived from the net gaming profits will be driven back into the local community through community programs, civic initiatives, and local nonprofits, just like United Way of New York City. Mohegan Tribe has always been a pillar of support in the local community, and they truly live by their philosophy they call the spirit of Aquay, which emphasizes mutual respect, cooperation, and building relationships. The tribe directly donates to charitable organizations, engages in volunteerism and board service, spearheads educational and cultural initiatives, and is active in leading social responsibility activities. Other beneficiaries from the Community Reinvestment Fund include education for public schools and after-school programs, art and cultural programs, and a focus on supporting and uplifting local residents with affordable housing programming. All of these recipients cumulatively affect the quality of life for the community and uplift the standard of living. I have great hope for the continuing growth in New York City, and this impactful expansion has the potential to benefit so many deserving people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Grunner, and I'm a local 3 IBEW member. I'm here in support of the Freedom Project. Creates, 17,000 union jobs, which provide financial security for families and things like healthcare and safety training and safe work practices. Not only that, with with over half of its affordable housing units, that's a crazy ratio in the industry, and that's unheard of. No company is ever going to put more than half of their units as affordable housing. That shows how much they care about the community and care about this city's affordable housing crisis. And more importantly, the 2% community reinvestment program that that's going to put money that the community truly needs, and it's being controlled by an outside source, so it'll go to where the community really needs it. So it just shows how much they care, and I'm totally in support of them. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I just wanted to quickly speak on what it is like to have a casino in your backyard. First, maybe you may not realize it is illegal in New York and in Connecticut to gamble while you work. So if you are afraid of this company store aspect that doesn't exist, you're not going to get your paycheck and put it into a slot machine. It's illegal in both states. So just wanted to make sure you realize that. 75% of Mohegan Sun's customers live closer to a different casino. Um, when my friends and family, all of my residents in Norwich, the next town over, if we do go to Mohegan or to Foxwoods, the other casino next to us, it is not to gamble. You get used to having that casino and you realize really quickly the main attraction to the casino is not to gamble when you live right next door. We go there only for the restaurants and stores. 40 restaurants that would not be in Uncasville, Connecticut without our casino. My favorite restaurant at Mohegan Sun is a locally owned bakery. Before we had only Starbucks to go to. And as soon as we moved Sift in Mystic, Connecticut, shout out, as soon as Sift became one of our tenants, we don't visit Starbucks anymore. So we support local. I think that's everything. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hello, my name is Miguel, and I want to thank you all for being here and taking the time to listen to our feedback. I am a Mohegan Sun employee. I've been employed for over 3 years now. I was born and raised in Honduras, came here about 15 years ago, and started with Mohegan 3 years, um, which has felt like I've worked there forever. And then when I first came in, I asked why I felt this way, and it's because the way they welcome their employees, not just the employees, everyone that comes through the door, um, and the way then we get treated and respected. Our open door policy is what really take from them. It's because they listen to you and um, they reward you with whatever you bring to their table. As my peers have mentioned before, we have a program called Tangible Improvement. Then, if you have a great idea, you get rewarded, and I believe so far we have awarded thousands of dollars, and as well as the opportunity to give back to the community. It's really that I never seen before in any other community. Um, and we get to donate through our paychecks instead of put it into the slots. We get to put it back to the community, and I'm really hopeful then the New York area, the Freedom Plaza, gets to experience that as well. And thank you. Have a great day.
Can I have speakers 31 through 35 line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Jordan. I'm a business representative of Local Union Number 3, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Local 3 represents nearly 28,000 members. I am here today on behalf of Business Manager Christopher Erickson, the officers and the members of Local 3 to express our support for the Freedom Plaza Casino project. Their vision is an investment in the community as well as the city and state, with over 4 acres of open space, a museum, housing, hotels, dining, and gaming, just to name a few. Not to mention the thousands of permanent jobs that will be created. Their commitment to build with building trades union labor ensures that the tradesmen and tradeswomen employed on the project will earn good union wages and benefits to support their family. I would like to thank you for your time and ask for your support on this project.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, my fellow community members. My name is Len Capicato. I'm a proud IBW Local 3 electrician. I'm here today to advocate for the Freedom Plaza project, a tremendous opportunity for our city. This project isn't just a building, it's a commitment to New York workforce and its future. First and foremost, let's talk about jobs. The Freedom Plaza project is a massive $11.1 billion investment into Manhattan's east side that will create roughly 26,000 high quality union jobs during the construction. That's a huge investment in our community, one that provides real opportunities for my brothers and sisters in the building trades and a pathway to a secure future. Once complete, it will create thousands of permanent jobs in hospitality, maintenance, and more, all with promise to good union protections, wages, and benefits. This is about more than just a paycheck. It's about stability, healthcare, secure retirement for thousands of New Yorkers, generating an estimated $3.2 billion a year in economic activity for our city. This project is also what we can get as a community. The developers have pledged a return of 2% on their gaming profits annually and a community reinvestment fund. This fund projected to generate over $200 million in 20 years to support local priorities like housing, workforce development, arts, and youth programs. Additionally, Mohegan Momentum Partnership will drive guest and visitor engagement with local businesses, boosting revenue for New York City local establishments and expanding their customer base. The plan includes over 1,000 residential units, 500 permanently affordable housing, the largest number of new affordable units in Midtown in over a decade. These homes are designed to support walk to work lifestyle with integrated retail, daycare, immediate park access, and the project also features 5 acres of publicly accessible waterfront open space
transforming a 2-decade-long vacant lot into a vibrant destination with playgrounds.
Thank you very much. You're at time.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Cleveland Cyrus, proud local Union 3 member, and I stand in strong support of this project. Looking at the residential possibilities in the 500 homes, which is great for New York City, the tremendous park space that they're going to build, the daycare that's available for families that can't afford to stay home, and your daycare is very needed. Playgrounds and adequate area for pet lovers. I'm a pet lover myself, so that's always a plus. And also the tremendous job opportunities for the city. I stand in strong support. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis McSpadden, and you guessed it, I'm another local 3 brother. I stand here united. I support the Freedom Plaza, $11 billion investment, thousands of jobs created, 5 acres of waterfront, additional affordable housing proposed, increased shuttle buses, mass transit, etc. Community reinvestment fund. Listen, I know the argument. No one ever wants a project built in their backyard. Okay? I've been a part of it. I lived in Yonkers for many years with Empire Casino, which is right next to a residential neighborhood, and they did their best to do it. And it's still coming, and it's giving money to the city of Yonkers. Okay? New York City does need jobs and revenue, and I think it's a no-brainer. I support the Freedom Plaza. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Joey Foland. I am in support of the Freedom Project. Yes, I am a 29-year employee from Mohegan Sun before anybody says anything. I'm proud to work there. It's provided for me, my family. Um, the medical insurance has been phenomenal. It's been life savings for me. 2 times cancer survivor. As you've heard, when we're sick, injured, they support you. They're there for you. They make sure you have a job when you are mended and can get back to work. Mohegan Sun is a family. We are a team, welcoming, friendly, fun place to work. We build relationships, knowing everyone by name. We take time to smile, talk, and help one another. If you've been to Disney, you know what it's like to be at Disney. That is our culture. We welcome everybody. If you walk around our property, you see all kinds of meanings. The trees have leaves for fall, and on the floor, everything is resemblance of nature. It's welcoming. Mohegan practices promoting from within. Through my career, I've had the pleasure to work with many great leaders in multiple areas: marketing, finance, entertainment, food and beverage, human resources. I continue to grow and learn, and thankful for this company every day. My most and greatest rewarding part of my career is recruiting new team members. Sorry. Working with agencies to hire clients with disabilities from Viability, VRS, and going to high schools, colleges. We hire, train, mentor team members, we grow them in their current path at Mohegan Sun. I am proud to say I work at Mohegan Sun. It wasn't built in my backyard, but I can say a different casino was. I hear and understand your concerns. I grew up with people fighting casinos in their backyard, and I'm one to tell you that if you say no,
Thank you very much. You're at time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can I get speakers 36 to 40 to line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Brown. I'm also a local 3 electrician, and I believe in this Freedom Project. Without development, there's no future in New York. Future in New York relies on development, and without development, where are we going from there? Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Cheap seats in the back? Yeah? All right. Hi, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to Mohegan about my home, Mohegan Sun Resort Casino in Uncasville, Connecticut. Yes, another person from Mohegan Sun. Come visit. We're super fun. We took the party bus. I just want to let you know I'm Shauna. I'm a bartender and I live 5 minutes from this casino. Quick backstory: grew up in Uncasville, BC, before casinos. One of my first jobs was in 1997 at Mohegan Sun. Before Mohegan, there was no jobs. It was like two factories and a couple of cheap jobs. That was it. So I moved. I came back. I got a job. My mom and my stepdad, they were day one employees. They worked there till they retired. Um, I worked in the coin department and then I worked in Michael Jordan's, one of the world class restaurants that they have there at the casino. One day my friend called me and said, "Hey, come to banquets." That was in 2018. It's great. It was awesome. I got to throw a party every night. Then COVID happened. Mohegan Sun closed, and I knew that that was serious because they don't close. They don't shut their doors. They offered support to their team, PPE, food, everything they could do during that scary time. Fast forward, we're doing better than ever. We're back. It's awesome. They provided so much to the community. Slot revenue goes to the state for roads and schools. They reinvest in the community. They have a health center, police department, fire departments, local safe parks, walking trails, playgrounds for children. Some of my favorite places, Fort Shantok. Because of Mohegan Sun, I bought a home. I afford life for me and my kids. They offer discounts. They give food. Even the years I didn't work for Mohegan, I still went to visit. It's a great place to shop, see a show, get a delicious meal. It's a great place to work. They take care of you. The decor there is intentional and respectful of those that came before us, the Mohegan tribe and their culture. I remember before Mohegan Sun was built and there was so much opposition, telling you, have the vision, see it through. I support this project. Good luck. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is DiMaggio Comfort, and I am a proud employee of Mohegan Sun. I got to be honest, I'm very surprised to hear the negative comments around the room throughout the presentation today. As someone that has lived in New York for a short period of time and someone that has family still living in the city, we can all agree that there's two problems with the city. It's very hard to find affordable housing and a well-paying job. And I think this project is a great continuation of improving upon these issues. Originally, I was going to talk about what it's like to be an employee at Mohegan Sun, but after hearing the concerns around the room, I now realize that that isn't many people's concern, and it's more about the community impact. Yes, the neighborhood will change, but it will not be for the worse. Growing up around Mohegan Sun, it's hard not to be in favor of this project because I've seen the positive impact Mohegan has made, not only for the community and the towns, or sorry, for the community and the towns surrounding. I have worked in many different places, including another casino, and I can say honestly that the experiences do not compare. To me, Mohegan isn't just a casino, but it is a place where people are celebrated, supported, and welcomed. And I think this neighborhood will be lucky to experience the sense of belonging and excitement Mohegan brings to the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Castro, and I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Queens Community House, a nonprofit serving 28,000 New Yorkers annually through older adult centers, after-school programs, eviction prevention services, and workforce initiatives, specifically a culinary training program called Queens Connect. Although Queens is our home base, young people from across the city come to us because of our wraparound case management model. We don't just prepare people for a single job, we walk alongside them as they explore careers and build skills, understanding that today's path to stability are rarely linear. That is why we support Freedom Plaza. This 11 billion East Midtown investment will generate 8,000 permanent union jobs, including 1,200 culinary positions. To connect these opportunities with those who need them the most, Mohegan will partner with community based organizations like QCH to build a robust workforce development network, and Queens Connect will be a principal recruiter and training partner for the culinary positions born from this project. What's most impressive is Freedom Plaza's community first approach, a clear collaborative timeline with organizations like ours, nearly 5 acres of new park space, and significant funding for local nonprofits, at least 250 million over 20 years. This isn't a passing promise. It's a thoughtful plan to deliver lasting benefits to working families and neighborhoods across our city. QCH is eager to scale up our job training programs to fill these new positions, and we know that there are many young people in our community seeking employment who would benefit from these opportunities. On behalf of Queens Community House, I urge your support for Freedom Plaza. Together, we can make this development a model for inclusive economic growth where investment, opportunity, and community go hand in hand. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Rich Reynelso. I'm the Chief Lending Officer at Company Capital. This is my third time testifying in favor of this project, and I would do so again and again if asked. Our mission is to serve capital and businesses in New York City. We support refugee, immigrant, and women entrepreneurs of New York City. We've been doing this since 1997. We lend from $1,000 to $350,000. We have a staff that's fluent in 15 languages and dialects. We offer classes and one-on-one training exercises for all our small business entrepreneurs. As of September 30th, 2024, we've lent over $68 million. That's over 10,000 businesses, 2,700 jobs, and retained 11,000 jobs. We are in favor of this project. Our organization has proudly signed the letter of intent for the Freedom Plaza. We even went to Mohegan Sun and we're very impressed with the staff and the hospitality amongst everyone. We take this responsibility seriously and we vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Can I please get speakers 41 through 45 to line up?
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Horkey from Uncasville, and I chose to speak with you today to highlight how work at Mohegan has positively impacted my community, starting with my family. After nearly a decade as a stay-at-home mom, my mother joined my father in Mohegan Sun's arena to start a new chapter of her life. This decision launched a career she never imagined for herself. Through hard work and dedication, she advanced from an entry-level role she began at almost 40 years old to a supervisor overseeing sports and entertainment events. Because of my parents' positive experience and my close proximity to the resort, I worked as a barista during my university breaks. When I was unsure of my career path, I remembered a moment in high school when my friends and I realized nearly all of our parents worked at Mohegan Sun. We lived happy, comfortable lives in Montville, regardless of our parents' job titles, because of the opportunities Mohegan provided. I decided to pivot my studies to work specifically in the Mohegan Sun's Human Resources Department, which is a story I haven't told my colleagues because it sounds fake, but it is the truth. In Uncasville, I live in a traffic-free, family-oriented neighborhood made up of largely Mohegan Sun workers. Leadership at Mohegan recognizes that success depends on collaborating with communities, and local enforcement. As a proud second generation Mohegan Sun worker, I stand here to say if you grant Mohegan this opportunity, it will dedicate itself to ensuring your families and neighbors thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Moore Murray, and I'm a resident of Tudor City. Me and my neighbors are strongly opposed to the proposed construction of a casino in our cherished neighborhood. Tudor City is a landmark district that many people refer to as an oasis in our great city. A casino would certainly put the unique charm of Tudor City at risk. Traffic conditions, as mentioned earlier, are typically congested between 38th and 41st Street along First Avenue. In fact, First Avenue is one of the busiest congested avenues in New York City. There are times of the day where the average speed is 5.2 miles per hour. Can you imagine what it will be like with the addition of these visitors and the visitors' vehicles that take them there? We cannot afford the additional toll on our area or on our daily lives. Tudor City is known for its close-knit and family-friendly atmosphere. Introducing a casino into our neighborhood may lead to an increase in social issues like problem gambling that could potentially harm the social fabric of our community. We truly value the well-being of all of our residents and want to preserve the safe environment that we all live in today. Our residents appreciate the peace that comes with living in Tudor City. The noise, lights, and 24/7 activity generated by a casino will surely diminish the quality of life for our residents. We want to preserve our peaceful neighborhood and avoid the negative impacts that casinos have, like the increased traffic we mentioned, crime, and potential addiction. Considering the concerns mentioned, we are urging the Community Advisory Committee to reject the proposal to build a casino at Freedom Plaza. We feel it puts the quality of life of the people of Tudor City as well as our neighbors at risk. And please remember, if this is approved,
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you. Excuse me, please hold your applause. Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Mason. I am a 2-year employee at Mohegan Sun. Yeah, I get it. I was very much so like you guys. Coming in as a 21-year-old to Mohegan, I was very much so not bought into the culture that is brought there. I just looked at it as a summer job. I didn't think anything would come of it. I didn't think that I would have any sort of life to build from there. But now that I've been there for 2 years, going on three, I've realized that there's so much opportunity to build a career, not only just for people starting out in the workforce, but for people that have already been in the workforce for years. So, regardless of if people are coming in and starting their workforce or if they've wanted to transfer, um, like I started in retail and I realized that going from one job area to another is a lot easier than it is for other places. So now I'm in food and beverage, and I was still able to keep the same job stability and pay. Um, Overall, I just didn't think that buying in would be something that I could do, but I know for a fact that much more people, other than me, regardless of age, um, they will realize that Mohegan does have a culture that will not tarnish but grow within places like New York. So knowing that Freedom Plaza will carry over these values, I believe that this would be a smart decision. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. I am also a Mohegan Sun employee, and I just wanted to state that I'm also a Mohegan Sun employee, and I just wanted to state that as a 50-plus-year-old person looking for a new job, it was um, very hard to look for and to see if you could find a job that was commensurate with the money that you had made before in a job. When I started working at Mohegan Sun, I came in as an entry level employee, and my director, when she was interviewing me, saw that I had passion for my jobs and invested in me. So I have been able to take college courses to help me with my leadership roles, to give me more opportunities to train and learn. And I just wanted to say that Mohegan has given me more opportunities than I thought I could have at this age. And I appreciate that. And I think they could also help with New York with the job situation here. And I appreciate you giving me this time to talk.
Hi, my name is Doc. I'm a Mohegan team player too. Um, yeah, I've been with Mohegan for 24 years. Um, I hear all the different things about the things that would happen. I remember when all the casinos opened. I helped open our Poconos casino. I went there, and what I noticed is the community thing that they do. It was funny that the when I watched the film about the guy at the cleaners, um, we have because of the employees and the things of that, we have a cleaners people local, two cleaners, that do very well. You know what I'm saying? Because of the community of the casino and all the businesses around the casino. And that's what I hear. This was my first time seeing it, reading all the information, being a part. That's what I think that the thing, the jobs, the things. People come up here, we all talk, we all start at the bottom. Our general managers, I was telling someone, they asked me about the person. I've known him since he was 18, and he's grown from the bottom now up to the general manager of the whole place. Mohegan Sun, I'm very into community involvement, doing a lot of giving of my time and trying to get stuff. Mohegan has given my organizations and things like that probably in the past year over $7,500. They're very into the community type of a thing there. Like they said, they have a lot of people that work there that are handicapped. One thing I noticed about Mohegan, it's very diverse in the people that work there. I think it's a good place to work. It's good, you know what I'm saying? You can come up from the top. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lexi, and I don't personally know the ins and outs of your day-to-day in neighborhood, so I won't speak on it. But I do know what it's like to be a young person in 2025 trying to find and build a career and make a life for myself. Before this, I was contracted out by a company. I was technically an independent contractor, and I left because I felt as though they lost sight of what they were doing and it felt a little soulless. And I had my best friend recommend coming to Mohegan Sun. So I went, I interviewed. I actually didn't think I'd get the position because I underestimated myself, but the leaders, they saw something in me that I really didn't see in myself. And now, a year and a half later, I am in charge of leading a team of almost 20 people. I run a kitchen and I'm the sous chef. It's been incredibly fulfilling, and I actually feel like there is a purpose to something. I work in an open kitchen. I see genuine smiles on people's faces, and I see little kids thank me for the best burger they've ever had in their life. I'm genuinely doing something, and for the first time, I'm not scared when rent comes along. I'm not scared when some health concern comes up. I'm not picking up pennies to see how I can pay for therapy. I feel genuinely supported, and it has drastically changed my day-to-day life. I can finally be an adult in this world, and I feel like maybe one day I can buy a house, which never felt ever possible before. That's really it. Thank you.
Can I get speakers 46 to 50 to the mic, please?
Hello, I'm Cornelia McFadden, and I'm a native Manhattanite, and I live in 116, one block from where this casino is planned. I have no
Oh,
problem.
please hold your applause.
I
Thank
have
you.
no problem with casinos as a theory, but I do have a problem living next door to one. I do not want that to be the way my neighborhood lives. The rest of the proposals for it, for that project, for the Freedom Plaza, are terrific, but exclude the casino. Maybe move it to Governor's Island.
Again, the CAC has made it abundantly clear that we are not taking any chatter, applause, or reactions whatsoever. Can you please allow her to speak? Thank you.
As I was just saying, maybe Governor's Island is a perfect place to put a casino in New York City. They have the money and the to be able to build the infrastructure needed for it, as well as the ferries, et cetera. That's it.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sophia Kato, and I am a project manager at Biederman Redevelopment Ventures. I'm delivering this testimony on behalf of Dan Biederman, president of Bryant Park Corporation and 34th Street Partnership, and president of Biederman Redevelopment Ventures. I'd like to express my support for this great project. This team is equipped to make the park at Freedom Plaza a bustling community gathering space in Midtown East. By my recent observations, the large number of casinos in the Las Vegas Strip don't cause massive tie-ups at their entrances. Therefore, a single underground casino on the very edge of Midtown East is not likely to cause a major traffic jam on First Avenue. especially given this team's excellent traffic planning and engineering. I have also worked on 5 extremely successful projects across the country with the landscape architecture firm OJV. I can't think of anyone better to work on greenway access than this firm. Having devoted my entire career to improving Midtown Manhattan, I predict that a well-developed public space with a casino located underneath it will be very good for Midtown East. Since I reopened Bryant Park in 1992, the park has become a hub for activity. People come from near and far to enjoy the space and its amenities and programming. I see the same for the public spaces at Freedom Plaza. The park has been built with input from the community, and programming at the park will be guided by the community through the Open Space Advisory Task Force. This too will ensure that Freedom Plaza will become a benefit to all living in and visiting Midtown East. Finally, we know you're interested in how the signage will read regarding public access. I personally have paid a lot of attention to how the signs at Bryant Park read, especially to better welcome and better communicate with the public. We'll make sure that the wording is just right. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Strand, 10016, and for the past 2.5 years, I've been honored to serve as the executive director of the 2 public art installations located on the Freedom Plaza site. Field of Light in 2024 and Path of Liberty, That Which Unites Us in 2025. These public exhibitions have been produced and provided free of charge by the philanthropic arm of the Soloviev Group, the Soloviev Foundation. They collectively have welcomed over 100,000 total visitors to Manhattan's East Side, as well as having offered nightly artistic excitement to the countless thousands of passersby on First Avenue and the FDR. In addition, the site and its exhibitions have been offered free of charge to local community groups to utilize for their own special events. As myself a neighborhood resident at 685 First Avenue, I have witnessed on a nightly basis the inspiration, educational benefits, and sheer joy experienced by our guests. I have seen how Freedom Plaza, having already developed a safe space to enjoy public art, contributes to the overall beauty of the local environment and wellness of its visitors. It is my hope that Freedom Plaza is awarded the opportunity to fully activate this unique property, continuing the Soloviev's mission to simply help make a better world. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Vernaza, 10022, and for the past 22 years, I've lived in Midtown East. I'm in full support of the development located at Freedom Plaza. This responsibly developed and well-regulated casino in New York City would bring a significant economic benefits. It is projected to create thousands of union jobs, both in construction and permanent operations, including hospitality, security, food service, and entertainment roles. This could be a critical lifeline for working class New Yorkers and a powerful engine of upward mobility, especially in underserved communities. New York has always been a bold, ambitious city. With proper guardrails in place, an NYC casino can be responsible, innovative step forward that one that strengthens our economy, supports our communities, and keeps New York at the forefront of entertainment and tourism. This area needs connectivity to the city, and this is the best idea. I look forward to Freedom Plaza project and hope you will consider it. Thank you.
Can I get speakers 51 through 55 to line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Walsh. I'm an executive board member of the New York Building Managers Association and a proud union member of 32BJ. I've been employed by both the Soloviev Group and Soloviev Foundation in multiple capacities for the last 7 years, ranging from a building manager, chief engineer, and project manager. Having both lived at 685 First Avenue and being directly involved in the Freedom Plaza site's art installation production, I can attest to the positive impact it has had on the immediate neighborhood as well as New York City to date. From the estimated 8,000 permanent positions and thousands of union construction roles created by the proposed project to the profound benefit of the over 500 permanently affordable housing units included, the small business growth, opportunities provided, the economic impact of Freedom Plaza on New York's East Side is unmatched. I strongly support the Soloviev Group's development of Freedom Plaza site. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Liliana Medic. I live and work in the area, and I'm here today to proudly support the Soloviev and Mohegan Freedom Plaza project. What makes the partnership unique is not just the vision, but the values. The family-oriented businesses with a proven commitment to its employees and the community. As a first-generation American and a lifelong New Yorker, I know what it means to work for a better life. And after 40 years in the workforce, I also know when employer truly values its employees. Soloviev and Mohegan do. I came into the industry 12 years ago, and what struck me was the sense of belonging and opportunity. People don't just work here for a year or two. They stay 5 years, 12 years, even 51 years. That kind of loyalty only happens when jobs are secure, inclusive, and union strong. These jobs give people the chance to buy homes, send kids to colleges, access to great health care, and build stable futures. It goes beyond paychecks. Life brings challenges, illnesses, aging parents, unfortunately, loss. Time and time again, this employer has stood by its people as human beings, not just workers. This is a real commitment, and it inspires a workforce that gives back with loyalty, pride, and dedication. This project doesn't displace New Yorkers, and it isn't just about entertainment. It how exciting it is to the community to have a comprehensive and safe sound plan, a park, a museum, retail, dining, daycare, and an NYPD substation. It's about lasting change.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We're at time.
Good afternoon. Manjeet Gill. Please excuse me. My English is not perfect. I am here today to show my support for for Freedom Plaza project. I have working with solo B groups 27 years, and my husband has been working for solo B's 30 years. We are also both 32 BJ union member, and we have family member that are part of 32 BJ. If offer us good pension, good Medicaid, good benefits. God bless everyone. Thank you. Special thank you to Solovi. It's very good company. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jorge Grullon and I support the Freedom Plaza project because it provides various jobs opportunity in different fields. Also, in addition to providing housing for those struggling to find an affordable place to live. As well, especially in this time where housing has gotten so expensive nowadays. I have worked for the Solview Group for almost 3 years, and I love working for them because they treat you like family. One more important thing, don't stay in the past and think about the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Xiomara. I have worked on honor working for Solo View Group since 2016. It had been an incredible, rewarding experience. Being part of the team that is deeply committed to build a better working environment means a great deal to me, not only for professionally, but personally. This project prevent more and development is about creating meaningful changes in our community. It's it will generate thousands of stay and stable job, well-paid position, benefit supporting thousands of New Yorker families. At the time, it will deliver the hundreds of much more need affordable housing units to create open public spaces and everyone enjoy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here.
Can I get speakers 56 through 60 to line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Christina. I'm proud to share why I support this project and Soloviev Group. In my experience working with them, I've seen firsthand that they just don't build, they invest in people, in neighborhoods, and in the future of New York City. This project is more about than buildings. It's about creating homes that families can afford, providing jobs for New Yorkers, and opening up a new space where community can gather. The Soloviev Group has always shown a commitment to doing things responsibly. They listen, they plan with the long term in mind, and they are care about the projects. That's why I trust them to develop that will take New York and make it stronger. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fausto. My name is Fausto. I've been working for the Solovia company for about 15 years. It's a great company. Uh, I've been there. They've been treating me like family, like since the first day I've been there. Uh, Talking about the Freedom Plaza, I know this a project of this scale raises important questions, impacts on traffic, environmental concerns, inclusion of community voices, and how the benefits will be distributed. Uh, the developers have been committed to union labor's transparency through advisory committees and to fulfilling affordable housing obligations. Uh, Freedom Plaza is more than development. It's an idea that our city can grow while preserving its heart. Uh, the housing, public space, cultural richness, and economic opportunities can coexist. The real investment can produce not just profit but a long-lasting public values. Uh, Encourage us to support projects like this in and that seek to balance ambition and equity. Uh, that place people before pure profit, that honor the community. If realized faithfully, Freedom Plaza could stand as a model for how New York reinvents itself without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Levy Naaman, the senior communications coordinator over at the RWSU, the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. I'm also a Manhattan resident. I'm delivering a statement on behalf of RWDSU President Stuart Applebaum, also a Manhattan resident and strong supporter of this project. He states, the Freedom Plaza project represents one of the most significant opportunities in a generation to create good union jobs for working New Yorkers. We're talking about some 25,000 union construction jobs, along with 13,000 permanent union positions. These jobs can help people build better lives, raise a family, and retire with dignity. That's what this project offers, and that's why it has my full support. Freedom Plaza also includes something New York urgently needs, affordable housing. This project will also generate $1 billion in annual tax revenue to fund public services. The developers have also made real commitments to engage with minority and women-owned business enterprises and local first purchasing. Freedom Plaza is being built with workers, not on top of them. It's a project informed by our values, equity, inclusion, solidarity, and opportunity. And that's why I'm proud to stand in support of Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Good evening, CAC. My name is Michael Picarillo. I'm the Director of Area Standards for the Carpenters Union here in New York City. 17,000 members who, built the skyline here in the city. We built NYU, the UN, pretty much all the apartment buildings out in Murray Hill. The other solo project, which we finished a few years ago, all done with union labor. I didn't prepare a speech today. I wasn't asked to even come down to speak, but I just want to speak on the Solaviv organization and what it's meant to the middle class of New York City. This is an organization that or that always understood what the value is of middle class wages. From the chairman on down, they're definitely people who understand what a hard day's work means, and it shows, right? Whenever we have an issue on any of their jobs, one phone call and it's usually fixed. That's really hard to come by when you look at these generational developers here in the city. Solaviv is definitely top notch. When you look at the neighborhood of Murray Hill, if I have members that live in the neighborhood, it's definitely single digits. It's completely unaffordable for middle class. When you're looking at a $5,000 median rent for the neighborhood, right? Maybe now my members will have the opportunity to actually live in Murray Hill. I personally worked in the neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. I think the benefits outweigh the pros definitely outweigh the cons that are going to happen in the neighborhood. So, Michael from the Carpenters Union, I ask everyone to please support this project. Thank you.
Are speakers 59 and 60 available? All right, if not, can I get speakers 61 through 65 to line up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Arvalo. My 1 year experience working for Solaviv Group Commercial Building. It's an inclusive environment. When one team member calls out, we join forces to be the backbone of the building. When you work in an environment that's inclusive, you feel respected and you take pride in what you do. So let's create the same opportunities for working family New Yorkers to have union jobs and affordable housing. This project decreases homelessness and promotes job security for future generations to benefit off of healthcare, maternity leave, a pension, and a 401k. I support Solaviv Group, I support 32BJ, and I'm for Freedom Plaza Project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Candelaria Nava. As a member from the Union 32BJ, what Freedom Plaza is trying to do will benefit a future employees, union employees, and New Yorkers in general. It will bring 17,000 union jobs will be created, 8,000 permanent union jobs, over 600 affordable housing units, public parks and event spaces, a public daycare not only for the employees but in general. I see this as an opportunity for more New Yorkers to have a better job with better benefits, and that's why I support Solar View Group, 32 BJs, and Freedom Plaza. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Martiz. I have had the privilege of being employed by the SolarView Group for the past 3 years as a maintenance supervisor. I oversee around 70 porters and matrons, all of who are union members. These porters and matrons maintain and clean our flagship building at 9 West 57th Street. I am here today in support of the casino bid and what it offers to all of New York City. This opportunity will create union jobs, affordable housing, and green space for all of NYC to benefit from. I can attest from my personal experience that SolarViv cares about all of their employees. They have created a real sense of family and community within the company, all the way from management to the workers behind the scenes who help this company run and operate. The longevity of our employees' careers truly is something admirable and notable. Many have been employed with the company for 15, 20 plus years. That is not seen in many workplaces this day and age. I myself look forward to working within this company for many more years to come. Vote yes for the casino and create entertainment, green space, housing, and jobs that New Yorkers can enjoy and benefit from for many years to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sevdia Beluli. I have proudly worked for the Soloviv company since 2016. I work for other companies before, but none of them have me make me feel like Soloviv does, like I'm part of the family and truly at home. That's why I'm here to express my full support for the Freedom Plaza project. Strongly believe that if this project moves forward, will create thousands of good jobs, opportunities for families across our the city. This kind investment not only and strongly the local economy, it gives hardworking people the chance to build better life. Thank you for considering my voice support of this important project.
Can I get speakers 66 through 70 to the mic?
Good afternoon. I'm Marinika Branja. I'm member of union and I work for Soloviev Group. This company is good and this care of the is employer. This project is our offer in the future New Yorkers. New jobs, buildings, museums. This is future of the children. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Since people are giving their background about, how they are committed to New York and the city, I stand before you here as a third generation Ellis Island arrival New Yorker. And my family has lived and worked in and out of the city for over 100 years now. So, as a current Murray Hill resident, I'm naturally against a proposal to build a casino in a residential area, which, in and of itself, if you think about it, is a complete absurdity. I want to remind the committee, I want to remind you that this project has nothing to do with committee, community, civics, let alone charity or all these other types of proposals that have been posited by proponents of this project. Everyone knows in this room that this project is rooted in maximizing billions of dollars in profits for the Mohegan Group, various financiers, real estate developers, and self-interested parties in New York City, in the county, as well as in the state
Please
of New
let her
York.
speak. Let her speak.
We all know that we all also know that building a casino in America's largest and most densely populated city is completely unprecedented. There's no other previous project that's ever been developed like this. And that essentially it's an experiment. And New Yorkers who live in the vicinity of this project are guinea pigs trapped in a cage at the mercy of indifferent multi-billionaires and profiteers.
Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Hold your applause, please. We need.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arya Meshai. It's truly an honor to be here today and share my. It's truly an honor to be here today and to share my support and appreciation for the Solo V Group. I came to the United States in 1997, and over the years, I've worked for many companies and unions, but I can honestly say, none have matched the experience I've had working with Solo V Group. Solovi is more than just a company. It's a family-run business that truly cares about its workers. For the first time in the long time, I feel seen, I feel supported, and I feel proud of where I work. They they offer great benefits, a respectful workplace, and a strong sense of fairness, something that's becoming harder and harder to find these days. And together with 32 BJ Union, they made real difference in the lives of thousands of workers like me, giving us stability, dignity, and hope for a better future. I believe the Freedom Plaza project represents more than just buildings. It's about building lives. It's about creating good jobs, strong communities, and a future where workers don't just survive, we thrive. I'm proud to be part of the journey, and I am proud to stand with Solovie and Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. We've been doing great for over an hour and a half. Let's continue. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I think everyone's getting punchy. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth, and I live in Tudor City, which is already part of a very safe residential Murray Hill neighborhood, a neighborhood with two elementary schools and a large kids' playground within a stone's throw of a potential casino. I put down roots in this neighborhood, buying an apartment, the largest investment I will ever make in my lifetime, because it is a quiet, family-friendly location in Manhattan. I'm opposed to the Freedom Plaza casino development because it will change our neighborhood drastically to a 24/7 one, and that is a development that is out of scale with the neighborhood. I sent an email in August opposing the casino with my reasons. I'm hopeful you received it, and as instructed, will not reiterate my concerns from that email related to traffic, lack of public transport infrastructure, noise, and a decline in apartment values. I'm here instead because many of my neighbors cannot be, and in talking with them about the meeting and the application process, feel disenfranchised by it. And while people are writing to the committee, many believe that in-person representation holds more sway, yet whether intended or not, the two community meetings seem designed to exclude many of us, especially families with children and people who work and who do not work for Mohegan, a union, or Solaviv. Instructions for the meeting were to arrive early. I got here at 1 o'clock and I'm number 67. Sign up for a coveted speaking slot, but don't leave because you won't be able to return. Thus, anyone with kids who need to be picked up at 2:45 at the end of a school day cannot be here. And if you work like I do, you have to do what I did and ask for precious time off to wait for my turn to speak. My neighbors asked that I remind the committee that there are many of us opposed to siting a casino in a residential area. They also asked that I remind the committee that the casino, if the casino does not move forward, those important jobs that everyone is speaking of will still happen wherever a casino is built. And more construction jobs will layer on top if Solaviv moves forward with their pre-approved plan.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you. Again, the applause, please. Thank you. Please continue.
Hi, my name is Linda, 10017.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry. Oh my
Thank you.
goodness. This is not good for me. Okay. I just want to keep this simple. I'm happy that so many of pick the mic up a little. Okay. I'm so happy that the Mohegan Sun employees and the Soloviev employees have been here to talk about their life's history and their success, and may they always remain so. But that has nothing to do with putting a casino in the middle of the city and comparing that to one that was built in Storrs, Connecticut, in a very rural area where roads had to be built and, of course, apartments, and they gave employment. That's great. That has nothing to do with putting a casino in one of the premier areas of this city, of this thriving, not dying city. And the whole idea of putting residential housing with a park, and probably you need schools, so you need teachers, you need janitors, you need people working in food care and health care. You need all of those things. You don't need a casino that breeds nothing but negative issues. Go to Atlantic City, and who lives in Las Vegas and drives to Las Vegas to work? Only those people that work there for a short time and then they leave. So that's my point. I did not come on a party bus from the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. I walked over from 10017. Thank you.
If we we understand that people want to clap, but it only extends the time and it's disrespectful to the people who are actually speaking and listening. So please, we do request that you not clap. Thank you.
Um, Unlike so many employees who bust down today, doing the best I can. Unlike so many employees who bust down from Mohegan Sun today to monopolize your time, I walked here from my home at 38th and First Avenue. This is about my neighborhood for the past 12 years. strongly oppose the casino here for many reasons, but I want to focus here about some actual dangers that affect me and my neighbors on a daily basis, at all hours, not just what they call today, the sponsor called the so-called peak hours. Let me speak from the pedestrian point of view. People who live here go in and out of our buildings at all times of day and night, not just peak hours. We go to the grocery, the drugstore, to meet friends, see our doctors, walk our dogs, take our kids or grandkids to the playground. Um, so I hope you'll listen to us who live here. East 37th Street and East 38th Street, between the FDR Access Road and First Avenue, are currently difficult and dangerous to just navigate. The sidewalks are narrow, and there's traffic from the ferries and school buses and delivery people on bikes and scooters. And the bike lane further narrows the pedestrian area of passage. This current problem of pedestrian gridlock you all focused on, or they all focused, the sponsor focused on First Avenue, will only get worse when they add all the residents and visitors. It's not about inconvenient delays. It's about actually just being able to walk my street safely. Guess that's all I have time for. Well, just garbage. How are you going to do garbage disposal? You're going to generate so much garbage. Please think this through more carefully and consider.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I get speakers 71 through 75 to the mic, please?
Hello, I am Sarah Whittington, 10016. I'm a Murray Hill resident for 13 years, and I lived 30 years in Connecticut, where I raised my family. So I'm a little familiar with both venues. Thank you, CAC, for this opportunity to speak in a public forum about the casino. I'd like to make 2 points from the slideshow that we just saw and iterate my reasons for opposition to this casino project. The comparison between the Mohegan Sun in the expansive outdoor space in Uncasville and the New Orleans casino is not analogous, it's fallacious. To use these 3 city blocks of New York, compare them to rural Connecticut and LA, and Louisiana is not good. I would like for you to also have for the record, since we've been given financial promises from the casino committee, that the Mohegan Gaming Entertainment in South Korea has been in default and is closed or will be closing. So I would wonder about the financial background of
Please, no.
this.
Excuse me.
Yes, please don't, because I have things I want to say and I'm getting short of time. The traffic and congestion is another issue. Have you checked? It seemed a little not complete to me. I would like to know if you did talk to DOT. We have a lot of congestion problems in this Murray Hill area. My succinct list of reasons for opposition I'm not going into because they have been iterated many, many times. Increased congestion, proximity to educational institutions, PS 116, PS 281, security for all of the people that live in this area, and safety. Thank you.
I am Fredley Kaplan. I'm a certified social worker and school psychologist. I've been in practice in this area for over 45 years. I'm fiercely opposed to the idea of the casino. I am fine with the rest of the development. A casino will bring, I want to speak first to mental health issues and then I'll speak to traffic and money. Gambling is one addiction. There are others, drugs and alcohol, that come with compulsive gambling. Casinos attract people with addictions. They attract people who have depression, economic struggles, and desperation. Just because it's being built in an affluent area does not mean that the people with struggles will not come. There's a danger to the area. I'm being rather catastrophic, but there has already been one casino who has been subject to a mass shooting. We have a school 3 blocks away, an elementary school that deals with K through 5 and special needs children. I know children at that school, 3 blocks. I live in the Horizon at 10016 between 37th and 38th Street. There were very few visitors at that Freedom Plaza light exhibition. I don't know what they're saying as it, what, please don't. That I don't know what they're saying that it was popularly visited. It was not. It was empty most of the time. Oh my God. The Solo and Mohegan Sun are the ones who are going to benefit from this, not the community. The children will suffer, and I want you to know that I understand that Solo has given money to the churches, which has clouded their perceptions. Thank you.
Please respect the speakers and do not clap.
We are hearing from speakers of both persuasions that the clapping is inhibiting their expression, their ability to inform this committee of their viewpoints. I would just urge those that cannot understand the rules of this committee to take a moment, pause, and be respectful of your neighbors. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki Trigny. I'm the Director of Employment and Business Services at the HOPE program. So it's my job to help people find jobs, specifically people who have a hard time finding jobs. So custodians, housekeepers, people who are in the food industry, people who are in service work, working class people specifically. There are a lot of those in New York. And that's why I'm here. I want to be really clear that it wasn't easy for me to decide to be here. I resisted it for a while. The reason for that is I grew up in Eastern Connecticut. I grew up smack in between Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun. I remember a mix of excitement and unease in my community when we first saw the casino towers rising from an October hayride. I recognize and remember that at first it was a nuisance, and eventually they became a fixture of our social and cultural landscape. Over time, box stores started to displace small businesses in my town. Farms closed, including that one where I saw Mohegan Sun on a hayride as a result of changing agricultural policies. So the casinos have become a critical source of employment for many of my neighbors, family members, the people in my community who are working class people who need jobs. This contradiction has always stayed with me. Casinos are complicated, and I don't dismiss any of the concerns, especially from my fellow social worker, that have been raised here today. But these same concerns are applicable for the most profitable industries. And at the end of the day, there are thousands of New Yorkers desperate for stable jobs with real benefits. Supporting this project is not about endorsing every aspect of gaming. It is about endorsing very real job opportunities that it brings to working class families who desperately need them. And I believe that with strong community partnerships, this Freedom Plaza project really can bring in the affordable, accessible housing that we need. It will bring in those job opportunities that are stable and meaningful, and that it really will serve all New Yorkers, not just the residents of Tudor City.
How you doing? My name's Anthony Avagliano. Freedom Plaza will be a great benefit to the area of Manhattan as a whole. It will bring to the area, creating new jobs, 11,000 union construction jobs, another 7,000 union jobs upon completion. This will feed a lot of mouths, not to mention putting money back into the economy and the community. Freedom Plaza will have a few acres of public green space, which will have an open space advisory board, a police substation, daycare facility, medical facility, 500 units of affordable housing, all on this property. Solovy Group is partnering with Mohegan Sun, another great company. I have been employed by Solovy Group since 2018. They are a very good company to work for. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. I'm pro Freedom Plaza project.
Hi, my name is William Pastrana. I am a union member
I was a laborer for 30 years in the city. I started working for Solvay 3 years ago. They're a great company to work for. They look out for the employees. The first year I was there, we had turkeys for Thanksgiving. I never saw a company ever do that before, and they're consistent on that. For Christmas, they had bonuses, and that was only my first year there. They are top-notch service. Um, I love working for them, and I support this project. I support the unions on that end. They're very big on unions. Our building is all union, and I support this project, and I thank you very much.
Can I get speakers 76 through 80 to line up, please?
Hello, my name is Jose, and I understand the concern there is about traffic and having a casino. But what do you think about the people that go out every day looking for a decent job and there's nothing out there? What do you say to that? You know, there's no innovation going on in the city right now. Okay, and now I'm gonna get personal. I'm a union worker and I work with Solo V for 11 years now. Within 5 years, I managed to put a down payment on a home, finally. I was broke before starting. Okay. Today in 2025, I'm actually in the process of getting my second home. This is what Solo Vive has to offer, an opportunity. It's up to you if you want to come and get it. It's up to us. So let's make this happen. Freedom Plaza.
Good afternoon, committee and members. My name is Christian. I'm
Can you speak a little closer to the
uh,
mic, please?
I'm just a regular worker with everybody else around here. Uh, I support Freedom Plaza for employment. Uh, my boss, I work with Solo B, but they understand and they talk to you about your concerns about park, all little businesses. They added on the road, the traffic, and also their partners are very into your concern about somebody said subway. Uh, so everybody's trying to be cooperative, working together. This as we just sit down and hope it goes through and fix everything so we can have more work job. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guido Pagwe. I am here to express my support to Freedom Plaza. As a proud member of Local 32BJ for the past 10 years, I have seen the positive impact that union jobs can have on working families. The Freedom Plaza project will create thousands of union job opportunities in multiple fields, such as maintenance, food service, among others, providing not only decent salary, but also excellent benefits. I am also excited about their affordable housing plan and public access to their green spaces, which will greatly benefit our beautiful city. As a union member and Soloviev employee, I have access to top tier benefits that include medical, dental, and a 401k retirement plan, which provide stability and security for me and my family. Over the past decade, I've been employed by Soliv Group, and I have witnessed firsthand their commitment to their employees. During the pandemic, their management demonstrated how much they care by calling us back to work as soon as the city started to reopen. I firmly believe that Freedom Plaza will be a game changer. I urge you to support this project, which will benefit many families for generations to come. Thank you.
Before you start the clock, I'm going to be interpreting
for Miss Peña. So I just request that her time not be lost because I'm interpreting.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rosa Peña. Vivo en el 224 de la 28 Street, mi zona 116.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Peña, and I live in
224.
224,
La 28.
28th Street. It's 28th Street. And I live in zip code
116.
100, 16.
He venido aquí y he estado muy agradecida por esta reunión porque he visto que una cosa muy importante es para nosotros los pobres que necesitamos.
So I'm very thankful to be here, to be a part of this meeting because I see this is something that's very important for the community and it's something that is needed.
Y escucho que una cosa muy buenas para nuestras generaciones, para los nietos y bisnietos y tataranietos. A lo mejor yo no voy a ver la producción, pero lo ven mis nietos y mis bisnietos.
And I see that this is something that it's very important, um, not just for those of us now, myself now, but for, and I may not see this, but for my children, for grandchildren, for great grandchildren. And I may not be here, but I know this is something that will be important for them.
Y me siento muy contentas con esta reunión. Voy a llevar muchas experiencias para ellos, porque no podemos dejarles todo a los ricos, porque nosotros también necesitamos.
And so I think this is very important, and I want to leave something for them going forward. I've gained a lot just from being here, being in this meeting, and I want this project to create a benefit for others, not just for the rich, but for the rest of us.
Porque dice la Biblia que más fácil pasas un, un rinoceronte por el hoyo de una aguja que un rico subir al reino de los cielos. Buenas noches.
And as the Bible says, it is easier for a camel to walk through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the gates of heaven. Thank you very much.
Good night. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nila Yuware. Actually, I heard about the Freedom Plaza, but I did not understand what is that. So our building president, LC and Miss Ida, they explained to us what is the Freedom Plaza. So I'm really excited that nothing is happening in east side because I'm in east side. Everything is happening in the west side. So I'm so happy to this thing is coming is a big event for the east side people because I came in from I didn't know that anything big event coming the west side east side. My son asked me, Mommy, everything finished. You will go to there. You will hang around there. I say, of course, I will go every day there because that will my favorite place will be. But I'm so happy. It's big event, but God will make possible. God bless you all. Thank you.
Speakers 81 through 85, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ramona.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramona.
Estoy aquí
por un motivo muy importante eh, de nuestro proyecto que debemos de apoyar con la comunidad. Eh, También estoy ay Dios mío, perdón.
I'm here for a very important reason in support of this project.
Okay. Estoy aquí también para hablarle de que este proyecto es muy importante por la economía y por los éxitos de nuestra comunidad, por el bien de nuestra comunidad y nuestras familias.
So this project is important because I believe it will bring success to the community.
Este proyecto es eh, para crecer y para el éxito de nuestra economía.
So this project will bring success and growth of the economy.
Que sí se puede lograr esta meta de nuestro proyecto. Thank you.
So si se puede, yes we can. This will bring an important benefit to the community as we move forward. Thank you.
Eh, Buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Julia Cruz. Vivo en el 224 de la 28 Street, 1000116. Es- ajá. Julia Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Julia Cruz. I live at 224 East 28th Street in zip code 10016.
Estoy aquí representando a la clase obrera. Claro que apoyo 100% el proyecto Freedom Plaza Mohegan Sun. ¿Por qué? Porque crea las condiciones que todo pobre necesita para darle una vida digna a sus hijos a través de un salario justo. Por,
So I'm here representing the working class. Um,
a la clase trabajadora.
see, so I'm here representing the working class as
Apoyando 100%.
supporting 100% this project. I believe it is a way to really to create needed work and support for poor people in the city.
Lo cual a través de un salario justo nos permite darle una vida digna a nuestros hijos, creando
by way of good quality jobs creates good wages and salaries for working people.
porque creo en que todo ser humano tiene el derecho al derecho universal a tener lo justo para una vida digna.
And I believe that all people, all human beings have a universal right to live and work with dignity.
Teniendo vivienda, educación, salud y alimentación para tener una vida digna. Así es que yo apoyo 100% el proyecto. Sé que no va a ser malo tanto para nosotros, la clase obrera, como para la persona que tiene mejor economía que nosotros. Muchas gracias y por escuchar mi voz y espero que lo tomen en consideración.
So this I support. This is important for health, for education, for housing. That these are benefits that are crucial for the community, and I support this, and I encourage you to as well. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Elsie Otero. I'm the president of the Tenant Association at Nathan Strauss, which is located on 27 and 28th Street. I'm here to represent all my tenants in that particular environment. We, Nathan Strauss, at 100% support Freedom Plaza. Why? Because we've been living in Nathan Strauss, and it's hard for the youth that is living in that community to find work. They've been struggling, and it's been a problem. We find this project more important then Tudor City worry about losing the river view. This is bigger than Tudor City. This is something that's gonna bring prosperity, economics, and help anybody that needs to get a job. They're all union. And also, most important, the affordable housing, which is a crisis in New York City. And as CB6, who's supposed to be our community board, we recommend and we hope that you consider in pushing this project forward, regardless of what anybody else is saying. These people have this under control. So this would be a win-win, not only for the people and the residents and the community, but also a win-win for New York City. Thank you.
Can I please get speakers 86 through 90 to line up at the mic?
Thank you. Can I speak? Please speak. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edie Melendez. I'm representing Nathan Strauss, CB6 Tenants Association. I am also a former NYPD. I was fortunate enough to work for NYPD division, and we were invited to represent and speak on this project. I'm really excited we weren't forgotten on job opportunities and giving to the community a chance on what hasn't happened. The stigmatism that has been placed on housing, I'm I am for this opportunity for jobs and teaching those who were overlooked, which was a project to see how we improve. As always, everywhere, there are pros and cons. We are people. We are not forgotten. We exist. We deserve better job opportunities. We weren't given this opportunity to rise in all that's available now. We are a powerful association that want better for our people to be seen and heard. It is not just about Tudor City. Tudor City, open up your doors just as the doors will open up for you, for the others. And we have a say so, open space within the community and affordable housing for those who need it, who want it, who are given this opportunity. Just for the youth, you all were youth, so remember that. Give them that opportunity also to speak. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm glad it is here representing Nathan Strauss Tenants Association. We are strong, hardworking for our tenants who have accomplishments, and we do for our tenants. And this is a step up for all. Strong as I still stand as a proud NYPD officer and also a Tenants Association secretary for our tenants. I am solely also for, not just solely, let me rephrase that. I am also for the police presence. Someone spoke about the Tudor City about not letting little ones in who need an opportunity as well. We are not divided. This has turned into
Thank you very much. You're at time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Ready? Oh, good afternoon. My name is Rodney Askins. I grew up in Queensridge Houses, the largest night shift development in New York City. Um, and I'm for Freedom Plaza because I know what Freedom Plaza can bring to the table. I know they can bring education, they can bring jobs and opportunities to everyone, and so on. I know there's a diversity about this, that, and all that, but we all got to work together. If we all work together, we can accomplish a big thing going on, and so on. You know, but like I said, I truly believe it. We do need the jobs. We do need the education. We do need the jobs. We do need the schooling, and we got to support everyone, the communities, the jobs, the schools, and so on. And I'm really with this with the museum, and I'm hoping to be a children's museum over at the park, and so on at Freedom Plaza. I really want to thank you for letting me get a chance to speak and everything else. And I'm looking forward to work with Freedom Plaza to make things go as is. And I'm also open to work with the community on First Avenue and anywhere else to bring things stronger and better. And thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm sure. Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Cato, and I serve as the Partnership Director for the Lower East Side Employment Network, known as LESSON. Um, sure.
Okay. Lesson is an innovative collaboration of 9 experienced workforce development organizations based on the East Side, whose main goal is to enrich the local economy by thoughtfully connecting responsible employers to a local talent pool of capable, prepared, and well supported job seekers. Our training and development programs are wide ranging with offerings across sectors. Many of our programs result in certifications, providing our job seekers with the tools needed to continue on their career path. We offer high road employers a single point of access to the talent pool in our community, while at the same time exponentially improving employment outcomes for low income New Yorkers seeking meaningful living wage employment. Over the past 19 years, Lesson has built a strong partnership with developers, employers, and community stakeholders, and has secured hiring MOUs with major lower Manhattan developments, placing over 1,000 individuals in positions created through local economic development initiatives. And today, we are poised to serve as a key talent pipeline partner for Mohegan should it receive a downstate license. We believe that this project offers a once in a generation opportunity to lift disadvantaged communities out of poverty through living wage job creation, upskilling, and family wealth building. Because benefits from other large scale economic development projects have often bypassed residents of disadvantaged communities, we believe the communities we serve on the East Side should be first in line to reap the benefits associated with downstate casino development. Principal among these benefits are 8,000 new living wage union jobs for New Yorkers who need them. These are jobs that can sustain families and drive economic activity in the very neighborhoods where our work matters most. Together with our sister organizations, we are proud to join with Mohegan in assembling a comprehensive workforce development ecosystem with an employer that measures success not just in economic terms, but also in the well being of their team members and the communities they share. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Leopold. I grew up in Community Board 6. I work in District 4. Um, this is a transformative project, and it's going to redefine the east side of Manhattan. And as someone who has a young family in New York City, it's impossible to find housing. And this is a small step in helping make sure that there's more housing, there's more affordable housing, there's not enough green spaces. This is 5 acres of new green space in a piece of land right now that's just doing absolutely nothing for the neighborhood, nothing for Manhattan, nothing for New York City. This casino project is really ambitious. There's a lot of money that it's going to bring in to the city. It's going to be an international destination with a wonderful hotel, new food and beverage options, and it's really going to be an addition to the community. It's also going to be a huge benefit for people like myself who want to stay in this city with our families and who want the ability to have more amenities. And I think a lot of people who have spoken against this project are looking at it from a very insular standpoint. New York's become unaffordable. We need creative projects like this. And the Soloviev organization is proposing something that is incredibly creative in a piece of Manhattan that is doing absolutely nothing for anyone. And so I know it might not be the most ideal thing for everyone, but look at the city as a whole and what this can bring and the added value that it can have for people who want to be able to stay in New York with families. They're also speaking about giving $250 million to people over the next 10 years. That's meaningful. More community space, more green space, more spaces for families. Everything about this project is going to enhance Manhattan and enhance New York City. It's going to be a huge revenue generator. So I think it's going to be an amazing project. It's going to bring 15, 20,000 union jobs. We need livable wages in the city. We need good jobs. And this is bringing it. I mean, everything about this checks all of the boxes that we all support. So I hope that
Hello, my name is Sandra Viruet. Only I came to here to support my group, darle bueno, la bienvenida, and make a welcome to the Freedom Plaza and enjoy with my family in here. I we
Excuse me, we
we
have the event
excited.
timer
We
handled.
excited to
Thank you.
be there and give it a welcome to Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Can I please get speakers 91 through 95 to line up at the mic?
Hi, my name is James Jorash, 10016. I come today, I'd like to talk a bit about the numbers and the magnitude of the numbers. When I did my research around these casino projects, I took a look at the benefits. There are a lot of them, of course, but I'm looking at the totality and trying to look broader. So I think today I'd like to bring about some thinking around what kind of inflows and outflows are there. Follow the money. And so when you look closely at the project itself, what's happening locally, yes, you get benefits. You get the park, you get the museum, you get the 5 to 10 million per year that is going out to the community. That is expended. Those are outflows that are expended relatively locally. When you look at the towers going up, whether that's the hotel, the casino, the construction, of course, those jobs are several hundred million per year. You also have the employees at the casino that are working, that are getting jobs, that are getting several hundred million per year as well. But that's where the money starts flowing out a little broader there. And then you've got the taxes. And that was an interesting question. I was looking for, where are the taxes going? Is that state tax? Is that local tax? I mean, literally, where is the cash flowing out? Who is getting those benefits? There's also the Soloviev Group as well. Where are the profits that they get? Are they going back into New York City? And then if you look at, those are the outflows, what are the inflows? And those influencers are essentially the people who gamble and gamble at the casinos. That's going to be roughly 80% of the revenue in the casino will come from local people. That's within New York State. And that means if there's $2 billion or $3 billion in casino revenues, there's 2.4 billion per year coming out of the broader area. And even beyond the broader area, there are a lot of lessons from jurisdictions throughout the United States. And there are lessons going forward in time as well about what's going to happen with mobile gaming and the giant numbers there.
That's perfect. Okay, thank you. My name is Gabriel Turzo. I live here in the neighborhood. Actually, threw my speech out, ran home and did some math because I have to address the claim that a 3% increase in vehicles is negligible. So simply put, there is a nonlinear relationship between the number of vehicles and travel time. What does that mean? A 3% increase in the number of cars increases travel time on First Avenue by 10 to 15%. And it gets worse. At rush hour, it's 50%. So this 3% increase is not negligible. It does, in fact, put access to our hospitals on First Avenue at risk. Furthermore, I would take that 3% with a huge grain of salt because modeling traffic spillover is famously difficult to do. I'm not aware of a single project that got it right after the fact. So if we were concerned about access to First Avenue hospitals before the presentation today, I consider that we should still be concerned about access to First Avenue hospitals, and I do not support this proposal. Thank you.
Please, let's keep it moving. No applause. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sabina. I work at a design firm called the Designers Group, and I've been living in the city for a couple of years now. I'm speaking in favor of the Freedom Plaza project, not because I'm eager for a casino, but because of the bigger picture. This plan offers something New Yorkers need, which is affordable housing, new jobs, green areas. So many families are being priced out, so this adds homes that we can actually afford. Plus, it transforms an empty patch of the east side into something people can use, which is like landscape parks, walking paths, public spaces, the whole community I think will enjoy. This project brings thousands of jobs, not just in the present, but permanent jobs long after. Also, as a designer, we can always tell when a developer truly cares about the project versus when they just care about the money. And we can tell if Tel truly cares. This project really shows it by putting like affordable housing, open spaces, and actually listening to what the community has to say. As for the casino, I mean, it's only 10% of the project underground. So if you're walking down First Avenue, you're going to see homes and parks, not neon signs. It is simply one piece that helps fund everything else. So as I mentioned before, the bigger picture here, it's what matters to me, which is housing, public spaces, new jobs, and a plan that invests in New York City. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Esther, and I want to speak to some of the safety concerns that some of the community members have mentioned. For context, I studied forensic psychology as an undergraduate, and I'm currently getting my master's in forensic mental health. And basically, what that means is I spend a lot of time learning and thinking about how a criminal's mind works and what actually causes crime. And from everything that I've studied, I can tell you that casinos do not cause crime. What really drives crime are things like poverty, lack of economic opportunity, unstable housing, and a disconnection from a community. The Freedom Plaza project addresses all of these root causes. It creates over 17,000 jobs, including 8,000 permanent positions. It includes over 500 affordable apartments, and it's investing in public green spaces, community partnerships, and local businesses. This project builds social connection. As someone who studies crime for a living, I believe Freedom Plaza will make our community safer by investing in the conditions that prevent crime in the first place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariana Nasto. I'm 32 BJ union member. Also, I work with Solon VF Group for 10 years. As the best employer I worked before, they try to help all the people. It's pleasure for me to support this project, Freedom Plaza, because it's going to produce too many jobs for the people. Us planning to building 1,000 units of New York City housing, 500 from them are going to be affordable. Us planning to build park. Everybody wanted to have green area next to the home. That will benefit New York City. Uh, I believe and I support 100% this project. Thank you.
Looking for speaker 90? If not, can I please get numbers 95 to 100 to line up, please?
Hi everyone, I'm Yulia Kamash. I'm here, okay, I'm here to support Freedom Plaza. I'm proud of. I am a member 32 BJ Union for 25 years. I work solo VV for 25 years. Support. I'm happy. I feel respect. I feel safe. I love everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jalal Bush, and I have been a member of 32 BJ for 25 years, and I have worked for Solo View for a group for the same amount of time. When I heard about the Freedom Plaza project, the first thought that came to my mind was the job opportunities it will create for families like mine and for the future generation. The number of jobs this project will create is impressive. It offers the security of a steady income, health insurance, a scholarship, the benefit of a 401k, and many more programs that the union and this building offers. It is a life-changing opportunity for people like us. I believe and I will have, and I will, sorry, I believe it will take a positive impact on the city's economy. And I want to express my support for the Freedom Plaza project. Thank you very much.
My name is Amy Freed, and I have resided in the hamlet of Murray Hill for more than 40 years. We raised our son there, where he attended the public schools and played in the public parks. I have lived through many changes in the neighborhood, some good and some bad. I have witnessed wonderful architectural buildings and beautiful brownstones torn down and replaced with cold, monolithic eyesores. I have seen so many skyscrapers built that it is hard to see the sky anymore. But through it all, I and my neighbors have fought to keep our neighborhood a neighborhood. We have successfully saved three contiguous brownstones from the wrecking ball on East 36th Street. We have planted more trees to beautify our streets. This is, after all, a neighborhood, as are the other targeted areas for the Freedom Plaza project. It is also a very overcrowded area. Just to walk down the streets in the 20s to the 40s, you are faced with crowds of people walking in all directions, and the roads are very overcrowded. The FDR is often standstill traffic at all hours of the day. But through it all, we remain resilient and accept positive change. The Freedom Plaza is not a welcome project or enhancement for our neighborhoods. Why
Please
would
let
we
her
want
speak.
why would we want to build a casino in close proximity to the UN and within blocks of an elementary school? Do we need to have thousands of tourists encroaching on this family neighborhood, crowding our streets and highways? We welcome affordable housing and more jobs, but this will happen no matter where the casinos are built. There are places better suited for this, like City Field, which would be much more appropriate. Would you want this in your neighborhood? We are counting on your committee to do the right thing for the neighbors who will negatively be impacted by this project, not the builders, not the special
Thank you very much. Maybe we're at time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please. Again, applause and chatter and comments. Thank you.
My name is Jean. I live on 39th, overlooking the First Avenue, and I urge you vote no for a casino. I'm fifth generation New York. I've lived all over the city. To tell you the truth, I didn't know that the 30s and 40s and first was even a neighborhood. I didn't even know it was a residential neighborhood. It is. All I see from my perch on 39th, I have a wonderful balcony, are residential buildings. This is not a place for a casino. I've lived here almost 7 years now. My friends who live Upper West Side, Upper East Side, or what, they look at me like, you live where? So I'm worried that you don't realize that we are, even though you've heard it, a residential neighborhood. In addition, Manhattan has more entertainment opportunities than most cities in the country, if not the world. Sports, concerts, theater, museums. We are entertainment rich. Do give a casino to an area bereft of entertainment. And it sounds like Mohegan Sun is perfect for Connecticut, just not here. I think that Freedom Plaza, the space, it'll be great when it's built. It just doesn't need to be with a casino. How do we know that taxes will come from profitable? There are casinos that are not profitable. And we have yet to see the true impact of online gambling. I thank you for the opportunity. Please vote no.
Can I get speakers 101 through 105 at the mic, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Jiang, President of Better Chinatown USA, which organization organized various events, including AAPI parade in 6th Avenue every year for the AAPI month. On behalf of Better Chinatown USA, I strongly support Mohegan Sun's project. For many years, Mohegan Sun have consistently invest in cultural preservation, community programs, and events that highlight the rich heritage of our community. Through their partnership and sponsor, we have been able to expand cultural festivals, strengthen small business engagement, and create opportunities that benefit both residents and visitors. The track record of responsible operation combined with their dedication to diversity and inclusion, we are confident that they will bring some positive impact to New York City. From the presentation just now, the project is attractive. We believe Mohegan Sun's presence here will create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and provide lasting benefit for neighborhoods across the city. Just as importantly, some commonly left the city and some come in, and we know that the community like Mohegan Sun will continue to support the culture, vitality, and makes New York one of the greatest cities in the world. We stand strongly with Mohegan Sun. Thank you very much.
Yep, sure. Hi there, I'm David Gromet. As a fourth-generation New Yorker and 11-year resident of the Beekman neighborhood, I'm very well acquainted with the proposed development site of Freedom Plaza. When taking my kids to daycare in Kips Bay from 2014 to 2020, we'd pass the site daily. When is someone going to build something there? My daughter would ask me when she was old enough to speak. I replied, hopefully soon. I'm in favor of Freedom Plaza because I'm someone who believes in New York City. As the real estate capital of the world, the city's in constant evolution. And while change can feel intimidating, our superpower is grit, good vision, and gumption to succeed. Soloviev and Mohegan have partnered with a world-class architect to bring hundreds of units of affordable housing to our district, and acres of parks, and museums, and a new way to experience the expanding waterfront network that will soon ring our beloved city. I want our neighborhood to be a star in this story, and this team has presented a vision that doesn't close itself off from the city, but truly embraces it. My oldest son is now in middle school. For parents in the audience, you know this means that they start traveling to school by themselves. This is a unique moment for me as a parent and a turning point in my relationship with the city. I have to trust that he will get home safely. I have to trust that there are enough eyes on the street for him to do so. I am in favor of Freedom Plaza because I want future parents of sixth graders to feel good about having their children walk home from the amazing new soccer field at 40th and First. I'm in favor of Freedom Plaza because I choose to live in a dynamic city that negotiates with all parties like we're doing right now. And I will always bet on New York.
Thank you. My name is Kylie Sensler, and I'm in favor of the development of Freedom Plaza. As someone who grew up in Midtown East, I know firsthand how important it is to feel safe, supported, and inspired by the spaces around us. Freedom Plaza isn't just a development project, it's a commitment to creating a vibrant, inclusive, and secure environment for families, workers, and future generations. I want the kids growing up where I grew up to walk these streets with confidence, to feel protected, and to know their city is investing in their future. Thank you.
My name is Rabbi Levi Shmutkin. We run a Chabad for young professionals here in the neighborhood. Been here for 17 years with my family. In fact, our first high holiday services ever were in this building until we outgrew it, and thank God we had to move on. But for our community, I'm very excited about this project because it's going to bring a new type of job to the neighborhood, not just more law and finance and marketing, but blue collar jobs like service, hospitality, cooks, and all of those things, which I think is extremely important to be able to get a diverse kind of wide swath of people working in the neighborhood. And of course, I'm really excited to bring my kids to, get rid of the blight that is currently in the neighborhood, but in fact have beautiful parks and have the ability to bring my kids to a beautiful space. And lastly, with the UN week coming up, hopefully with this new project, we can keep everyone in right there in the neighborhood and have them free up the congestion in the rest of the city for this coming week as well.
Hello, my name is Jordan Glavinger. I'm a New Yorker, lifelong, and currently work in the neighborhood on the east side of Manhattan. As someone who's grown up in this city my entire life and worked in this exact neighborhood, I feel that this site has remained vacant for far too long. This location is a critical corner of the east side of the city. Its emptiness has left the area feeling desolate and at times unsafe. It's time for a change. A thoughtful, responsible development here could be a new chapter for the neighborhood and for Manhattan as a whole. I believe Freedom Plaza is that opportunity. The mix of uses, waterfront green space, housing, cultural institutions, retail, restaurants, hotel, of course, ensure that Freedom Plaza will become a vibrant destination for both residents and visitors to our city, enhancing the diverse and economic ability of the East Side. Nearly half of the proposed residences, between 500 and 600 units, will be affordable, directly impacting the affordable housing crisis here in the city. What sets this project apart is also its financial structure. The impact is substantial, over $3 billion in projected benefits, 17,000 union jobs, 250 million committed to nonprofit organizations over the next 20 years. Thank you.
Speaker 105? If not, can I get speakers 106 through 111 to the mic, please?
Hi. Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the panel for taking the time today to listen to us, and especially for us, the residents in the neighborhood, who's gonna. Can I speak? Yes, I can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and for taking the time to listen to us first. I've been a resident of 10017 for 15 years now. I love the neighborhood. It has a lot of character. It's a community that at times is actually in the weekends in the weekends it can be actually kind of great place to live. People can, how can I say this? I was thinking in Spanish. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, perfect. I've been listening to all of the Mohegan Sun stuff, and I just got into my head that I should apply for them for work. But what I was thinking is that our neighborhood is actually can be quite quiet. A lot of this stuff can have a detrimental effect with a casino in place, which is what I'm opposed within this project. The things that they're saying about the parks, these are great things that to have. I think the jobs is something that can be inflated what they're saying. Most of these are temporary. We don't have a breakdown of what the jobs are gonna look like. But overall, what bothers me the most is gonna be the 24-hour in and out from people from all over the city. How's that gonna look like? It just takes one loud motorcycle to wake up 10,000 people in a neighborhood. It is not something that we want to live. Our quality of life is going to be very detrimental. They need to be better studies of how it's going to be. Right now, Second Avenue only takes one person to sneeze, and it's going to be a complete congestion. It happened yesterday for no real reason. It was just great luck. And I don't think what they proposed is right now going to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Boyle, and I'm a 37-year proud member of Plumbers Local 1, New York City. The proposed Freedom Plaza development represents a vital investment in both our city and its workforce. By approving and committing to union labor, this project will provide hundreds of skilled construction workers with good paying jobs, strong benefits, and workplace protections that only collective bargaining ensures. Steady hours for seasoned tradespeople and creating apprenticeship opportunities that will give the next generation of New Yorkers a pathway to solid middle class careers. Freedom Plaza will be more than just a construction site. It will be a showcase. It will showcase the safest work sites, highest quality craftsmanship, and the enduring value of union labor in building and maintaining our city. Much of the money invested here will come back into the neighborhoods through working families who will support local businesses, pay rent and mortgages, and send their children to schools. By approving this project, you are supporting economic development along with reaffirming New York tradition of excellence and fairness. Freedom Plaza will be a symbol of what happens when we invest directly in our people. We create opportunity, stability in our people, and a stronger city for all. I strongly support this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve Levin. I'm CEO of a nonprofit called Solar One. We do environmental sustainability. We manage Stuyvesant Cove Park at 23rd Street and the water. We just opened our environmental education center last week. We also do green workforce development and K-12 environmental education. I want to associate my comments with Nikki from the Hope program earlier. The Hope program is one of our workforce partners. Together, we train hundreds of individuals a year in green construction jobs. And I just want to say that as a kind of matter of fact here, Soloviev and Mohegan Sun have been pretty extraordinary in their outreach in terms of how to engage with the local hiring process and how to match that up with sustainable development. Their sustainability program, which we have seen, is impressive. It involves all electric HVAC system, which is reduces the use of fossil fuels. And just their level of engagement around doing local hiring and working with the nonprofit sector who train individuals in green jobs and bringing them into full-time, long-time employment. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the significant amount of affordable housing that is proposed as part of this project. I am a New York City resident. I live across the river in Greenpoint. My kids go to school here on the east side. And I'm very sympathetic to the situation that you guys are in, where trying to determine the benefits and the costs and benefits to a particular project like this. All development has an impact. All development has an impact across in any neighborhood, and so it's important to understand and to consider where the benefits are and if those benefits outweigh the impact. And I think in this case, in my
Thank you very
opinion,
much. Thank you. We're out of time. Thanks.
Hi there. My name is Jenny Jane, and I'm a resident 10016. And I'm going to go off script. I've got my little speech and say I feel it's insulting to the residents of this neighborhood. The meeting began, the first half of the meeting was completely, the deck was stacked with endless, almost identical testimonies by paid employees, by the Soviets. or
Excuse
Mohegan
me, you are
Sun.
doing the speaker a disservice by interrupting her with applause.
It
Please
is
let her
if they
speak.
do not want our voices to be heard and are disinterested in our opinions and just want to test our patience, run the clock down, and keep our voices silent. The meeting's scheduled to end at 8 p.m. and they've effectively, people have walked out because they had kids to take care of. It was just nonsense. Okay, then I'm going to go on to say the polling of the Soviets, what did they ask? If they ask residents, do we want green spaces and affordable housing? Hell yes, we do. We want that. But if you ask them, do we want a casino? It's a resounding no. Over 7,200 people have signed our petition. My polling, which is probably just as biased as the Soviets, as I'm taping up flyers, I've had so many people come to me and say, I can't believe this is happening in my neighborhood. I don't want this to happen in my neighborhood. I've never heard anyone say, hey, I'm for this, or why are you putting that up? Like, screw this. Everyone is against it. People don't even know about it. And when they find out, they're appalled. It's you're working in a vacuum and the neighborhood isn't being heard. And we're just bringing vice and addiction, gambling, alcohol abuse, addiction. This is just, we don't know how it's going to work out. And we have museums, we have good food. We don't need it. Give us the parks and the housing. We love that.
Hello, my name's Peter Ansell. I'm 60 years old. I'm a third generation resident, born at NYU Hospital. I've lived one block, half a block actually, from the proposed casino. I'm vehemently against this abomination, and I'm shocked that it's even gotten this far. Kudos to the Solovievs and the Mohegan Sun for stacking the deck, as the previous speaker said. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. 90% of the speakers have been for it. By the way, I thank you all, members of the board, for creating this, but this was not handled well. We are the community. We should be speaking. We should be speaking first. It's not right. Okay, I mean, first of all, let's talk about the traffic. That's a load of crap, whether you put the entrance here or there. People are going to jump out of taxis and limousines on First Avenue. We already have the Midtown Tunnel. That exit ramp from the FDR is already, pardon the expression, a shit show. It's already packed with traffic round the clock. It's ridiculous. I mean, what else do you want? What else do you want me to say? I mean, our NYU hospital, people are literally going to die because an ambulance is not going to be able to get up First Avenue to get up to them soon enough. I don't know what else we need to say. Why do we need this? And also, all high-rise developers are required to supply affordable housing anyway. Excuse me. Thank you for the musical intro. So, I mean, the Solovievs play a long game. I've known them. I've known what they've done in this neighborhood for years. I know what they've done in New York. I know what they've done ruining the East End of Long Island. They're not good people. And I don't know why you let it get this far. This has been kept underground. We haven't even heard about it until recently. A lot of people are not in the neighborhood, are clearly not aware of it. Why are we in such a small auditorium anyway? Why did the Solovievs and the Mohegan Sun stack the deck with their people? Why did that happen? Why did you let that happen? Thank you for organizing this, but you let us down. You are the community. You represent the community. I am it.
Speakers 111 to 116, please.
Hi, my name is Madeline Bruel.
A little closer to the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Madeline Bruel. First of all, it was my understanding that this forum was to hear from the community. The people that live here and the people that will be directly affected by this project. This forum has been stacked with people that do not live here. This is an insult to the neighborhood. This is an insult to the community. Shame. Shame on this committee. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years. This is a quiet residential neighborhood. Whatever benefits you're offering are greatly outweighed by the downside. We do not want the noise. We do not want the traffic. We do not want the degenerate gamblers. We do not want another skyscraper blocking views and casting shadows. We do not want a casino. Do not call this Freedom Plaza. There is nothing free about it. Vote no on this casino.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. Before I read my prepared statement, I just want to reply to the stuff that was said before. Just because people came here to support it does not mean we were paid or we have ulterior motives. Secondly, just because we don't live in a few block radius doesn't mean it doesn't affect us. This project will be a benefit for the greater New York. And here for my prepared remarks. For those that put it elsewhere, let's bring the jobs here. We need the jobs here. Let's give the jobs to other places. Let's give the affordable houses to other people. A couple of months ago, I was unfortunately laid off as my company went bust. This project presents a real opportunity for people like me who are job seekers. This project will bring well-paying union jobs across multiple industries, helping families like mine regain financial stability and giving young people reasons to stay here and thrive here. The impact of Freedom Plaza goes beyond just employment. It represents a project that can help build generational health for families like mine. Secondly, and I say this with the utmost respect, sitting here today and listening to submissions and the chatter, the general chatter in the room, and seeing who's clapping and not, it is clear that there's a generational wealth and the class divide and how people view this project. Some opposition. I am not saying everyone is like that. I'm saying it's quite palpable. You see what is going on if you sit here and you watch online. Some opposition seems less about the project itself and more about its location, as we just heard a couple of seconds ago. Just make it somewhere else. They don't care for other communities. That's what we often call NIMBYs, not in my backyard thinking. Younger voices, however, recognize the border benefits, jobs, economic growth, and a stronger community for everyone. This project is more than just about buildings or infrastructure. It's an investment in people and in our future. Supporting it means supporting the families, the workers, and the community as a whole, not just a few block radius. I urge this committee to consider the positive impact this project can have and to help make this opportunity a reality. Please support Freedom Plaza.
Hi committee, hi room that I've shared the past few hours with. I don't know if it's appropriate to give a special mention to the translators for sign language. You guys are very impressive. So thank you. Okay. I'm very connected to New York. I grew up on the Upper East Side and I live with my husband and my 6 kids on the Upper East Side. So in the Upper East, I went to Brooklyn for high school. Literally, these are my haunts, these are my streets via public transportation, walking, biking, you name it. And it was, as a young girl, I'm now 37, but as my whole childhood, I had so much pride in New York City, and it was always like a little devastating that all these other places were getting all these new, big, beautiful things, and especially this area where we're talking about was just ugly. And anyone, what I'm sensing, if I'm allowed to address the mood in the room, is people that are throwing tantrums because they're afraid of change and something new and exciting. The definition of New York is growth, is beauty, is thinking big. The second connection that I have to New York City is my family. We run a Chabad. It's a Jewish outreach organization on the Upper East Side, specifically for the 20s and 30s age range. And the dynamic energy of specifically that age group of living in New York City, where it's all about thinking bigger and better and nicer and broader and just not just being complacent and living in the yesterday and in the dull. But I think this is New York City, and the casino. Parents, little kids. I actually think, in an ironic way, a place like that, the staff, the team, the build, the whole project is going to bend over backwards to make it safe and clean and classy. I'd feel more confident my kids walking down the streets when there's a big, beautiful casino and everything else, as opposed to now, honestly. Thank you very much.
Please hold applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses, and I appreciate the chance to speak today. I am a lifelong New Yorker, and right now I am just trying to find a stable home here on the east side. I work for a building maintenance company. We do things like trash cleaning, graffiti removal. It's hard, honest work, and uh, sorry, uh, being a decent living. But in New York, it's not enough to find a decent place to live on my own. Right now, I'm crashing with a friend here on the east side, but that's not sustainable. I want to live here properly, to have a home I can actually afford, have people over as guests, and not feel being watched over by a friend. Not just a couple years ago, I was working at a fire alarm company. When my father passed away, 2 weeks later, I got laid off. Losing my dad and losing my job at the same time, very devastating. I was really close to being homeless. Thankfully, I have good friends, and I never had to go to a shelter, but I came very close to it. It's a fear that I live with for years now, and I still live with it because something may happen. That's why I'm here to support the Freedom Plaza. The affordable housing in this project would be life-changing for someone like me. Winning the housing lottery here could finally give me the stability that I'm looking for. This project will help give people like me a fair shot at a real home to raise a family in. I support Freedom Plaza and you should too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Trisha Cole, and I'm here today as a longtime Manhattan resident and real estate development professional. I've lived and worked in this part of the city for over 30 years. I've watched this very large site sit vacant for far too long. What should have been a vibrant part of our city and our neighborhood has instead felt desolate and even at times unsafe. This parcel is pivotal. Its redevelopment isn't just about filling space, it's about transforming the east side, and I believe Freedom Plaza is the right project to do just that. Soloviev and Mohegan have proposed a plan that's not only ambitious, but deeply rooted in community partnership. The mix of uses, waterfront green space, residences, cultural institutions, shops, restaurants, and hotels ensures Freedom Plaza will be a destination for both locals and visitors, enhancing the diversity and economic vitality of our neighborhood. Importantly, nearly 50% of the residences are planned to be affordable, addressing a critical need for housing across all income levels. The financial impact is undeniable. 3.2 billion in economic activity, 17,000 union jobs, and 250 million for nonprofits over 20 years. But what truly sets this project apart is its financial structure, one that offers real ownership to the community. The kind of engagement is unprecedented and speaks volumes about Soloviev and Mohegan's commitment to the East Side. By bringing in Bjark Ingels Group, they've also ensured that Freedom Plaza will be a landmark of design and sustainability, something we can all be very proud of. Freedom Plaza is more than a development. It's a vision that blends community integrity, world-class design, and inclusive programming. It's exactly what this neighborhood needs and deserves. I fully support the Freedom Plaza development plans, and I hope you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mubin, and I live in the Corinthian at 38th and First Avenue, directly overlooking the Solo property. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 23 years. I've lived in Manhattan for over 30 years. I, first of all, thank you, members of the CAC, for giving me this time to speak, and I want to address yourselves and directly the CEO of Solo, as well as the management of Mohegan Sun. I think I represent the tenants and the residents of this neighborhood. I'm severely opposed to a certain portion of this project, which I will raise in a minute. But I do want to say no one is opposing the development of an incredible condominium, affordable housing, green spaces. It's said time and again, but people have pretended as though we're not saying that. The only opposition we have, this is a residential neighborhood. I have raised my two daughters here. They went to preschool here. They went to elementary school here. They played in the playground here. They learned how to ride a bike on 41st, right across from the property where you intend to build the casino. No disrespect intended to the industry. The Mohegan Suns brand is well known by everyone. I feel like I've been at a job fair for the last 4 hours. I left work today. I represent a nonprofit that deals with social justice. I didn't do that all day. So we could be here to talk about the concerns we have. We respect what you do. We understand the property has been vacant. I have also had a long history in my corporate world. The land has been vacant. You need to monetize it ASAP. We understand that. We also feel for all those who are in the job market. I am as well. So I understand that. But you cannot overlook the perils of bringing an adult industry, casinos. Let's not sugarcoat it. Let's not call it a luxury resort. All respect to Mohegan Sun that runs great. And there are places, commercial sites where you do this. You don't do it. I don't think any one of us want to raise our children across from a nightclub or a casino. So please, sirs, no disrespect intended, but please bear in mind, we are raising our children here. We know that human trafficking, drug addiction, traffic congestion, air pollution, environmental issues, and so much more go hand in hand with this. The traffic, I have personally been a victim to multiple accidents here that happen daily in the current environment. You cannot improve upon it. Why are people paying congestion pricing if there's room for more cars to come into the neighborhood? So, with due respect, please go back to the members of the elected officials, go back to them and tell them the residents do not want this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Speakers 117 to 125, please. Thank you. 117 to 125.
Good afternoon. Mike Balboni. I've addressed you once before, and I want to just start by saying I was in the state legislature for almost 17 years. I've been my part of a hearing, so thank you for doing this. Sometimes it's kind of a thankless job, but I think you're making the process much better. So I'm here just to discuss, and I've sat and listened to everybody talking about crime and security. And the thing I just want to recognize, I want everyone to recognize that this is a new opportunity to do security the right way. You know, recently, 6 weeks ago, this city was rocked by a horrific shooting on Park Avenue. And in the wake of that, I've been retained by several Midtown Manhattan office buildings to do an independent security assessment specifically for that type of a threat. Here, you know, if you were designing a security program, you would look at three things. You'd look at location, you'd look at technology, and you'd look at personnel. This particular project being built from the ground up, not having to rehab anything out there, gives you the opportunity to do all three of those things right. And it's not just about site security. When you take a look at the technology that's available, one of the things that really shocked people was the ability of someone to get into a lobby with a weapon. There is now AI technology where you can actually determine that someone's carrying a weapon that's concealed. Standoff detection. That is something that has been lacking so oftentimes. This is an opportunity to embed that technology right now to make sure that it is the most secure place you can have. In addition to which, secure ingress, egress, and the personnel. The reason why everyone's mentioning Mohegan Sun is because Mohegan Sun does security right. They train, their personnel is top of the line, and they make it their priority. So look, yeah, there's a lot of different questions you're going to be facing, but I'm just telling you, this is from a security standpoint, this is the opportunity to do it right. Thank you very much.
Yes, Elaine Maldonado, zip code 117, and I assure you I do not work for the man. To repeat what our East Side community has been saying over and over again, we welcome housing in this site. We welcome affordable housing. We welcome green space, retail. We welcome construction on this site. We don't want a mega gambling hall in the basement across the street from our children and our schools, right? And I know that no one in this room in your heart wants that either. It's irresponsible to further jam up First Avenue traffic. This is the main thoroughfare to 3 ER rooms and critical care units. And you know this traffic is going to be terrible. I heard what they were saying about losing bus lanes. Lives are going to be lost. You know that. The current proposal is irresponsible also with regard to the 17th precinct. They're already dealing with UN week, terrorism threats, and the Israeli mission. How much more can you put on these guys? The current proposal assaults the New York City landmark Tudor status. It was landmarked not for a building, it was landmarked as a model residential district for other neighborhoods to learn from. Plus, this new oversized buildings on First Avenue are going to cause shadows on the parks, which were, if anyone knows about that landmarking, were core to landmark status. Now, let me ask you something else, because I actually was reading part of the engineering report. Are you aware that this site is contaminated and that going down 4 stories into contaminated soil right on the river, a few blocks from major flood zone during Sandy, this is insane. Plus, I mean, I know there are many more things that have red flags in that study, but that the access road to the Midtown Tunnel goes right under the site. I mean, I can't imagine people doing this. Last, I want to
Thank
speak
you
to
very much. You're at time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for organizing this. I live at 10016 on 38th Street. My name is Deborah Shine, and I oppose a casino. What this meeting should be about and only about is the building of a casino and the impact this casino will have to the quality of life in the neighborhood. All the benefits, we're all for development. In fact, the big question everybody has is why has this site not been developed before? The Soliev Group has owned it for over 20 years, and they have had opportunities to develop it, and they have not developed it. So I don't think this is about a site staying empty anymore. And I think this is about a casino. And I agree with a number of what the speakers have said here. I'm a little bit offended by the size of this space. I think if you want a public hearing, it should be an open public hearing where it's at convenient hours for most of the people, most of the residents living in the building. And it should be in a big space where there's not a line outside. I came early about 2 o'clock, and I've been sitting here for a very long period of time. This should be for the community to speak its views on the purpose of having a casino in the neighborhood. And this is only about a casino. We're for development, we're for housing, we're for affordable housing, we're for all the other benefits, but the benefits that are being proposed will depend on the casino being profitable. And there's no guarantee that it will be profitable. And I'll stop here and say thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks for your time, CAC. Thank you for your service and all your work. My name is Kevin O'Keefe. I've been a member of the local community board since 2019. More than 3.5 years ago, before Freedom Plaza expressed interest in a casino, the board first addressed the possibility of a casino in the community when I brought up the topic in a committee meeting. I had concerns. That prompt led to a meeting where the board for the first time voted for a resolution in opposition to a casino in the community. In the discussion before the vote, I was the first person to speak in opposition to a casino and the only board member to cite studies to support that position. The resolution passed by a single vote. Today, I bear the same torch. I stand here in opposition to a casino in our community. I'm the president of two community nonprofits, St. Farton Park Conservancy and Manhattan East Community Association, or MECCA. Last year, MECCA co-sponsored a town hall about the casino bid. Last week, I happened to be in that same building that hosted that forum. This time I saw a sign there that reads, "We choose to be a community even when we disagree." It's a message of civility that resonates. After several discussions with Soloviev, I'm happy with Freedom Plaza park element and have said so publicly standing alongside Soloviev. The Conservancy and Mecca have worked with the Soloviev Foundation to improve the community. This includes a major ADA compliant upgrade to the St. Farton Park Public Garden. Thanks to the foundation, that capital project did not require any of our taxpayer dollars. It completed a 5-phase equity garden plan that I had started in 2021. We choose to be a community even when we disagree.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I'm a resident of Midtown East, zip code 10016. I was born at NYU Hospital on First Ave. This was my neighborhood before my parents were priced out, and I've made my way back now as a young adult. It's not lost on me how many folks who have spoken have a monetary interest in their support of the project and who don't live here. And as someone who has none and does live here, I have serious concerns about Freedom Plaza, particularly around housing and climate. It's, at one time I was personally in the spiral of the affordable housing lottery in NYC. It's not easy. It was near impossible. The developers promised 600 affordable apartments, but affordable often means far above what a lot of low income residents can earn. Units may be smaller, undesirable, and delivery could be entirely dependent on the casino success. Even if those apartments are built, the surrounding development could push up rent for and displace longtime low income neighbors and fundamentally change the social fabric of our community. The 250 million community reinvestment fund also sounds great, but spread across 20 years, that's a drop in the bucket compared to the billions that the casino is projected to take in. And with the administration of these funds controlled by an outside organization, it's unclear whether local community members like myself will actually see any meaningful support or have any say in the administration of those funds. And frankly, it shouldn't take a casino to have affordable housing in New York City. And why I've not heard at all is the climate risk in a neighborhood already under strain. Large scale construction and operations will raise energy use, create heat islands, and put additional pressure on our stormwater systems, air pollution from traffic congestion. These impact residents like myself, from higher energy bills to flooding risk, and these permanent changes are things we cannot reverse. Housing values and economic projections are one thing, but my purpose in life is not profit maximization. I want to make sure my neighbors are okay, that we're okay, and we're in a resilient community. Midtown East deserves better, and I don't want it to be a rich man's playground. Thank you.
All, can I please remind you that the rules of this hearing have not changed for the past 4 hours. Please continue to hold your applause and comments and chatter. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I live in the Corinthian. I walked here. I was not driven by a bus from Connecticut. And I find it really, really difficult how the residents are pushed aside here by employees of the casino and people who are paid by the developers or in other ways financially involved. We are concerned about the future of our home, and it has really only to do with the casino. I don't think no one I've ever met here and talked about says anything against building another apartment building. And no one I talk to, in particular, not the fellow parents I meet, for example, in St. Martin's Park, no one I've ever heard who lives here is in favor of that casino, and with good cause. I mean, who is a decent person and wants their children to grow up facing gambling? I mean, that is just so far outside of any decent way of raising children. And we have heard about the economic promises, all the financial promises. Sullivan County in upstate New York has just to bail out their Catskill Casino Resort because it went bankrupt after a decade of financial straits. So don't believe that there is just money coming as a given. And whose money is it anyway? I mean, it's exploiting vulnerable people with addiction. So that is not a decent way of building things for our community.
Can I get speakers 126 to 130 to line up?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I thought I'm in the wrong place today, the meeting. I thought it's something else.
Can you
Is
speak
it,
a little closer to the mic, please?
starting now? You want me to start over? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought I'm in the wrong meeting today. Is it Moheganson Reunion or other organization which is not belong to the neighborhood here? Okay. I say something about I came from a poor family. Before I came to this country, my mother said, no gambling, no smoking. Study well, do well in school, get a good job. Mom, no casino. I noticed that many of the attendees here were from outside our immediate community. The zip code did not relate to our neighborhood. This raised my concern, I should say, about the fairness and accuracy of the outcome. When individual from unrelated area participates, it can dilute the voice of the residents who are directly impacted, like everyone live in Corinthian or Tudor City and all that, okay? It can dilute the impact I believe that it is important that the result at decision reflect the opinion of those who actually live in and represent our neighborhood. Include outside voices may may screw up the result and un- undermine the integrity of the process. Do you want your neighborhood, like the people from outside, like from Mohegan Sun or casino somewhere they work for, do they allow their kids living in the neighborhood like the one that we're going to face it to? Okay. Okay. Something that I want to say is another quick fix, another false promise of economic salvation. It's not a plan. This is not a plan. It is
Thank you very much. You're at time. You're at time. Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker, please. I'm sorry, you're at time. Thank you very much. You can email the rest of your comment. Thank you. Next speaker, 127.
Everyone, good afternoon, good evening. It's been a long afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Avi. I'm a local resident here. Thank you for this opportunity to, act on our uniquely American opportunity to be able to share our opinion. I'm usually used to speaking in public environments, but there's been so much jeering over here. I'm like nervous to, I feel like there should be a place where I can share my actual thoughts and feelings. I think that a lack of development, that empty stretch on First, walk by there all the time. I think that's what brings negativity. It's the vacuum, positive development, positive creation of a space that can actually be utilized and actualized and bring more development to this community. I think that this is finally a time that we can be a partner in it. I know there's an amazing part of this project that we're able to partner with this and this development and be partners in this. And the Solvay Foundation have already proven themselves as great partners and good people. And if it's going to be anyone that is going to develop this project, it should be them. And we can just look at their past and instead of looking around and seeing how all other projects comparing to other things, you have to know who you're dealing with, the people that you're dealing with, and we've already seen how much they care and how sensitive they are to the needs of our community. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and have a good evening.
Hi, my name is Michelle Risa, living at Park and 34th for, 10016 for 39 years as a small business owner, having been a member of the business committee in Murray Hill Neighborhood Association and on the board at my co-op. Important to me are the people actually building and maintaining the property. In approving the proposal, I ask you to approve who will do what they say they will do, since many do not. So who is Michael Hirschman? A person who travels to DC to address the Senate to prevent the weakening of laws that prohibit US businesses from bribery. A person who writes their to-dos into the title of the property on his own volition, so he is legally bound to do them. A person who illustrates his values and his vision as seen in the current exhibit on his property, honoring all people, who listens to diverse points of view even when different from his. Michael demonstrates he will fulfill on the benefits promised and strengthen my community with enhancements that matter to me. Economic impact, sustainable union jobs, affordable housing, 5 acres of parks, and yes, 250 million over the first 20 years for nonprofit initiatives and establishing a community-led 501c3 without any member of Soliev on it. All this illustrates what Michael Hirschman stands for and what he is willing to fight for. While I understand the arguments against this project based on concern of traffic and safety, one, they are looking at actively housing a police substation. Two, the head of the UN security believes this project will make the community more safe. And three, history tells us that the same arguments were made when proposals were made for the Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, and the UN. So where would our country be without them? Let's not make the mistake and miss this next opportunity.
Thank you very much. Can I also get speakers 131 to 140 to line up, please?
Hi, good evening. I have come here to speak for the 7,259 people who have expressed their dislike and rejection of a casino in our neighborhood. 73+% of these signatories actually live in zip codes 10016, 10017, and 10022. I have forwarded the stats to you often, but now I take a moment to read the comments that are not mine, but expressed by these signatories. I have selected a few because I don't have the time for more. David Laurie. When we first moved to New York City 4 years ago, we wanted to live in a relatively quiet neighborhood and then walk the exciting parts of what makes NYC so special. Murray Hill fits that. It's a great place for young professionals, families, people from all over the place. I was born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. While neither of my parents were gamblers or worked in the gambling industry, I saw firsthand how um, people became addicted to gambling. I watched it wreck families and who had to desperately try to double with little money that they had. Potential increase in crime cannot be overstated as well. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous when I represent so many people. Caroline Connerboy Esquire commented about 2 months ago. Gambling destroys the gambler and their family. Why do we have to enable the gambler by creating this casino with a daycare that makes destruction of the family easier? David Brunberg. No casino in our beautiful neighborhood. Casinos bring crime, crowds, and corruption. We don't need these things in our neighborhood. Ruxana Motiwala. No one wants or needs a casino in this neighborhood. We are a congested community with the UN, the Midtown Tunnel, and other disruptors. Your ploy to arrange the problem gambling resource centers is so deceitful.
Thank you very much. You're at time. Thank you.
My name is Farnoosh Kadmari. I live in Tudor City. I see the casino across, my building every day. And I was hoping that they build a nice park with the family and, kids, they come and play. But instead of that, they're building a casino. I remember 2 years ago, I heard that there's a casino is going to be open. I thought it was a joke. I'm not, no way, not next to the UN. And I cannot believe that UN would allow that casino would open there. People, they come from all over the world to solve the problem with their country for UN assembly. In that business, they come here to solve, a lot of problems that they have, but they're not being, going to the casino and play and drink and party and do drugs or whatever. This is not a good neighborhood for the casino. Take them to New Jersey, take them to other places. This is a clean area with their friends and family. They live there. There's a lot of kids that I see. There is a playground that I see the kids from 6 o'clock in the morning. They're playing till when it gets dark. They don't need to be next to the casino. I don't think this is right. I don't think this is proper for this neighborhood. And please, please think about it. This is not a good place for a casino. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Kazmira, and I'm a lifelong New Yorker. Living in the city, I know how important it is to find moments of calm, especially in the middle of so much noise, traffic, and concrete. Freedom Plaza is a chance to bring balance back into our lives. With a 4.77-acre park, nearly the size of Bryant Park, we will finally have a space that promotes health, relaxation, and well-being. Green spaces are proven to reduce stress, encourage physical activity, and even improve air quality. This park will feature areas for recreation, shaded spots to escape the heat, and gardens that support our environment. It will also be fully accessible, designed so that seniors, young people, and people with disabilities can all feel welcome and safe. When we when we invest in green space, we invest in healthier people, stronger neighborhoods, and a more livable city. Freedom Plaza is more than a development, it's an opportunity to breathe. Thank you.
We would really appreciate it if there was no clocking. Everyone, both sides.
Hi, Melissa 10016. I'm speaking as a longtime resident of the Murray Hill neighborhood, having lived here for over 15 years, to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed casino development. This community has always been a welcoming and peaceful place to live. Many of us moved here and stayed because of the neighborhood's unique character and stability. A development of this nature threatens to fundamentally change the environment in a negative way. Sorry, back to school sickness. Casinos often bring increased crowds, heavier traffic, and a type of clientele that can introduce challenges related to addictive behaviors and public safety. I've witnessed firsthand how detrimental addictive behaviors can be to one's family. These are not hypothetical concerns, they are well documented consequences observed in other communities that have undergone similar developments. I'm especially concerned about the casino's close proximity to a public elementary school, as well as an early childhood education center, which was coincidentally left off the planning documents. See slide titled "Comprehensive Consideration of Area Uses and Services." There's an early child center one half a block from the proposed location. The presence of a gambling establishment so close to places where young children learn and grow is deeply troubling. It raises questions about safety, appropriateness, and the kind of message we are sending to families who trust this community to support their children's development. Furthermore, given our close proximity to the United Nations, the addition of a casino introduces unnecessary and avoidable security risks. A high traffic, high stakes entertainment venue within such close range of an international diplomatic hub poses concerns that go beyond the local community. This is a national and even international security consideration that has not been taken lightly. As someone who exits the highway into this neighborhood 5 days a week, I already experience how congested and difficult traffic can be during peak hours. Congestion pricing is not working. Adding a casino would only worsen an already strained traffic flow, creating further frustration and safety hazards for residents and commuters alike. Just last night, I was having dinner on 38th and 2nd Avenue is a complete standstill with traffic.
Thank you very much. You're at time. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kasim, and I am proud to call New York my home. One of the things that make the city special is our shared spaces, places where people of all backgrounds can come together. Unfortunately, in too many parts of the city, those spaces are hard to find. That's why Freedom Plaza is so important. This development will bring a 4.77-acre park, almost the size of Bryant Park, right here in Midtown. Imagine a place where neighbors can gather, where workers can take a break in fresh air, and where visitors experience a green oasis in the middle of the city. The park will host concerts, cultural events, markets, and seasonal activities that showcase the spirit of New York. It will also be built with sustainability in mind, shaded seating, uh, uh, um, gardens, and environmentally friendly design that reflect the best of urban planning. Most importantly, this park will belong to all of us, accessible, safe, and welcoming. Freedom Plaza isn't just about building structures, it's about building community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shanae, and I stand here before you as a private citizen who cares deeply about the future of this city. Freedom Plaza is not just another project, it's a chance to strengthen the backbone of New York. With 17,000 union jobs on the horizon, this is creating stable, family sustaining careers that will benefit people across the neighborhood. And this reach goes further. An estimated 3.2 billion in annual income impact is nearly 1 billion in tax return revenue means more resources flowing to schools, housings, and parks and vital services. On top of that, 56 million is being invested in workforce development programs that equip people with the training and support needed to step into those opportunities to succeed. For me personally, Freedom Plaza is more than a construction site, it's a commitment to the jobs, growth, and a city where working people can thrive. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leroy Johnson. I'm from Brooklyn. Um, I'm one of the outer borough persons, and I've been in Manhattan since I can, for as long as I can remember. I've honestly have heard the voices of the community here, and I do understand where they're coming from because in my community, I probably would say the same things. But at the same time, I think about all of the positives that could come out of it. And for me, and I don't mean any harm to anyone for the community, for me, it's a win because we have so much stuff that we just need something new to breathe in New York. New York City is just so dead with all of the regular stuff that's been going on forever and a day. Like we need some fresh blood. And what you're offering sounds pretty good compared to where we've been for the last 10, 15 years. So I thank you for your time. Again, I don't mean to offend anyone. I just wanted to get that out because I will be one of those persons looking for a job with you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Akeem Royal, and I stand here as a third generational resident of this wonderful and beloved city. Third generational descendant of those who migrated here during the Great Migration 80 years ago. And because of that, they came here because of affordable housing and a better life. This project seems to feel like it will present that and provide that with at least 500 permanent, affordable, low income units for those who can afford it. Of lately, I've seen many of my friends, loved ones, and neighbors forced out of the city because they simply cannot afford rents. As long as this project is in favor of building affordable housing and low income housing, I'm all for it. It's also a space where people can come, as it was forestated, and get peace with good green space and get in touch with nature, and also find solace and get in touch with spiritual renewing, which we have little of in this city. Again, I'm for this project as long as it caters to the needs of those who need and are in need of affordable and low income housing. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Garrett Lynch. I'm a resident of Tudor City. A lot of the people speaking for the casino have made it sound like the residents of Tudor City are elitists, entitled, and against affordable housing. There can be nothing further from the truth. The residents of Tudor City are for the affordable housing. We're just against the idea of a casino. Tudor City was founded in the 1920s to provide affordable housing for workers in New York City that could have easy access to Grand Central. It was a meatpacking district in the early 20s. 11 buildings went up and have now housed many people through the years. The buildings have had included 3 parks in addition to the buildings, and it was named a historical landmark in New York City and has landmark protection. The 3 parks and the community in the city provides respite and quiet and a sense of community for its residents. One of the advantages of living in Tudor City is the proximity to the United Nations. It provides housing for members of the United Nations to rent or buy that's reasonable, and it has a lot of interaction between members of the United Nations. There are also a lot of consulates of the United Nations in the surrounding neighborhood. And adding a casino and a lot of foot traffic and car traffic in the area may impact the security of the United Nations and the consulates nearby. One of the arguments I heard made for the casino is that it would provide restaurants, shows, and shopping for the members of the community. With our proximity to Broadway and Fifth Avenue, we need none of the above. There's enough of that in this city
Thank
as
you
it
very
stands.
much. We're at time. Can I get speakers 141 to 150 to line up, please?
Good evening. My name is James Esro.
and I live in zip code 10017. And it's been a long afternoon. Um, you know, I I've been a little bit amazed by how this meeting, and I know you all didn't do it, but how it got stacked. Because I believe in jobs. I believe in affordable housing. I believe in skills training. I believe in green space. Um, but that isn't what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about the casino. One thing that hasn't been mentioned this afternoon and evening is there's a school 3 blocks away. There is also in that awful complex of Tudor City a daycare, a childcare preschool, and it's right across the street. Um, I I lived in Houston for 41 years, relocated to New York because this was a place in this neighborhood where there was seemed to be very peaceful living, and um, I'm saddened that there even is consideration of a casino. My hometown is upstate New York, the Turning Stone, and I've never known anything positive to come out of the casino. I've seen people lose their houses. I've had neighbors in upstate that were professional people that became gamblers, abused their children, um, and their lives were ruined by casinos. Casinos do not bring positive energy to a neighborhood. Now, everything that's been spoken about, there's a lot of good things that have been said, but I'm concerned about what's underground. Thank you.
Right up. Good afternoon and or evening to everyone. I recently moved to New York City last year in an effort to further my education in graduate school. And in that short amount of time, I've been able to see firsthand how urgently the city has needed for more affordable housing, especially for those of us that may be living on a fixed income like I do in graduate school. I've also been able to see that there's been a lack of new spaces that feel welcoming for graduate students like myself and my friends. And so that's why I'm coming here to speak in support of Freedom Plaza. On top of giving us something new to do, I think it's very important to note the large impact that this development will be making in terms of sustainability for the long term future of New York, in terms of helping out the environment and giving us more green spaces and just spaces to hang out in a public area. Thank you. I yield my time.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Uh, I am also a graduate student here in New York City. I'm here to advocate strong support for the Freedom Plaza Development Project. First and foremost, this project provides critical opportunities for students, young professionals, and also residents to have access to affordable housing, which is something that is an instability for others in the community. Additionally, it also gives us a sense of stability and support among residents in our community. Also, this project features a museum dedicated to themes of freedom and democracy, which is great for the educational experience of both residents, current students, and also young children and adults. In addition to the housing support and the educational experience, there will also be strong positive economic impact through the creation of thousands of jobs and stimulating significant economic growth. These essential components are why I would like to support this project and continue to build essential services, resources, and community infrastructure. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Julian. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. Um, I I'm for the Freedom Project Plaza. I'm for that. I pretty much I'm not gonna get repetitive with the whole stats and all that because it's pretty much since I've been here. I'm number 145, so it's been pretty much repetitive. But the one thing I could say is like I understand change could be scary. Like change could be scary. There are things, but change could also be a breath of fresh air. Like that's the only thing. I'm from Harlem, so gentrification. I'm 33. I seen it, experienced it. But like I said, it could be a breath of fresh air. I experienced it. I seen it from buildings being torn down to condos, affordable housing. We need that. We need affordable housing. We need jobs. Y'all want the youth to be off the corners and stop being in certain places and stop doing different things. Give them jobs. We just trying to survive. That's all. So, like I said, change could be scary, but it also could be a breath of fresh air. That's all.
Good evening, CDA, LCHC. My name is Maureen Jackson. I am a special ed teacher as well as a chaplain, a New York State chaplain. So I've seen many things in many areas. I'm a native New Yorker. New York is so nice. It's wonderful. They named it twice. I am in favor of Freedom Plaza project. This is a unique. This is a unique chance to give residents of New York an opportunity to thrive. We need to engage in this chance to bring community, affordable housing, and opportunities for local businesses and unions to thrive alike. Please strongly consider this proposal. I yield the mic. Good night.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Avi. I'm relatively a new resident here in Midtown. And what brought me here in the city was very much that we all know New York City is a place of opportunity. And this is where everything is thriving, and we and both economically and emotionally, and also be, like you meet a lot of people. We have beautiful communities around here. As we all know, like COVID hit, everything happened. All the office buildings, everything transitioned into their basements, and really everything. There was a lot of opportunities were lacking here, and so therefore I'm very much supporting the project for both for two reasons. Number one, it will bring a lot of opportunity for the new generation, a lot of opportunity here, and a place of thriving, and a person could really experience New York City as it was designed to be. So I'm saying at the same time, I'm a healthcare professional. I'm dealing with thousands of patients here around the city, and I see the struggle of people with both with housing, which I see it on a daily basis. We want to provide care for people, and they don't have a place where to go. And by providing affordable housing, that would eliminate that problem. People would actually have where to stay and would be able to live a quality life. And and that's it. What I got to say. Thank you.
Can I have speakers 150 through 160 line up, please?
Wow, I made it. Only took about 5 hours, but hey, happy to be here. Good evening. My name is Stella. Everyone's been giving zip code, so New York 10017, so in the neighborhood. I'm proud to call this neighborhood home for the last 17 years. I care deeply about our neighborhood's future, so I urge you to say no because neon lights and noise 24/7. Imagine returning home late from work with excessive noise echoing down the block, neon glass through your windows, crowd loudly speaking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. I urge you to say no because of public safety strains. Studies show operating casinos bring spikes in petty crimes, vandalism,
and calls for police or EMS, diverting resources from real emergencies. I urge you to say no because of traffic and parking chaos. Dozens of tour buses and hundreds of cars circle around our narrow streets, honking and idling for hours, and visitors leave trash and litter. I urge you to say no because of social costs. Problem gamblers and distressed visitors gather on sidewalks, unsettling families and seniors who walk these streets daily. Far from being a sign of progress, the casino proposal fundamentally jeopardizes the safety, tranquility, and close-knit spirit that define the neighborhood. It is a threat to our quality of life and placing the future of this community in peril. I urge you to say no to the casino proposal. Thank you.
Again, please hold the applause.
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Danielle Samet, and I am a speech language pathologist in the Department of Education. I've now lived in Manhattan for 7 years, and I'm here to support the Freedom Plaza in conjunction with the Soul Vibe Group and an organization that I'm involved with called Chabad. Now, I work in the education system, and what the Soul Vibe Group is promising is that affordable housing will be provided among the Freedom Plaza. We all know that many teachers and those in the education system are underpaid and overworked. So, for someone in my position and many other educators, this is a very promising thing to hear when hearing all about the Freedom Plaza. In addition to that, I work with students who are low functioning and who are nonverbal. And what the Freedom Plaza is promising to do is that all of either 5 million or 2% of the revenue brought in from the casino can go towards the community. And in the community, what that can go towards is education and helping students of mine. And what better than being an educator and hearing that I can receive grants for my students and all the funding needed from this project than from what I'm being told from the promises of the Soul Vibe Group in conjunction with the Freedom Plaza. So I continue to encourage this project, and I'm a very strong supporter and believer of it. And thank you for your time.
Like the other speaker, I've been here for about 5 hours now, so I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to express my views and share my viewpoint. My name is Melissa, zip code 10022, and I've been a resident of Manhattan Community District 6 for nearly 10 years. And I look forward to being part of this community for many more years to come. I echo the concerns of many of my fellow District 6 residents, neighbors, and community members. As several have reiterated time and again, a casino would bring more negative impact than any potential benefits to our community. A casino would hurt our neighborhood. Casino's small, constrained space in the middle of Manhattan seems to make no sense to me. I have no issue with job development. Anyone using sound reason would support that. I'm open to development and progress and improvement that provides positive impact to the neighborhood, not what would hurt it. And as one of the speakers have pointed out, these jobs and these building developments can and would be created via other projects that are suitable in other locations. I would also ask the committee to take a critical eye to what the developers are claiming in terms of potential job creation and purported traffic congestion alleviation. And please also consider the voices of the residents as well, as it seems that fewer of us have had the opportunity to speak today. Again, and to be clear, I'm against the proposal, and I ask the committee to carefully consider the impact of it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monique. I live in 10017. I'm a Tudor City shareholder, native New Yorker. I'm an architect specializing in high performance building design and sustainability, Well AP, Lead Green Associate, and OSHA 30. I have clients in large scale infrastructure such as DHS and Port Authority, and previously have worked on the Resorts World Casino. This is one of 3 casinos introduced in the city. A single casino is 15% more energy per square foot than a hospital. However, local law 97 energy emissions limits casinos only to 38% of that of a hospital. That means it consumes more than 300% of its allowed limit per casino. Casino impacts light pollution, contributing to heat island effect, with impacts in air quality pollution and, of course, increased energy demands, taxing further the Con Ed grid. Groundwater restriction, a DEC control, prohibits rainwater capture and reuse at this site, which violates the requirements of Local Law 97, 92, 94, and Local Law 98, significantly setting back the city's resiliency goals and carbon neutrality by 2050. It is the city's planning on forgoing energy emissions and accountability in exchange for exemption payments through reusable energy credits. It would say a lot about the agenda of the city's resiliency plan and what the city actually hopes to gain for green as money and not the environment. The site is a poor choice for a casino and reckless choice in advancing the city's environmental initiatives, impacting quality of life and health in Tudor City and Murray Hill and adjacent neighborhoods. The site is a brownfield with at least one active sample of volatile emissions per the current EPA National Register. The DOB classified this as an environmental risk site for air, and soils report from 2022 conclude that the topsoil is clean via voluntary pickup, but the underneath soil remains contaminated. There are protective mats laid under the topsoil that are patchwork, not a cleanup. The previous DEP and EPA reports have identified asbestos, fly ash, fuel combustion byproduct, and lead present in the soil. Excavating and treating the soil off-site is the only way to remediate. Disturbing 690,000 cubic yards of contaminated soil creates significant construction risk, which is adjacent to heavily populated residential areas, and the MTA Midtown Tunnel exhaust stack by the park and the waterfront winds can create microclimate that would distribute the contaminated dust throughout the east side of Tudor City. One UN Plaza and
Thank you very much. You're at time. Thank you.
Craig Del Duco, zip code 10016. I'm the worst public speaker, so for me to come up here, you know it must be important. This is my union card. I'm a 36-year member of IBEW Local Union Number 3. This union job changed my life. I grew up in a single-parent household on public assistance, welfare, food stamps, the whole bit. I worked every bit of overtime. They called me the sponge because I didn't say no, never said no to overtime. I saved my money, and in the days after 9/11, I bought an apartment on 38th Street because prices had plummeted, and I saw an opportunity to buy in this awesome neighborhood, this great neighborhood I've been living in. And the thought of putting a casino here is so insulting. I didn't get to why my son goes to the University of Miami, all these accomplishments because of this great union job. None of it happened in a casino. I never went in a casino. You know what's in a casino? There are no windows. They pump oxygen in so you can keep gambling. They give you free liquor. Does this sound something fruitful that we want in the neighborhood? This is dysfunctional. I'm going to read you, not to mention on their web, they never once mentioned the gambling part. They say gaming. 300,000 square foot gaming. Like what, Pac-Man? We're going to play what, pickleball? It's gambling. It's a cancer. And I grew up with guys who gambled and collected money from guys who gambled. It's a sickness. We don't want it. Let me read you the end of a movie. It's a relevant film. These guys will know it. Today it looks like Disneyland. And while the kids play cardboard pirates, mommy and daddy drop the house payments and junior's college money on the poker slots. We don't want that. You guys don't want to be associated with that cancer. You're better than that. Thank you.
Marina Borsini, I live in 10016. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As many people have said, I'm not against the affordable housing. I'm not against good jobs. Great that Solivet Corporation uses union workers. They should be doing that. What I am against is a casino. And thinking of having one of the largest casinos in North America dropped here in the middle of Manhattan, one of the most densely populated places on earth, is really, I mean, it's ridiculous. Are we going to have massively improved infrastructure in addition to the casino? I don't think so. So I urge this committee to really think about what it would do having a 1,252 rooms hotel, having millions of people, that's what they're saying, coming to the casino, what it will do to the infrastructures. What it will do, how many trucks it will need to bring in all the supplies. So the fact that they were even discussing this is really ridiculous. And the other thing that I want to say, and I want to echo what has been said before, is that the way that the Soloviev corporations and Mohegan have been allowed to bring people that clearly have a stake, right, on this project that are outside of the community is really, really terrible. So please listen to the community. Most of the people that live in this community are against this casino. Now, we're not against the Soloviev building residential towers, but we are against the casinos. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Schwartz. I live in 10016 for the last 30 plus years. Thank you for your time. I know you have a lot to do. You are the Community Action Committee, and I would say you have a responsibility and a duty to protect the best interest of the people who live in this community. All right. I think the fact, and I urge you to give more weight to the people who live here and what their comments are and their concerns. We live here. We know what's going to happen when you put a casino. We understand the traffic. We understand the neighborhood, right? Better than the developers, better than people who come from other areas. And I got to say, I think the developers have made a mockery of the process tonight by bussing in people from their companies to come and speak on behalf of this project. Okay. And I think the gentleman who just spoke before from Brooklyn said it best when he was in favor of it, but said he would understand and he probably would be against it if it was in his neighborhood. Okay. It's a residential neighborhood. We don't need 9 million visitors coming in with the traffic, the pollution, every negative that that's going to bring. If you want to know what people really think, do your due diligence. Come out to our community. Go to the parks, go to the schools, go to the supermarkets, talk to people. Find out what they think about having a casino in our neighborhood. Okay? That's what I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Applause, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak and enthusiastically support the Freedom Paso project. I'm speaking for Nina Trevins, the founder, executive, and producing artistic director of the nonprofit youth theater Tada on 28th Street in Manhattan. Our nonprofit just celebrated its 40th year, and for decades we have produced original musical theater productions, offered free pre-production training, and positive youth development programs for our resident youth ensemble for kids ages 8 to 18. We offer classes in camps, on site, and in schools for youth ages 4 to 13. We serve a diverse group of youth people, young people, and families from Midtown and beyond, and provide need based scholarships for all of our programs. We've seen many changes to the city over these 40 plus years and believe that the Freedom Plaza will be a great change. Tada has been part of the meetings for some time and like that the community has had a voice in this plan. The park plan is beautiful, and the family friendly Museum of Democracy will serve as a welcome addition to the city's cultural landscape. The outdoor amphitheater and community space will be ideal for educational programming, performances, community events, especially by motivated young New Yorkers. And we look forward at TDA to expanding our programming and performing and providing classes and workshops there. Soloviev has long supported New York City's cultural and the arts. The Path of Liberty launch introduced a youth essay competition on democracy. What could be more relevant at this moment? Tada believes that youth people's voices matter, and these initiatives show Soloviev's commitment to supporting art that focuses on freedom of expression and civic engagement. It's very important that we support this and support organizations like our. We urge you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have speakers 161 to 170 line up, please? Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hi. Um, I've lived in the Corinthian for the past 21 years. My wife and I, we've lived in Murray Hill for the last 43 years. We raised our son here. I work in the area. I'm going to save you the long letter I wrote. Instead, I'm just going to say that we would love to have an infusion of energy into the area. We would love to have affordable housing, better jobs, more jobs for people. But a casino is in our residential area. This is where we live. doesn't make any sense. Uh, you have you're going to have children walk by a casino and say, "Why is that person hanging out outside? Why are these people the way they are out there?" You're going to have attract all sorts of people. It's going to totally change the community. It'll change the neighborhood. It's our residents. It's a residential neighborhood. That's what it is. If you live here, you know that. Why would you want to change that? How many residential, yes, changes happen all the time. We lost our local grocery store to NYU who took over, or losing something, losing small stores to giant chains. It's never a good thing. It's not, but it would be, and it is a good thing when we put a new school in on between 35th and 36th Street, or a museum if we come in. But putting a casino in a residential area, think about it, makes no sense.
Thank you very much. My name is Rose. I've been here since 2 o'clock. I've listened to a lot of nonsense, but the one thing I'd like to say is that, especially from Mohegan, I mean, it's a job fair. That's what it was today. I respect the community and the committee. Thank you very much. I've sent my emails to you, so that's fine. Now, I've lived in this area for the past 20 years. And I say definitely no to the casino. A casino being built is not for the greater good of all, especially not for the greater good of our community. I'm all for housing. I'm all for the unions. I come from a very big union family. And what I would like to say is that, just a minute, sorry. What I would like to say is that you want to strip of uh, like Las Vegas. Well, okay, we have NYU strip of hospitals going way up. Then we have a strip of ambulances following them. Then we have a strip of um, children crossing the street. We have bicycles running up and down. They don't even go on the street, they're on the sidewalk. So I think it's just dreadful that you're even thinking of having a community. And I say, Mohegan, shame on you. There's a place for everything. You want it up in Connecticut? Brilliant, but not on 41st Street. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Again, a reminder about the applause, please. Next speaker.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Kenneth McClure. I'm a 25-year resident of zip code 10017. I'm on the board of the Grand Central Partnership. I'm on the advisory committee of Friends of Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, and I'm very active in some of the hospitality and tourism sector in the current mayor's office. I'm here standing before you in support of Freedom Plaza. I got involved with them about a year and a half ago as more of a curiosity than anything. I have no skin in the game here. No one asked me to be here. I'm here on my own free will. And honestly, hearing some of the comments from some of the people that are bad mouthing the Mohegan Sun company is shameful. You obviously haven't done your research, because if you look at some of the other competing bids, they're much more solid. They've got much more of a social kind of compliance and a social ethics. Of course, I'm sure a balance sheet is very important, but you have to really understand the experience of being with them. I've spent some time with some of their people. And as a resident, first and foremost, is the main reason why I'm here. I fully support it, and I'll tell you why. I support it because A, it's been a 20-year eyesore. I used to live in Tudor City. I watched the building come down piece by piece. I moved to 865, a little further down First Avenue, and I actually overlook the site. I'm excited about it. I love living in a world-class city with world-class amenities. Times Square doesn't need this. There's a lot of attraction in Times Square already. They pulled out at Hudson Yards. They've got plenty of traction at Hudson Yards. We need this here. Everyone is panicking. Why are they panicking? We've got the best people in the business right here. with a pledge to us for building our community, strengthening our community, finally taking this eyesore out of our vision and building something world class. That's what we need. This is
Thank you
Manhattan.
very much. We're out of
It's
time.
Midtown
Thank
Manhattan.
you.
It's not the
Next speaker,
suburb.
please.
Hello, guys. My name is Brian. I know what you're thinking. I'm obviously the youngest person here. I'm only 18, but I feel like my voice matters, same as everybody else. I'm in support of the casino, and these are my reasons. Casino will bring job creations. Casinos create district jobs such as dealers, servers, security, management, and indirect jobs such as construction, hospitality, and tourism services. And it also boosts the local economy. They attract tourists who also spend money at hotels, restaurants, shops, entertainment, and venues nearby. And it keeps local money local. Residents who might otherwise travel elsewhere to gamble will spend their money locally, keeping revenue within the community. And another reason is I feel like this is New York City. A lot of opportunity. I know there's a lot of elderly people here, but they all came for opportunity. And I feel like my generation needs opportunity as well, and continuous generations. And this casino would last longer than all of us will probably be in this room by now. It's very important. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jeff Wojcicki, 50-year-old New Yorker. What can I say? Last year, I got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So my hospital, NYU, for the past year, 3 times a week, I'm over here walking back and forth. I want to thank the lady that's been putting up the posters. So I got off the train today on 34th, walked from 34th and Herald Squared to my hospital for my physical therapy, and I seen the posters. And first thing that caught my eyes, it says, say no to a casino. So I read the whole thing, and I've been here since 2 o'clock. And I say yes to this casino, say yes to this project. So the way I look at it, I've been home a whole year, and I look at New York City right now. We falling apart over here in New York City, man. The trash in New York City, every street you walk down is trash. We need to clean up the city, number one. Number two, Mohegan Sun, for a business like this to come here to want to do any business here in New York City, it's a blessing. It's a blessing in disguise. And I think we need business like this. We need business here in New York City. And I pray that they even in one of these buildings open up a boxing gym for the kids, because that's what I am. I'm a boxing coach. We need more boxing gyms. We need stuff for the kids to keep them off the streets. I lived in home for 5 years. I was working with the Olympic Committee over there. And I can say like this, where in Poland, you don't see no trash on the streets. It's a beautiful country. And that's what we need to bring back here in New York City. We need to clean up our own, you know what I mean? We need to clean up our neighborhood. That's what we need to do. We need more business, more stuff like this. They say casino no. I wonder if those people that said casino no, if they ever went to casino, because I've been in casinos many times. I'm in the boxing world, and we just had a beautiful fight in Las Vegas, Canelo and Crawford. Listen, that brings money back into the community. You know what I mean? If you have a problem with gambling, then that's an issue, but I doubt that, man. I mean, I think this brings business to the people, and we need that in the city. We need more and more good stuff, especially the buildings and the money you want to bring back to the city. I'm for it. I'm really for it. And I pray they do open up a boxing gym in one of those buildings that they do, so bring the kids, have something for the kids out there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Cousins. I live in 10016. I've been a resident of this neighborhood for close to 50 years. I oppose Freedom Plaza. I think that it's going to add more and more traffic. The shuttle bus to Grand Central will add more traffic. East 41st Street is a narrow street, 2 lanes. There's a hospital facility on there already. People are lined up to get there. It's a midtown. East 41st Street is a midtown tunnel exit street. The UN sessions already add stress to the neighborhood. The neighborhood is densely populated. This proposal is lopsided in community benefits. There are none. Casinos, the casino area of this process is far outweighs the public space. The park is um, roughly 200,000 square feet. The casino is 300,000 square feet. That doesn't look like a good trade-off to me. Pools for a spa. There is no Walkers Anonymous. There's no Readers Anonymous. There's no Cooking Anonymous, but there is Gamblers Anonymous and there is Alcoholics Anonymous. The mainstays of gambling in New York history shows that if there's gambling, organized crime is not far behind. The only beneficiaries are the developers, not the community. How can a major development in Midtown, depending on thousands of people a day coming in, help the city? We just put in congestion pricing, and now we're going to add more to it. It doesn't make sense. Um, an art gallery, oh, give me a break. Um, anyway, I really oppose Freedom Plaza. The name demeans the term freedom. Um, it's freedom to lose money, freedom to further crowds in Midtown, freedom to disrupt the neighborhood. We're talking lipstick on a pig. Thank you.
Reminder for your applause, please. Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is George Winehouse. I am a physician. I was a physician at NYU for almost 40 years. I live at 10016, 235 East 40th Street. I take my hat off to the developers. They provide turkey dinners for Thanksgiving, bonuses during Christmas. I think that's great, but that has nothing to do with why we are here. I was a physician at NYU. There is a huge medical center between 34th and 23rd called NYU. There's another one up on 67th Street called Cornell. Do we need more traffic limiting access to ambulances and emergency vehicles? Not only would the construction of the Freedom Center impede that flow, but it would make it very, very difficult once the casino was built. I'm against a casino. I played poker when I was in high school, and I know how it can suck you in. Casinos are dangerous places. Whenever you see an ad for a casino or for gambling, whether it's actual gambling or on your computer, there's a line at the bottom of the ad saying that if you have a gambling problem, call such and such a number. Even the gambling propositions will tell you that they are dangerous. Against.
Hi, my name is Bobby, and I live in Sutton Place for the past 5 years, and my wife has been living in the area for 10 plus years. I also work in real estate development in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and I understand the issues here very well, whether it's traffic, whether it's environmental, how it overall it impacts the community here. And I'm just here to give some of my thoughts, and I understand how this could be something where people are worried about. And I'm happy that I'm not in your shoes, but you really have to weigh the pros and cons in figuring out what is best for the community. We've discussed many areas where this is great for the community with regards to affordable housing, which is not just good for people that require affordable housing, but I think for the average person, such as myself, who I also feel like I'm being priced out of the city in certain regards. I think that always helps rental pricing and brings a lot more to the city for people to be able to live here. I also believe that as a volunteer chaplain, and I visit a lot of people here, whether it's hospitals or people in need, that they require jobs, that they need something else here where we feel like we're getting very squeezed in the city. I met the solo group actually at a networking, real estate networking function for young professionals, and I see how they interact with the youth and how they interact with everyone in the community, trying to help everyone get to where they need to be. Bottom line is, this is something that can easily be programmed. I think if you want to figure out where traffic is going and where it's flowing, I think there's ways to look at that. I think the environmental has to be obviously kept to certain standards, which everyone can follow. And I think as a private business, if you're running a casino, especially, but also that many units of housing, you're going to have the top security. You're going to make sure that the area is clean and that you're running a successful business, which therefore will not
Thank you very
allow.
much. We're out of time. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May it please the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Steve Gordon. I live in and I own multiple apartments in Kips Bay Towers. I also own property in the Corinthian. I'm here today to fully support Freedom Plaza. My grandfather moved to Kips Bay in or about 1920. The brownstone where my mother grew up in is the same spot where my three children learned to walk, which is in our building's garden. My family's called Kips Bay home for more than 100 years, and we deeply care about the future of the neighborhood. I've been a practicing attorney in the city for over 35 years. My law firm is located in Kips Bay. My wife's dental practice is nearby. My son goes to school locally, and my two daughters attend NYU. With this context, I stand here. I believe in these developers. I believe in the plan, and I know what it will bring to Midtown East. This plan will bring vitality to the neighborhood, which will do many things. Amongst them, it will illuminate the streets with energies that has not been seen in decades. In my opinion, as a former prosecutor, this results in a much safer community. Second, street traffic. People are arguing that about the activity of streets, and to use what somebody else said, it's ridiculous that people who live in New York City are worried about pedestrian traffic. They're worried about noise. It's crazy to me that somebody would complain about noise and people in New York City. Move to Westchester, move somewhere else. It's ridiculous. More activity in these streets also brings more commerce to local businesses and local shops. In my building, right next to the movie theater, there's been a Barnes and Noble that's been vacant for over a decade. We need more people here and we need more money. And these are the people that are going to be able to produce it for us. I trust them. I have no independent interests here. But these are the people that are going to bring our community back, raise the value of our property, and make it a safer neighborhood for all.
My name is Chris. Lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years. Thank you, CAC, for hosting this second public hearing. It's not an easy job and can be thankless, but please know that it is appreciated. From 2 to 4:20 p.m. while waiting outside, I jumped online to listen, and I think I maybe heard two speakers at that point against the casino development. Scheduling our public hearing at 2 to 8 p.m. On a Monday in a small venue with limited access and limited convenience to working community members was, as voiced earlier, disenfranchising. I'm generally curious how many Mohegan Sun employees were bussed in and hosted close by. For the first 2.5 hours today, speakers were indeed very heavily stacked in favor of the casino. I'm curious also how many people were paid to attend while patiently waiting online. A young man joined the line and asked, "Is this where I go to collect my $100?" An interesting point of reference and telling. In summation, in case it was lost within the many details shared about a casino ironically associated with the name Freedom Plaza, um, I find it interesting that in this beautiful country and city of ours, this is the first time I've ever heard a casino ever being closely associated with the word freedom. It's not appreciated. Our residential community in Kips Bay, Murray Hill, and Tudor City is against the casino. We are not against a residential development on the plot. We support development for housing, a park, and jobs, just not a casino. Challenges voiced today include ground contamination, brownfield remediation, interference with current education in place, an increase in crime, increase in noise levels, drugs, traffic congestion, and even endangering life-saving access to healthcare along First Avenue. I heavily urge the CAC to not be on the side of allowing a casino in such a
Thank you
historic
very
and
much. We're
beautiful
at time.
residential neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I please get speakers 172 to 180 to line up?
Hi, my name is Ann Greenberg, and I've lived almost my entire life in the CB6 Community Board 6 area. I'd just like to ask everybody, how did we get to be so great since the time of the Dutch without a casino? Well, I guess my answer is we didn't need one, and we still don't need one. So the only purpose of a casino is to separate people from their money, money they have, and even money they don't have. They're known to bring crime, mental health issues. People have talked about this already, and we have these problems already in our district. The casino would be the top four biggest in the country, squatting on a long vacant parcel in one of the most densely populated places in the world. And the Solovyevs have been sitting on that dirt pile for decades. So why now? Why did they suddenly decide they had to do something? Well, I think they saw the grift. I foresee more obstructive traffic on First and Second Avenues, the two essential thoroughfares for thousands, especially seniors who rely on surface transportation. Rush hour tie ups near the tunnel, traffic related to the Science Park and Research Center, a big project coming on 25th Street with a lot of jobs to build it and a lot of really good jobs that are going to be there once it's built. And nobody from any of those unions even mentioned that. And the city's the planning commission is going to be developing all over the city. I think there's going to be a lot of jobs, and we don't need the casino because there will be other jobs. I think this committee here, you shouldn't just discount, you should discard every word said by all those employees who are bought and paid for. Nobody would come from Soloviev and stand up and say anything negative. All those union people, that's nice. You're going home to another neighborhood. We're going to have to live here. I think this is a committee for the community, and you should do what the community wants. And in January of
Thank you very
last year,
much.
they
We're
were
at
very
time.
much
Thank you very
against
much.
it.
Next speaker, please.
Ryan, I live in the Peter Cooper Village, Stuyvesant Town community. When I first heard of the gaming licenses coming to New York City, I had to check if it was an April Fool's Day prank. I couldn't believe that anyone would think that's a good idea. Am I the only one who remembers the off-track betting parlors, unsavory places? But I got to say, as I then I put that aside and I looked into the project. I researched the history of gambling in the United States and in urban areas. I did a lot of work, and on the whole, I concluded that the project was beneficial for the community by a long shot. And certainly, there are many reasons to oppose the project. No question about that. But some of the uh, opposition remarks, for me, just so exaggerated or nonsensical. I wonder if sometimes people didn't even look at what the project was about.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
With all the craziness going on in society that we have to protect children from, that guys are playing poker in an underground facility, that's going to morally corrupt the children? I don't think so. Um, don't forget the developers already have permits in hand to start the trucks and to start construction. The amenities of the park and the museum and everything else, that only comes because of the economic engine. You can't pick and choose. There are no other hearings if this project is turned down. That's it. Um, it seems like the meeting has been stacked. That's because the community is in favor of the project.
Thank you. And I think you actually are here to pick and choose. So I'll just say that. I'm totally going off script, which can be a little dangerous, but fortunately there's an opportunity to submit written testimony as well. So whatever I don't get through here, hopefully you will have to read through. I am a member of community of this community living in zip code 10017. I have also been struck by the fact that most of the folks speaking in support are not mentioning their zip code. But I do want to again thank you for your stamina in this, and especially our ASL translator. Much appreciated. Um, I agree that this space has been empty for way too long. And I think that this is a creative developer. But I think a truly creative developer could come up with a plan that without the casino, which I am opposed to, if that wasn't clear, would maybe make trade-offs between open space, affordable housing, casino, uh, hotel rooms, et cetera. There's a lot of moving pieces there. I am also concerned that if there are union jobs, great, as there should be, how many of those are lost? That's just another element in the trade-off. Um, and I know I'm running out of time. Um, I want to make sure that the open space is truly open space. There's an infinity pool. Will that be available to humans who just live in the neighborhood? Or is it
Thank you
for,
very much.
Hi, my name is Moshe Mendelowitz, and I live in 10065. I moved to New York City because the city is the greatest city in the world, and a casino will only make it better. Um, the casino will also bring jobs, money that the city desperately needs. The Solar Group is a first class community supporter in so many ways. I ask you please to consider pro the casino in the Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Veronica. I've lived in this community for 25 years. And I didn't really plan on speaking, but just the voices that were heard here today, it's just so stacked against the community, people who live in this community, that I felt like I had to kind of just say that I oppose the casino. I do think there is that sense of, hey, not in my backyard, but it really doesn't fit this area. You know, you're here with it's a residential area. There is a very serious institution called the United Nations, and the casino just does not fit here. Um, I urge you to maybe take a field trip to Yonkers, to the Empire State Casino, and just see what kind of people actually, you know, visit the casinos. And that's what you're going to get in this way. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shayna, 10016. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I believe in jobs and affordable housing, but I stand firmly in opposition to the proposed Freedom Plaza casino. Quite simply, this location makes no sense to me. Others already spoke about the constant traffic from the Midtown Tunnel and the necessity for ambulances to race to and from NYU to save lives, so I will change it up. I'm not going to badmouth anyone, but since many folks today did not seem to have a personal stake in the matter, I will speak personally. This neighborhood is the backdrop to my daily life. I work most days from home, half a block from the casino site. I'm an avid marathoner and I love to run along First Avenue and the East River. I take my peaceful strolls to the dog run at Robert Moses Park every day with my sweet dog. And yes, I walk her at night too. I've always felt safe doing that. I've always bragged about the safety and the vitality of this diamond in the rough neighborhood. I am not someone who scares easily, but a casino right here would chip away at the safety and livability that make this community my home. Let's just say that it's not just noise that I'm worried about. As someone said, poker is not all that happens at a casino. I am not afraid of change. I actually love watching this city change, but I am afraid of the wrong kind of change, the kind that prioritizes profit over people, that threatens safety, and that could force me to consider uprooting my life just as I think about starting a family. It horrifies me to think I might have to leave the neighborhood that I love because of a development so out of step with the community that it claims to serve. Midtown East is a neighborhood of residents, families, students, and workers. A casino here would not just undermine our quality of life, it would destroy it. I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Reminder for applause, please. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rosemary, and I live here in 1007 with my husband, 17, sorry, with my husband, and have lived in New York City since the early 80s. I oppose the casino project, and I urge you to vote against it as well for the following reasons. First of all, I believe that this project is an insult to the dignity of the United Nations and to the neighborhoods over there by encouraging gambling, a dangerous addiction. Secondly, I often drive through the Poconos, and over there, the gambling casinos stand in fear of this casino being built here because with every casino that is built as a new project, they stand to lose at least 20% of their income. Where do those jobs go? Where do those livelihoods that have been invested in those areas go? We have to think of the others as well, not just of the progress and the opportunities and the hope that is sold here to all of us by Freedom Plaza, but where the potential disasters are ignored. Traffic has been mentioned. I will not belabor the bottlenecks that can arise over here, but I want all of us to remember Sandy and the floods that came and the floods that could be brought here to dangerous levels by the big dig that has to take place in contaminated soil and that may bring disaster to our area. We all love New York. We want the best for it. We want
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you. Can I have speakers 181 to 190, please? 181 to 190.
So, I've been working in that area, 42nd and 2nd for a few years. I know the area really well. So I'm not opposed, and I'm not for this project or for a casino or for anything else. I just want to be objective to see, like, if they follow the guidelines, if they follow the law, that's fine. If it's not a noise hazard, if they're like after 11 p.m., there's not much noise, that's fine. Any business can open if it's a casino, if it's a store, if it's like a disco, anything, a club. There's no reason not to allow any kind of business as long as they're following the law, and they have to put some controls, right? As long as they're following the law. I think the people over here are a little bit biased, just because it's in their backyard, but they're not. If you walk just 15 minutes, you're in Times Square. So why makes a difference? Times Square just like a few minutes away, and First Avenue, it's like Seventh Avenue, Sixth Avenue. No big deal. This is the city that never sleeps. Okay, that's a city. It never sleeps. You can go to sleep. You can be awake. It's a free country. So I think they're a little bit biased, and you're not talking about other businesses like bars, like strip clubs that are right nearby. I never heard anyone speaking about against these. So I think there's a little bit double standards over here, just because of casino. I don't gamble. I don't support a casino. Um, but I think nonetheless, you know, people are here to have one clear motive idea, which is just to protect their own neighborhood. But this is not about their neighborhood. It's about just following the law. And if this project is adhering to the law, there's no problem in it.
Hi, I'm Edna Rosen. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and I live in 10010 in the 20s. Uh, I've watched this property since the Solos bought it, tore down the Con Ed buildings that were there, and it's lain fallow for all these years. I'm very happy to see Freedom Plaza and what it can do for the area and this eyesore. My question is, um, could this be done without the casinos financially? Um, I know it takes money. The Solos didn't have the money to develop the property. Um, but I think the casinos are fine. That it seems to be such a well-run operation that the necessary security would be there to keep the neighborhood safe. Um, could this be done without the casinos, though? Do you need the money from the casinos in order to develop the project? That's my question. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, so I think, if anything, we should demolish the UN and expand the casino because I think I live in the area for the record, and as a true American patriot, I would totally support this. Here's what I would say, right? If you think about it, this casino is wonderful for any community because we're going through a lot of economic hardship in this country, and I think a casino is just obviously a cash ATM for free because you just go there, you bet the money, and if you lose, you just bet more money. So eventually you're gonna win. All right. That's number one. And number two, I hear a lot of the arguments against it, but I just don't really get the validity. I mean, someone mentioned drinking. What's wrong with that? I mean, I drink every day and there's no price has no negative effect on me at all. And what is this? I mean, Afghanistan? I mean, come on. I mean, we should absolutely have this here. It'd be wonderful to the community. Someone mentioned strip clubs. I think we should do that too. But more to the point, I mean, like the UN, like really, do we even need this? Like, what does it even do? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're like pretty evil, anyways. So they should go, and we should have it be better for the casino. And um, anything else? I mean, look at the history of casinos in this country. I mean, gambling has been a net positive for everybody. That's why the only people who hate gambling are losers, frankly. Um, Casinos utterly transformed Nevada. You know, I have family out in Nevada. That shit was, sorry, that place was a complete another desert, desolate wasteland. And then, you know, some people like Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano, all these great guys, they came there and, you know, did nothing wrong. And they transformed it into something beautiful. It's like one of the wonders of the world, absolute net positive, and I support it. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jessica. I'm a resident of 10016, have been for 35 years. I've raised a family here. I still live here. Shocking no one. I'm against the casino. I agree that the space under discussion should not be an empty lot, but a casino is just not the answer. All development has an impact, and the impact here would just be too negative. There's a number of reasons. You've heard a lot of them. Let me tell you the ones that are most important to me. The traffic on First and Second Avenue in this area is already significant, as evidenced by the fact that New York City has only recently implemented congestion pricing in this area. So we're just going to take that and throw it away with this casino. Um, they have estimated the number of visitors to this casino is 9 million people a year. That's not a made up number. 9 million people per year. The fifth largest casino in the world. Think about what that's going to do to think about what it's going to take to keep that casino running, the pollution that it's going to cause, the food deliveries, the supplies that would have to be delivered in and day out, the taxis, the limos. To think that this would not be a detrimental initiative to our neighborhood and our community is really kidding ourselves. The idea that a casino helps the neighborhood monetarily is not supported by any data, nor is the idea that it's good for a community, as US statistics say crime goes up when casinos come into neighborhoods. And let's be clear that Soloviev have misrepresented this project They talk about low-income housing, the 500 units. Well, what they don't highlight is that there are 1,251 hotel rooms for the casino, 3 times the amount of low income. They talk about green space, and the casino is 1.5 times the green space, which is not going to be accessible for everybody. Please, please vote no for this. The community doesn't want it, and the community doesn't need it.
Hello, my name is Megan. I'm a constituent in Murray Hill. I have lived at 35th Street since 2019, 10016, and I'm proud to call New York City my neighborhood. I vote in this community, I serve this community, and I am here to make sure, as a member of this community, my voice is heard. As a social worker here in Manhattan, as an advocate for those who are arrested and detained every day, I can wholeheartedly say that we do not want a casino in our neighborhood, and truly, New York City does not need one in any of our boroughs. Why would you introduce harm into our New York City community? Murray Hill is a family neighborhood. We already struggle with serious issues like the rising cost of of living and the lack of long-term solutions for our houseless neighbors. A casino will not address any of these challenges. Instead, it will drain the heart and life of this neighborhood, bringing hardship to families and individuals alike. To the people who say we are afraid of change, all we want is change. What we need is a better, more vibrant, and caring community. We need rent stabilization, including protections for small storefronts. We need to bring culture, color, art, and spaces where New Yorkers can gather and thrive for free. We need community care workshops, more shelters, and long term housing, not 90 days for the houseless, and rehabilitation for those who want and seek it. We need solutions that last, not quick fixes that profit a few while hurt the many. Tax the landlords, put on a vacancy tax. It could be 1%. Tax them daily. Make those apartments available for the houseless so that it is affordable. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much, everyone. My name is J.R. Chantenko. I'm with both a resident and a supporter of this wonderful project. I happen to get to know the Soloviev family and the Mohegan Sun project. I'm also a licensed real estate broker, so I see the benefit in this project. This site has been vacant for over 20 years. And seeing it vacant, you can't get anything done if you can't do anything with it. The environmental concerns and conditions has made it such that this project won't get built unless you have a catalyst. The catalyst happened to be the opportunity of bringing one of 3 licenses down to downstate, and it's going to come here one way or another. If it's not in our community, then I don't know where it's going to go. But surely we have road, we have the FDR, we have the queue line. I understand is going to be extended, and we're going to support that effort with the developer. I do want to address housing, and people keep on saying, well, it's only going to be, so many units and not that much, but this is greater than 50% of the project. There is no other development I know of in New York City that can produce 50% affordable housing anywhere unless you have a catalyst such as casino. And by the way, in casinos, I used to live in San Diego. We have 9 casinos. Okay, so let's just, if you don't want to play, don't have to go there. But the people that are going to go there are going to be probably the tourists that come to New York. If they want to play and leave their money here, let them do that, and then the community will benefit from all of that. Education, the foundation, the endowment, and the affordable housing is all going to support the community. So I support it. Thank you very much.
Can I please get speakers 191 to 200 to line up, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Kabak. I live on the corner of 2nd Avenue and 40th Street. I've watched the Con Ed towers go down. I've watched the vacant spot, the ugly vacant spot for the last too many years. And, but I have to tell you, I'm against the project, this project. I'm against the project for numerous reasons, many of which you've heard. But I don't know if you heard, we have a fire engine company 21 on 40th Street, which uses 40th Street to go east and north, right in front of where the new establishment aims to be. The biggest problem that they have there is during this time of year when they have the UN General Assembly and they screw up all the streets around there. This is going to do this for construction and plenty of other times. Um, I can stand at my window looking down on Second Avenue and watching the traffic in the morning approaching the tunnel to leave, and then in the evening approaching the tunnel to go in the other direction. It's pretty tough there in the morning, even with congestion pricing, which in my opinion has reduced the amount of traffic maybe 15 or 20%. We're just going to add it back in by putting all these but if you approve this project, um, we have hospitals on 41st Street. It's a two-way street. If you live in the neighborhood, you know it's a two-way street, and the street is always backed up with people picking up cabs and the vans taking the people who can't walk well. It's a terrible street to travel on. We have hospitals on 38th Street and 31st Street. So it's just, in my opinion, not a good idea to grant permission for this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack. Good evening. My name is Jack Winiszewski. Thank you for being here. I'm an immigrant. I'm from Brazil. I used to live in Brazil, Israel, and Mexico. I'm volunteering and doing right now. I make my own in New York City as a student. I'm doing nonprofit management consulting. As a volunteering, I volunteered all those places I live in, and I worked with hundreds of organizations and a lot of communities, know a lot of business owners and a lot of developers. And I know that when someone developing good develop is bringing life and it's bringing to increase the economy. Looking on the Solviov in general, the way they giving, they connect into the community, looking on the details of the project, on the green life on it, and generally the way I see the project that sorry there is much bigger problems in New York than gambling. If someone want to really worry from the evil epochs and from terrorists getting taking over us. So I actually think nothing gonna get worse by that, and everything will be get worse if those things will happen. So actually positivity about the project. I think it's bringing green life. I think it's going to develop the community, the young life, the young professionals like me, and 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 also mm, yeah, economy, young generations, greens. And don't worry about gambling. I know it's bad. It's maybe not the best thing in the world, but America and New York facing much bigger problems. Focus on that. It's not gonna get New York anywhere worse than what's gonna affect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for spending your time here today. I appreciate it. My name is Gerard Schriffen. I'm a native New Yorker. I've lived here most of my life in the 20s. My union did not send me here today, didn't give me a bus ticket to come here and speak. I rise in opposition to the project. I want to discuss specifically the issues that were addressed by Solovyev's environmental impact statement dealing with transportation. If you read through the environmental impact statement, you can clearly see how it's in violation of the law. Specifically, I bring your attention to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA. According to the environmental impact statement, the gambling casino will be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It will never close. There will be 1,450 parking spaces, and the parking spaces will be entered primarily from the FDR Drive side, which will cause a queue to line up and back up into FDR Drive. The EIS addresses this, doesn't deny it. There will be 987 uh, bus trips, additional bus trips each week, busing people from Long Island City to the Gambling Casino. Each week, there will be 180 additional ferry trips, 1,982 additional railroad trips, 8,345 additional subway trips, and the EIS states there will be 50 additional M15 SBS buses on First and Second Avenue. Never discusses who's going to pay for this. Obviously, we know who's going to pay for all of this. And they also discuss that this is in violation of the State Environmental Secret Act. But their conclusion is, and I'm quoting from their EIS, these issues, quote, will not result in potentially adverse impacts. I have dealt with and read over 100 EIS reports. Almost all of them say the same thing. They gave no reasoning for this, no explanation, no facts to counterattack it.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Brunberg. I've lived in 10017 for the past 30 years, and it's a wonderful life that I have in this neighborhood, that we have in this neighborhood, and we would like to keep it that way. I'm firmly against a casino in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is as close to Bedford Falls as a Midtown Manhattan neighborhood could be, and I, for one, do not want to live in Pottersville. And that's exactly what this neighborhood would become if you allow a casino to be built here. Casinos bring crime, crowds, and corruption in all its iterations. So please, I'm imploring all of you to vote against it. Those who live in the neighborhood don't want it. And no disrespect for people who came in from other neighborhoods in support of it. But I find it really distasteful that so many people were brought in from outside to give their opinions about this neighborhood that we live in and that we love. So please, I implore all of you, vote against casinos in this neighborhood. Development, yes, but no casinos. Thank you.
I would just like to remind everyone that the hearing does end at 8 o'clock, so please don't extend it.
Hi, my name is Jennifer and I live in 10017. And thank you so much for having this and for making it so late that we could come after work hours. I didn't plan to speak, but as a resident of Tudor City, I felt like I had to just to urge you to please vote no against the casino. It's already difficult for us to move around in our own neighborhood when the UN is in session. We have to prove that we live here to be able to get onto our streets. And I can't imagine that a casino is going to make that better. I think it'll be much worse. We moved to Tudor City just 4 years ago because it was this beautiful place that was so unique in the city. And I feel like the casinos and gambling are going to ruin that. I used to have to travel to Las Vegas a lot for work, and people would ask me, "Oh, did you go to the dam after?" I can't remember the name of it, but I was like, "No, I run out of that city the moment I can," because I would go into this. We had stores in the casino. You can make money in casinos, absolutely, but I would see what happened to people who were in those casinos. They didn't know what time it is because, of course, you can't see the sun. They pipe in oxygen. They do this so that you cause people to forget what they are doing. They lose money. They lose a sense of who and where they are. We don't want that in New York City. Please, please, please vote no.
Hi, my name's Joseph. First of all, I want to say to everyone clapping in the back, you should be grateful that these teams and teams of people are working to try to bring economic development to Manhattan. I'm 36 years old. I'm originally from Philadelphia. I'm a high school dropout. I came here at 16. My first apartment was a closet in my brother's apartment on Foster and New York in East Flatbush. I got up at 5 in the morning to go to a warehouse in Bayonne, New Jersey, because that was my opportunity back then. Today, I work in real estate private equity. And you'd be surprised that I got a real estate license in 2017. And now I'm associated with over 180 private equity firms around this country. And let me tell you something, an overwhelming majority of them don't want to have anything to do with this city. And the reason is because there's it's so stacked against the developers and against the landlords. And you complain that there's not enough affordable housing here. You complain about a casino. That's the only way this deal is going to pencil out, my friends. There are tens of thousands of units that are not available right now in the city because the mom and pop landlords don't have 100 grand to bust to blow on a renovation where they can only raise their rents 2.7%, and that'd be rent stabilization. Rent control is it's a living hell. And that's what we need. We need better housing in this city, and we need better regulation. And I am in support of the Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Brian. I grew up here in Murray Hill. I've been here since 2003, since I was a small kid. I'm in very strong opposition to this casino. I want all of you here to consider a very simple question. If casinos are so good for this neighborhood, why are these big corporates spending so much time and energy to bribe the community into supporting them? There's something fundamentally good for the community need to trick residents giving it these so-called benefits and a temporary art pop-up? Does new housing or community arts center need to give so many handouts to locals? It's us the people versus big corporates, and the people need to come out on top and take your neighborhood back. I was an investment banker for a couple of years. Most of my friends were in fraternities. I work with so many people whose sole purpose is just to make money, and this developer is one of them. I also know how wild these casino regulars are. These casinos, they bring crime, degenerate problematic gamblers, uncleanliness, alcoholics, and traffic to an otherwise very nice and residential neighborhood. There are a lot of families living here in Murray Hill and Kips Bay of young children. There are 2 elementary schools in this neighborhood. I want to ask all of you parents in this room, why do you want your young children who are 5 and 6 to be surrounded by problematic gambling addicts who spiral their lives away? Not exactly the best role model, I think. We need to keep our neighborhood upscale, clean, and family friendly. This is not a place for the casino and all its vices. You want to gamble? That's fine. Stick to poker night with the boys, do a 10-leg parlay, and shotgun during your pregame, but don't bring it to this nice neighborhood. It does not belong here at the expense of local residents, and there's something called Times Square. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Mabel. I live here in Murrayfield. Um, I'm against the casino at its scale. It's easy to describe a project with a few key buzzwords like community and sustainability, but in reality, everything is more complicated and nuanced. As a trained urbanist, I know kind of how to judge a project, and I find the project itself very lacking from a social and ecologic point of view. Uh, the LEED certification has no tangible benefits to the community. The public space is not really public space, it's open space, but it's at a terrace. It seems to be more geared towards like a consumer driven space for maybe the casino users. I think the entire project, I know it's not your issue, but it will make the area more expensive, pricing many of us out. Like I said, the casino itself seems to be too intense. Now that they say 9 million visitors, it blows my mind. Like, why go to such extremes? The urban fabric is it's frail. We have the tunnel, the UN sessions. I had a baby here. I go to the playgrounds every day. I go to St. Barton's. The pollution is unimaginable. I feel very bad for my baby. Um, the one on the river is nice because you get fresh air, and I think all of that is a bit uh, you don't take the project doesn't take advantage of that. And again, it seems to me more like a consumer driven project, and the casino itself is too big. That's why I'm against it. Thank you.
At this time, the committee would like to call speakers 201 to 205.
Good evening. My name is Jaden Chapman, member of the NAACP NYCHA branch and former youth president, and I'm voting for the Freedom Plaza. For young people in New York, this isn't just about building a casino. It's about an investment into our future. We're talking about 8,000 permanent union jobs with real pay and benefits that can help families thrive. And we're talking about 600 affordable housing units, green space, and new venues that bring concerts, restaurants, and nightlifes back into our community. And no, I might not be from the community, but my hope is that with these 8,000 permanent union jobs and 600 affordable housing, one day I can be. A casino in Manhattan means more than entertainment. It means a pipeline for young people like me and my peers to find careers, stability, and growth. It also means tax revenue that goes right back into our schools, housing, and community programs. I stand here in support of the Freedom Plaza because this project is an investment into the future of the New York youth, just like me. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Cassandra Deal Schriffen. I've lived in this neighborhood for 50 years. I'm a member of the NAACP. I've been teaching in New York City for 50 years, and I see the impact of when people gamble away their children's money. In our neighborhood, we have a hospital row that protects us during disasters, but they won't be able to protect us if the traffic is here to block our way from the hospitals. We're in a hospital corridor that protects all the boroughs in this city. It's an adverse impact on traffic. We have a water, the hospital corporation, pedestrians, additional safety measures. No potential significant safety concerns have been addressed by this corporation. You can't use money when you lose the lives of our community. What is our community worth? Can it be sold to the highest bidder? So I'm asking all New Yorkers, please, let's stand up for the rights of communities to vote. All of these, a lot of these people were here. I wasn't going to speak. I was homesick. Someone told me to come here because everybody was being bussed in from somewhere else, talking about what this neighborhood needs. We know what we need. We need safe streets. We need our hospitals. We need freedom to say no, 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 and no. And we need all of our politicians to stand up for this community to be free from the highest bidders. New York cannot be sold. New York cannot be sold to the highest bidder.
My name is Beth Raisin. I'm a resident of 10016. I've lived there for the last 40 years. And I will say a couple of things. One, when we talk about development of a community and um, raising the economic development in particular, I've seen Park Avenue South at a time when it was in pretty bad shape. And over the last 40 years, it's been developed with suitable scale residential buildings, office buildings, and hotels, small businesses, restaurants that have thrived in that area. And so that is a model of economic development that makes much more sense for a community like ours. I also have family who live down in the Atlantic City area, and I have seen over the years what gambling did to that area. For people who think that casinos bring in business, be aware that they keep people who come into the casinos in the casinos. And in fact, most of the small businesses in and around the Atlantic City casinos died because they were no longer getting business. All the business was going into the casinos. I've done some research into this, and there's no question that
the corresponding issue with casino development, particularly in an urban area, is that there will be an increase in crime. There will be an increase in people who are down on their luck and have no place to go. And that there is corruption that unfortunately generally comes along with this. The neighborhood that we live in is really a fabulous neighborhood full of landmark buildings, full with schools and a real sense of community. And I believe that there are other ways to approach the development of our community and to increase affordable and low income housing without building the casino. So I respectfully ask you to vote no.
I live in a area code 10016, and I live directly across the street from the proposed Freedom Plaza casino site. And I am deeply concerned about security, rising crime, and the deterioration of our neighborhood's quality of life. The Freedom Plaza casino cannot proceed in this residential neighborhood. A study by the U.S. Department of Justice has showed that property and vehicle crimes increase by about 12% in communities after casinos are built. Kips Bay and Murray Hill is one of the safest neighborhoods in New York City, ranked third citywide by the 17th precinct crime statistics. Why would we want to jeopardize that success to ourselves? Our schools and community institutions would suffer as well. PS 116, rated a best elementary school by US News and World Report, and where my son attended, and PS 281, a National Blue Ribbon Award winner, risk losing their reputation if our neighborhood becomes defined by a casino and its problems. Our public spaces, like St. Martin's Park, which I walked through today, rated one of the city's top parks by New York City Parks Vital Parks Explorer program, could face loitering, drug use, and public intoxication. Community benefits can and should be delivered without tying them to casinos that endanger residents. Casinos belong in commercial districts built to handle nightlife and transient visitors, not in the heart of residential neighborhoods where families live, children go to school, and parks thrive. I urge you to protect New York City's Community District 6 and reject the Freedom Plaza Casino at the site.
At this time, we welcome all remaining speakers up until number 214 to line up.
Good evening. I live in 10017, and I thank you for this long day. I'm one of the ones that was nearly disenfranchised because I had to work, but thank you for having me attend a little bit past. I want to say that I am against the casino, not because it sort of reveals short-term thinking. It's short-term return and is pursuing profits with a short time horizon. One of the things that I think is, I mean, I'm sure the casino, when it was built and launched, it will be incredibly successful. It'll be, and to succeed, if they're talking about 9 million visitors, we're talking, if my math is correct, something like 25,000 people a day, which will be very negatively impacting the community. But what's even worse, if you start thinking 5, 10 years down the line, what's worse than a successful casino is one that's failing. And the things that will have to happen when it tries to maintain its momentum to be profitable. You're going to be next to fixed income seniors in our neighborhood. You'll also be reaching out to folks that are living in the rent controlled housing. A lot of easy prey to come into that neighborhood and try to maintain the business. And I'm really, really concerned for that kind of impact. So not so much the short term, but think about the long term and encourage more long-term thinking for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys for your time. My name is Bar Halpern and I live here on the east side. My sister lives a couple blocks away. She attends Yeshiva University. I studied at Columbia. I've been here for quite some time. I work in real estate, and I used to work in investment banking. Um, I come here to voice my support for Freedom Plaza. I actually think it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. Worrying about my sister and her friends, they are scared to walk here at night, and I think the free buses and free shuttles that the project offers will benefit students. There's going to be extra lighting. There's going to be more tourists, more foot traffic, so they're not. So if they're walking alone, if they're walking, they're not alone, and I think that's important. um, and honestly, there's something that's been bothering me, and I took note of it. People are really talking down gambling and gamblers. And not only that, they're also speaking about this project as if it's only the casino. It's a project as a whole that will benefit the neighborhood. And there's a ton of people in New York that gamble and they're good people and they make a lot of money. And I think it's actually the opposite. Like, yeah, if you open a casino in a place with a lot of poverty, then you could have issues. But this neighborhood is like, and the surrounding areas have people with money who can come gamble and not result to crime and not get upset if they lose a few $100s. And the casino is going to want to take those clients with money or people from outside to come bring in money to New York. So I don't think it's going to cause crime. I think that the people that are going to come in are going to be um, people of like value and they're going to only benefit the area. Um, And yeah, that's about it. Thank you. And I want to voice my support and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate, and I live in the neighborhood, zip code 10016. First off, I want to thank all of you for patiently listening to all of our comments. And first point I'd like to make is why are we here? You guys are here because you have to be, and the rest of us are here because we're choosing to be here because our quality of life is at stake. We
Excuse
are
me for one moment. Can we stop the background chatter? It is difficult at times possible to hear the speaker.
we're here because our quality of life is at stake, our neighborhood is at stake, our comfort in our homes. We have we have something substantial at stake. All these speakers here who were, paid to come here or bust in, yeah, there could be some benefits to them if this happens. They could potentially get a job or, sell real estate, but it's different. They don't have the same kind of stakes that we have. It's low stakes for them and it's high stakes for us. So I just find it hard to believe that anybody wants a casino so badly in his or her own neighborhood that he or she is choosing to be here on a Monday night. Out of all the things you could be doing, you could be watching Netflix, you could be gambling on your cell phone at home. Why are those people here? What motivated them to get up here, spend their free evening speaking in favor of a casino? You really have to be skeptical there. So, another point I'd like to make is the developers, they already own the land. So, we're not arguing over whether or not they can use the land. It's a moot point. They own it, they're going to develop it. And we don't need a casino. We don't need a museum. We don't need a park. Museums and parks also don't make money. What we need is housing, and what the developers want is money. So why not just scrap the casino, scrap the museum, scrap the park, build more housing? They make more money. Everybody wins.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I want to make a quick comment. Good evening. My name is Justin Goldberg. I serve on the Public Safety and Sanitation Committee of Community Board 6. I want to be clear, I only speak for myself here, but my time on the board has been reflective of what I've seen in the community and the strength of my focus on two things, keeping the neighborhood safe and keeping it clean. I'm opposed to the Solowaves Group casino proposal. This is an unwanted business in our district. A casino would change the culture and environment of the neighborhood in ways that reflect poorly on the community and people who live here. It brings public safety risks, crime, late night disturbances, and problems gambling. And it adds to sanitation issues with litter, alcohol, and disorder. I'll also mention that one of being on the board, one of the things you see is the community coming out and really expressing their interests. And one of the things that I've learned is it's really important to listen to the community, to take the community's input. People know what they want and how they feel, and the fact that so many people have showed up here on this evening is reflective of how the community feels. I've seen what this looks like before. I lived in Adelaide, Australia when I was in college. The city had a casino. It caused problems with drunkenness, crime, and safety issues. People who were young enjoyed it, but everybody else would always criticize it, and it was clearly something that was unwanted. That experience shapes how I view this proposal, not as an abstract risk, but as a predictable outcome. I also want to be clear. I'm not a NIMBY. I'm actually a YIMBY. I welcome development when it makes our community stronger. But what we need are more cultural assets, arts, museums, and spaces that uplift the city and the community. This is a chance to ground in the community and what we are, and a casino undermines our values and quality of life. And for those reasons, I cannot support this proposal. Thank you.
Sorry, what number are you, sir?
Well,
3212.
212. Hi, how are you? My name is Yitzhak, and I'm a proud resident of Manhattan. And as an immigrant who came to the city seeking opportunity and community, I'm here to speak in strong support of the Freedom Plaza project. New York City, especially Manhattan, is a place where people from all over the world come to build a life. For many of us immigrants, public spaces are more than parks and buildings. They are symbols of belonging. Freedom Plaza is not just about architecture or development. It's about access. It is about equity. It is about creating a place where people from all backgrounds, all incomes, and all walks of life can gather, feel safe, and feel seen. When I first arrived here, I didn't have much, but what I found was a community, people who welcomed me, services that helped me to stand on my feet, and places where I could connect it with others. Freedom Plaza has the potential to expand that scene of community in real. It will bring affordable housing, much needed green space, jobs, and cultural programming to an area that needs it, not for the tourists, but for New Yorkers like me. Too often, immigrants are pushed to the social, but the project like this is you feel you belong. That's why I support Freedom Plaza. It aligns with the value of the city and the promise it makes to everyone who choose to call it home. As a Manhattanite, as an immigrant, as someone who believes deeply in community-based development, I urge you to support this project and ensure it moves forward in a way that continues to help the entire city of New York and all the best of all the people. Thank you very much, guys. Goodbye.
Great. As we have no more time, we will adjourn this public hearing for the Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee. The committee will be voting on the Freedom Plaza application before the September 30th deadline. Please check the committee website for updates. Thank you very much for your participation in this process.